Only send a guest request if you think that you're going to vote for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates today, everyone. As well as do tap that screen. Let's run it up to 100,000 likes as well. But how is everyone doing tonight? What's up, Finn? Thank you so much for the hanging lights. I appreciate it. It's good to see everyone. How's everyone doing? What's up, Caprice? How you doing today? What's good, y'all? We're going to accept the first person up here. Only send a guest request if you think that you're going to vote for Trump in 2024. Oh, it didn't accept this person. Let me try the next, everyone. All right. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
14, goodbye.
Okay. All right. Only send a guest request if you think that you're going to vote for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. We got no requests from people who are voting for Trump right now. So only do send a guest request if you are going to vote for Trump in 2024. Otherwise, I can just respond to some questions in the comment section right now. If you have anything in the comment section you want me to respond to or ask, go for it. You have to have enough followers to be able to go on live. I can't grant you to have the access for anyone wondering. But yeah, do tap that screen, y'all. Let's run it up to 100,000 likes real quick, everyone. I like your haircut. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. You finally popped up my For You page again? Based. Hopefully we can get back on the For You page today. When are you graduating? I got about a week. Do you need any moderators, Parker? I already have 30, so that's the max I can have. Parker, you inspired me to vote. Base Courtney. I'm glad I did. Yeah, thank you so much for the ICU. I appreciate it, Finn. Thank you so much. Congrats on your graduation. Oh, I appreciate it. Thank you. What are you going to do to celebrate? Probably just hang out with family and go on live, maybe. That's what I'm planning, at least. Yeah. My partner wants to debate. Can we set one up? He's so smart. Yeah, for sure. I started watching you around this time last year. Based. Yo, so based. That's when I started doing things a bit more. Because it's been about a year since my breakup with my last girlfriend. Yo, I appreciate the cap. Thank you so much. All right. Let's see if we can get some people up here. All right. Yo, what's up?
Hey, how are you?
Appreciate the money gun. Thank you so much. We've talked about this topic, right?
Yes, a couple times. Just to get the live warmed up, just to get things warmed up. Although I did see you in lives earlier today, though.
For sure. I mean, I was only in one, but...
How are you today, though, Parker?
I'm doing chilling. How about
you? Thank you. I'm doing pretty good. Not too shabby. Talking to you, so I can't be doing that bad, right?
Appreciate the cap.
Hey, I'm the only one that's in Parker's caps, okay?
Okay.
Those little, okay.
Yeah, so you debated Ian earlier. How'd that go?
It was interesting. Yeah.
Interesting? That's it?
Yeah, he made good points, actually, because when it comes to debates about God, it's very hard for me to ground any of my stances or points because it's God.
Yeah.
I'm not maniacal. Like I can't prove God.
Yeah, I mean, it's not even about proving God. Are you Christian?
I am Christian, yes.
I mean, it's not even about proving God. It's about trying to hold on to how many straws you can see to, possibly not yield the contradiction under your view.
I mean, you know what? I was just thinking, though, like, if God is real, right, and he sheds a bunch of ideas onto other people about what God ought to be, there's like 1,000 different gods for 1,000 different people. But shouldn't you believe in something?
So I thought gambling's a sin.
Depending on your subjective morality.
If you're a Christian, right, gambling's a sin. So why is your entire basis for your view a gamble? That's the thing about Pascal's wagers. You got to sin to be able to believe it.
No, if that's okay. Wait, hang on. How is gambling a sin, though?
I'm pretty sure it's listed as a sin. I'd have to go back and look, but gambling is
it could be like, sure. I mean, definitely could be a sin. Like if gambling was your god, yes, that would be a sin. Sure, you could say that.
Okay. Sure. All right. Well,
anyway,
HVAC. I'm gonna go on to the next person. It seems like I got some people in the request, but appreciate you coming on, man.
Later.
HVAC is just a character in the community now. That's HVAC. Yes, it is. It is HVAC. Did you graduate? I'm about to soon. About to in a week. Yo, what's up? How old are you? All right. Let me draw the next person, everyone. Do give it a second for people to join in, y'all. Does take a minute for people to get in here sometimes. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, hi, I'm 19.
For sure. And are you going to vote for Trump in 2024?
Possibly, yes.
Possibly, yeah. What makes you lean that way?
Well, I would not say that I'm like super great for, okay, hold on. First of all, I've been watching your live for a long time. Gotta say I love you. You're a great dude. I didn't think I'd ever be on your live, to be honest. So thank you. And I would say that I would probably vote for him because in my eyes, from what I've seen, he did a good job as president personally. And I would get into the oil stuff with you, but I know that you've said many times that it's because of other countries such as Russia and the Ukraine issue.
And yeah, Russia-Ukraine situation, and then OPEC.
Yes.
So I would just ask you, name one policy that you like of Donald Trump's that he influenced to get past the benefit of the middle class.
Policies. I can definitely tell you that I don't know any policies by name. So
Sure. So like
other than that,
maybe conceptually, what's one thing that you'd say that you like that Donald Trump did for the middle class?
I would say that I did like that when he was president, there was a lot of jobs open. He created a good amount of job. Well, not necessarily he created, but jobs, and the economy itself was doing good, but that technically couldn't be derived from him as president.
Yeah. So how do you know that's related to him? Because it sounds like it could be just related to other situations.
I wouldn't say that it's necessarily him, but I would say that he helped a lot in getting our economy and businesses such as that better in our country.
I know we're claiming that he did this, but what did he do to do that?
You got me there. I do not know, but that's just pretty much what I've heard technically, or while he was president. So
Yeah, based upon that same standard, well, Democrats say that the economy is good for them. All right, so same way that they say that, you could accept that. It sounds like we're just accepting this based upon whatever we feel like, right? Which isn't a reliable standard for me. Because like, for example, right, you eat meat, right?
yes.
Well, it's possible. I know it's not likely. I don't believe this is likely. I'm just saying. It's possible that that was human meat when you ate it. Right? So
Yes.
so I'd be, based upon the same standard, justified in believing you're a cannibal.
You would be very correct. No, I'm just kidding. But yes, that is.
But
a
like
good
that's obviously
statement.
absurd, right?
Yes.
So
yes,
obviously we
it
need
is a good,
evidence to
absurd
justify these
statement.
things because it's not probable you're
Yes.
you're a cannibal by any means.
I would say for economic wise, Biden. I don't know. I know that like within the first week, he allegedly he is the reason that we shut down our oil. I can't remember what it was, but I heard that he shut down like our oil reserves like within the first week or so of him becoming president, which is why I would say like in my town, gas is nearly $4, which is crazy to me because when I
You mean
first started
he
driving,
didn't shut down the oil reserves? He
he
sent
didn't?
out the strategic reserves when the prices were pretty high because of lower supply. So it's meant to reduce prices or price increases. Right?
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
So that's actually what you want to do. You want to release the strategic reserves when the price is high and when supply is low.
Got
right?
it. So that
That's the
it
perfect
doesn't.
time to do that. So one thing that you could
Okay.
point to that he did was that he removed the ability to like get new permits to drill on federal lands, but then he brought that back. And we're actually now at the greatest level of oil production in the world, and actually by any country to ever exist, right? Or any version of the United States in any year, right? So
Okay.
more than any point under Trump's administration. So
So
it seems
so
like that Trump didn't cause this necessarily, right? If we were just to say that it's associated, because well, it's higher now, and that's under Biden, so it would just be said that it would be better for that, which it doesn't seem like you believe that.
Yeah. I was also going to say that uh, there's obviously the whole. I mean, another good reason that I would vote for Trump is I do think that although he is kind of a douche, he does make voting very entertaining. Which, like when him and versus Hillary were going against each other and stuff. I mean, sure, he said some harsh things, but I did find them quite funny because it's just never happened before, I guess.
So are we really putting entertainment over the rights of tens of millions of women to have access to abortion, right? The tens of millions of people that might lose access to their health insurance because he wants to get rid of the ACA and gut it. Plenty of people on Medicare and Social Security, right?
He's against abortion?
Yeah, he is. He said that he actually put multiple Supreme Court justices in office with the explicit reason of them being pro-life and overturning Roe versus Wade.
Yeah,
right, which actually restricted tens of millions of women from having access to abortion because it left it up to the states, right? Which actually also led to 13-year-olds being forced to go through pregnancies because of their state's abortion laws.
That is one thing that I'm very, very disappointed in our government for doing.
Yeah, absolutely. What about the environment as well? Trump literally doesn't believe in human-caused climate change.
I think that, okay, for that personally, I think that we obviously do, our vehicles, some of them definitely do obviously cause climate change to progress faster, but I wouldn't say that necessarily we are the leading cause because studies...
it's undisputed we're the leading cause. Actually, not undisputed. It's only disputed by 3%, right? So it's 97% of climate scientists believe that humans are the main influence.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, I didn't know that, but I was going to say from...
Did you know last time carbon levels were this high, sea levels were 30 meters higher?
I did not. That is a very cool fact.
So if we see some sort of aftershock effect, right, it could be that big, right? Am I saying that it is going to be that? No, by no means. What I'm saying is that it could be.
That's very understandable.
Which is devastating, right? For migration patterns, right? Plenty of people, like migration is going to be the norm, right? That we're constantly taking in people who are climate migrants.
That is, that's also
of the future.
The climate, such as water levels rising. I did see a video because I often watch scientific or geographic YouTube videos just to kind of keep up on some knowledge of it. But I've seen that studies have shown that Florida could be going like under or like sea level.
I don't believe that
rising.
Florida is going to go completely under. It depends on the level of increase, right? Sea level rise could potentially be very little, right? Very, very little, which would be great for us, right? Because most people, like a lot of people live on the coast, right? It could potentially be very little, right? But it also potentially could be very high. So it's the level of uncertainty that we have associated with these things that is like scary. We're essentially running a high school experiment on our entire atmosphere.
Yeah, that makes
we don't
sense.
know, right? We know certain effects of things, but we don't know what the overall impact is going to be as it relates to the overall environment of the Earth. So, I mean, there's a few issues there. That's one thing with climate change. There's also the healthcare that we mentioned, right? There's also, I appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. The fact that he's a proven sexual abuser, proven fraudster, right?
Yes.
He said he would date a 10-year-old in 10 years, right?
Yeah.
10-year-old was there. He said it was okay for him to walk into changing rooms of little girls in Miss Teen USA because he quote unquote owns the place. He's also been denying the election for the past few years with no sufficient evidence. He got tens of millions of people to believe in lies about the election. Right, so like, I mean, I don't know how we can justify voting for this guy. I think it's very clear Biden isn't a good guy, right? But he's very clearly better than Trump.
Yes, I was going to say there's other people that have or are currently running, from my knowledge, that were decent.
Not that have any chance.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I was going to say they seem decent. Some of them. There's this one guy. He said some actually wild racist stuff. On TV, which was crazy to me that he was even running. But yeah, is there anyone better than Biden at all?
Not in the current election. That's viable.
Okay, that's not great because I would prefer not to have Biden, but I would be okay.
Same
with
here.
Trump,
Think about it this way, right?
Obviously.
Think about it this way. You have to eat one of these plates. One is, or I mean, one of these sides, right? On one side, there's a plate of shit. On the other side, there's 2 plates of shit. You have to eat either the plate of shit or the 2 plates of shit. Now,
And one plate
you have a preference
is
against
worse.
eating shit, right? But one plate of shit's preferable to 2 plates of shit.
Yes. Okay, that makes sense. I just saw Trump is innocent in the comments. That's funny.
Yeah, that's actually ridiculous. Like, he's been held liable for sexual abuse by a jury that was selected by his lawyers, like, and the other side.
Anyways, I was also going to say, you're great. I obviously disagree with you on some things. That's natural, that's normal, and that's how it has to be anyways. Dean, I was just on his live. I literally got off because I knew you were coming on here because you said it, and I was pretty excited because I noticed that I could go on Dean's live, and I was like, oh shit. I was like, this is my chance. I was going to say, Dean, I prefer you over Dean, obviously, because I think that you are more of a nicer person generally. Dean is he's just kind of mean sometimes, and I understand it. I heard of the entertainment side of this and all. I understand. I do think he's quite harsh sometimes, and y'all occasionally, obviously, you guys sometimes have people who are less educated on here that talk and say nonsense, which is funny, but also I feel like y'all sometimes group up on them almost. Not necessarily. You might not be trying, but I do feel like it is harsh sometimes. But other than that, you guys are amazing, and I love that. I love what you guys are doing.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty harsh process, right, to get people to like learn and stuff like that. Sometimes, right, it is the case that different types of ways of viewing things can be important. So I do get your point of like having many people on and going after one person. That's why I typically prefer the one-on-one type conversations, but it does happen every once in a while. So
yeah, that's great. That's right. Understandable.
Appreciate you coming up. Thank you so much, man.
Yeah, thank you. Have a good day.
Have a good day as well. All right, y'all, let's go on to the next person. Everyone only send a guest request. If you will vote for Trump in 2024, we might hit a restart here in a minute. I do think I have a following glitch for sure. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, what's up? I'm 19.
Thank you for the handout. Thank you so much, Kayla. Are you going to vote for Trump in 2024?
I'm definitely leaning that way. Yeah, I'm pretty similar to the last guy in the sense that I couldn't really talk to you about like specific policies and stuff like that. But I mean, I know that generally the economy was better under Trump, and he's stricter on the border than Biden has been. So I think those are probably big things that would
so
make me
why is restricting the border good?
I don't think that we should let illegal immigrants in, man.
Why?
I mean, they're living in, from my understanding, you know, they take up tax dollars, and there's that place where in Texas where they stayed in that school.
Do they pay into the system?
Sorry?
Do they pay into the system? Appreciate the confetti. Thank you so much.
No, right. They don't. But they benefit. But they benefit from.
They do pay into the system. It's actually true that they pay more into the system than they take out of it.
Sorry, can you say that again?
It's actually true that they pay more into the system than they take out of it.
So how do they do that?
Sales taxes, right? There's different types of ways that you can pay with an I-10.
Okay. But like generally, like, I mean, they don't have a legal citizenship, so like income tax, stuff like that, like they're not paying into that, or no?
If they're not committing violent crime, they're here for a better life, right? Why should we take them out of the country? Shouldn't we give them a pathway to citizenship?
Oh, well, yeah, but I think that.
So let's make them citizens. All right, bet.
Well, that's.
And then we need to make an immigration system that's a lot faster than the one we currently have right now. On average, it takes 5 to 7 years for people to get here. Right? Think about that, right?
Yeah.
This country, a huge part of its growth, has been predicated off of immigration, right?
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
So why would we want to like restrict that and make that not a main part of America?
No, I do not think immigration is a bad thing. I think that there should be a process, and I know that like you were saying, it's a long process, which is why like all these illegal immigrants are taking people's spots that are doing the right thing and waiting their turn.
Taking their spots, right? I think that they add to the economy the same way that I do and you do.
I'm just not sure I agree with that, man.
Why not?
You said they add to the economy the same way?
If not more than the average American. Want to know why? Because they have a higher labor force participation rate. We, right, might not be able to fund things like Social Security, Medicare in the future, I mean, right? Because we have a lower level of people who are younger, not enough to pay for the older of us, right? Immigration is a part of that process to sustain these programs. Appreciate the cap. Thank you so much. Not only does immigration benefit these people, but it's also going to benefit us in the US, right? We just need to think about beneficial ways to get people to come into the country, right? That don't, right? Or, I mean, that aren't unsustainable, right? We don't want to send everyone to big cities where there's lacking infrastructure already. Appreciate the fruits, friends. Thank you so much. We want to incentivize people to go towards places in the United States that are lacking people that have existing usable infrastructure, right? Think about places in the Midwest that are losing people, that have no one there. People are moving out of because they're going to the big cities. We need to make it more desirable to move to these areas because the existing infrastructure creates a better ability for people to have access to cheap resources to make their lives better off. Right? And we don't just have to incentivize immigrants coming to the country. We can incentivize people from big cities to move to these areas as well.
So do you think that it should just be an open border and anybody can?
No, I'm not arguing open border. What I'm saying is it should max take 6 months to get into this country. Everyone that's already in this country that is not committing violent crimes, that isn't doing things that like that, right? I think they should have a pathway to citizenship because the current legal process right now is unjustified, taking 5 to 7 years on average, right? Like, do you speed?
Sorry?
You speed? You go like 5 miles an hour over the speed limit?
Oh, for sure, yeah.
So you're a criminal?
In that sense, probably, yeah.
Yeah, but we don't see every law to be justified. That's why you continue to do it. Right?
Are you comparing speeding to illegal immigration?
Yeah. They're both breaking the law. Why is it wrong, right? Right? For them to violate it in one scenario, but not in the other. Or why is it okay for them to violate it in one scenario, but not the other?
That's a bad argument, I would say, man. I'm not going to lie.
It's not, right?
I mean, you're comparing all laws to be the same, like is murdering somebody.
In the sense that it's a law. I'm asking what's relevantly different to identify how you justify treating it that way. How you justify going against the law in one scenario, like speeding.
Yeah, you're comparing apples to oranges right now, man. That's not the same thing at all.
Hey, man, I'm just asking you what is relevant different, right? Give me the relevant difference. If it's apples to oranges, give me the relevant difference. I keep asking you for that, and you're not providing anything.
Well, when I'm speeding, that's not like necessarily harmful in any way.
It is. Speeding is harmful. Is walking across the border for a better life harmful? Explain to me, they're not committing a violent crime. How is that harmful?
Yeah, if they're not committing a violent crime.
Okay, exactly. That's exactly what I was saying. People who are not committing violent crimes, we should give them a pathway to citizenship because the current law is unjustified.
I think that's fine. I agree with you in that sense. They should have a to citizenship, and you're right. It takes a long time, but it's how do you fix that is the question.
How do we make it faster? Right?
Yeah.
By putting more funding into the system, right? As it relates to getting things to go quicker, right? Making it more digitalized, right? That can make the process go significantly faster.
Okay.
Like it's all just going to be hiring people to do jobs and making it digitalized to make it more efficient. Appreciate the hands up. Thank you. Like we realistically shouldn't be taking this long.
Yeah, no, I would agree with you on that for sure. I don't think immigration is a bad thing. I just think that you should do it in the legal way.
Thank you for the $1.11. Thank you so much. I agree if the legal way is justified.
Okay, so I mean, right? you just have a problem with the system as a whole.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think this explains the intuition of why I'm not going to, the person who's here in this country undocumented, if they're not committing a violent crime, why I'm not going to call the cops on them. Right? That explains that intuition. Appreciate the confetti. Thank you so much. Because I don't think they're here, right, trying to do something bad. I think they're here for a better life, right? And I don't necessarily see what they're doing to be bad.
Okay.
Right? Whereas
Yeah.
if they were committing a violent crime, I'd be like, yes, let me call the cops, right? As I would with any other American citizen.
Yeah, no, I see where you're coming from. Yeah, other than that, I mean, what would you have to say, like, just with the economy and stuff, like under Trump? I mean, inflation rates were better, unemployment was better.
Inflation rates were better, right? Inflation doesn't relate to the president.
Okay.
Unemployment, how does that relate to the president? Those are macro indicators that actually the Federal Reserve deals with. Inflation being the standard or index for identifying price stability of an economy, right? And unemployment, right, for whether or not we're reaching maximum employment. Those are the dual mandate of the Fed. They care about maximum employment and price stability. That's why when they try to influence the rate of increase in the interest rates, that's meant to cause price stability because it decreases aggregate demand.
Okay, so you don't think it has anything to do with the president at all?
No, not much.
Okay.
Yo, Joseph, thank you for the $20 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Joseph. I appreciate it as always. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, so do you see how I'm saying there? Like, I think a lot of people attribute these things to the president when there's not good reason to do so. And I understand why people do it because people have been told throughout the context of time, right? Oh, this number of jobs has come back since this person's become president. Oh, it's caused by this president. Appreciate the thinking lights. Thank you so much. No, that's just a correlation, not a causation. You have to identify particular things they did to cause this to occur, right? And both sides play into this. Democrats argue these dumb points. Republicans argue these dumb points, and it confuses the American public because we lack this type of understanding of things, right? I think that we need to have statistics and economics, like literally in public schools. Like let's teach a useful type of math.
No, for sure. Yeah.
Right?
Definitely.
Like what are we teaching our kids?
Freaking algebra and geometry.
Well, I mean, certain things make sense. Right. And are useful, but I think we teach them a lot of math that's not as useful as things like statistics and economics.
Yeah, no, for sure.
And actually, granted, they were adding those in at my high school, so I did learn those things. I learned statistics, I learned economics, but that's not the case for a lot of high schools out there. And it oftentimes comes from the property values, right, of the areas that you're in. So your school funded by property taxes, appreciate that, Mariachi, thank you so much, changes your access to learning, your access to resources and research, things that are fundamental to the skill sets you will have and the workforce.
Yeah. I think, is economics not like a requirement to graduate high school or no? That's just where I'm from. Okay.
Little Crown, thank you so much. I mean, it could just be where you're from. Yeah, I mean, I think it could be. Actually, they might have just recently instituted this, but throughout my childhood, my sisters didn't have to take it.
Okay. That's interesting.
It is in California, though, I think.
Okay. So it seems like because I mean, you're talking that the economy and all that stuff, it doesn't really matter who's president. It's just kind of situational, I guess. So like, it's really just like a lesser of two evils for you, it sounds like.
Yeah. So, yeah, it's a lesser of two evils.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know if that's the best way to think about it.
You don't know if that's the best way to think of it?
I'm definitely not like.
It's the only way to think of it.
Oh no! Well,
because it's one or the other.
No, yeah, no, I understand. Yeah, I agree. Just saying who the lesser of the two evils is I guess it's subjective.
Of course. It matters what you desire, what you care about. But given that I think that we have common values, common desires, things that we care about, I think we're likely to come to the same conclusion, given us having the same information.
Yeah.
A lot of it's information disputes. It's not necessarily a value difference, right? When there's a value difference, that's when like things like political disputes might happen, or oftentimes war throughout history.
Right. Yeah.
Those types of value differences, like, I mean, when we have value differences with people who think that it's okay to murder people, we put them in prison. Right. But I think that we have a common shared value, and that's why I think that I can convince you.
Okay.
All right. But appreciate you coming up, man.
Yeah, man. Appreciate you. Have a good one.
All right. Let's go to the next person, everyone. Only send a guest request if you think that you're going to vote for Trump in 2024, everyone. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Let's get this next person up here real quick. All right, let me get to the next person. Only send a guest request if you think that you're going to vote for Trump in 2024, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
What's your birth year?
2006,
What month?
January 24th.
For sure. Are you going to vote for Trump in 2024?
Yes, I am, because he is a great president. He is not racist, and he deserves to be president for another 8 years.
What are you talking about? They're trolling, bro. Like, what was that? What was that, chat? We're getting on the next person. Everyone, do tap that screen. Do shit live as well, everyone. Comment in the comment section. It helps boost it out, everyone. I do appreciate everyone coming in through so far. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App in the bio, everyone. That is the best place to support me. I appreciate it. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Goodbye.
Yeah, how old are you?
I did not mean to request. I'm voting for Biden.
You're good. WU. Let's go, dude. Let's go. W them. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, people are just randomly sending requests. Let's go, dude. Let's go. What's up? How old are you?
Trump is better. Obama. He's better.
Okay. Yikes. Chat, what's going on today? What's going on? I don't know. This is what people are doing on a Wednesday night. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
47.
Yeah, and are you gonna vote for Trump in 2024?
Yes.
And why is that?
Well, just price of everything's just ridiculous right now. I get my letter from my insurance renewal, and they said my insurance has to double because I'm commercial in Virginia because of politics. And it's a shame that my insurance just comes out and says politics makes your insurance double. And when you ask them about it, and it drives me nuts.
Well, politics. I think
wish
that
I
could
knew.
just be like a narrative they're trying to push, right? Because I don't know what politics they're particularly referencing would be that way. And
would
also,
like
I
to
would
know
say
too.
that inflation is a global phenomena, right? It's not necessarily going to be something that's mainly influenced by the president of the United States. That's going to be mainly an environmental thing, right? Like things like gas prices and the Federal Reserve are going to be, bigger influences, right, than things like, the president.
Well, it's hard for me to decide because I can honestly say my wife, she votes for Biden, and I have to lean the other direction just because of what it cost and how hard it is to struggle,
Wait, but how do we know that's related to Biden or Trump?
Well, I can honestly say when Obama was in office, I didn't make no money. We get a Republican in office, I make a ton of money, and I do construction. And for some reason, construction
Biden passed an
thrives.
infrastructure bill that would give you more construction.
Yeah, it's not going right now. There's a lot of people that are struggling.
but there
that are
has
in
been set up
construction.
funding for this to be the case. So I don't know why construction would be specifically related to like the president in a negative way, at least.
Well, it's when there's a Republican in office, people are building houses left and right. And,
I think that's an association that you just have there.
Well, I can show my taxes and show you difference of it.
Yeah,
My
that could be
wife
how
was an
much you
accountant. She
made,
didn't
but like,
believe me.
but let's think about it overall. I don't think what specifically would be made by you in that circumstance would be representative of the entire country, right? I don't think that's necessarily representative of the president. Like, you'd have to show me something specifically that would have demonstrated that he caused this. And if we can't demonstrate that,
I
well,
can
then
tell you-
how can we attribute it to him?
Well, the day he shut the pipeline down, that shut down a lot of construction.
Yeah, he didn't do that, by the way, right? So that was already held up
take
by the
credit for
courts
it.
for like a decade. He just expedited the process, right?
Well,
And
he took credit
those
for it,
were
so
for
he did do it.
permits for the future.
When you take credit for something, that means you did it.
Again, he expedited the process.
So he did it. If you expedited,
Sure,
the
I mean, you could say that, but
did
it was likely to happen anyway. But
Yeah, but how many people do you think he put out of work that day?
that those are just contractors, right? Independent contractors.
That's
so
what
they would
I
just
am.
get
I'm
a
a
different
contractor.
contract.
I'm a contractor.
Yeah,
I do
you just
construction
get a
work.
different contract. The particular production of it was never greenlighted.
Wait, hold on. Just get a new contract? Do you understand that?
Yeah, they would
people
just end up
build
getting
their
a new
businesses?
contract,
So,
yes.
So you're telling me a welder can now become a carpenter? Someone that
No,
went to school for welding, that they just
no, they would
I
go
can
to a
become
different
carpenter?
person and get a different contract.
With who? You don't think?
Again,
that
I don't
that
know
made out
all of
thousands
the
and thousands
context of every
welders?
market, but there would be other people in which would be producing things, right? It's not only in this area.
Do you realize that there was people that mortgaged everything they got to build a welding rig to go out and get these jobs, and then all of a sudden they're losing their houses and everything they own because of that?
I'm not disputing that exists, and I think there should be programs to ensure that people have stability in certain things like this. But I don't think that this is specifically going to be better if there's a Republican in office, man. I don't think that, right?
Well,
Right? I
how
don't think it's
about-
going to be overall better. How many jobs were created due to the renewable energy policies supported by the Biden administration? Under the context of Trump's administration, these people wouldn't have the same jobs. What about the people in the EPA? Trump tried to gut them of their jobs, of their benefits, so that they would want to leave. Okay, so like, what about all those people that are impacted in terms of their jobs? Where are they going to go? Right? You're never going to acknowledge it as it relates to Republicans and who they force out of work, but you're going to acknowledge it with Democrats. What about DeSantis, right, banning lab-grown meat? Right? That's a Republican banning particular things in the market because it supports some of his funders.
Well, see, here's the difference of, I guess, when you think I'm like the diehard Republican. I voted for Obama the second time, not the first time, but the second time I thought, okay, he did pretty good. Let's see what he's got the next 4 years. It's not that I'm Republican or Democrat. I can tell you right now, it's hard as hell to live right now. And when you're a contractor and you have everyone coming up to you saying, hey, I need more money, I need more money, I need more money. Well, I want to charge more money, but when I want to charge more money, no one wants to spend it.
I
But your
understand what you're
employees want
saying
more
there.
money.
I get what you're saying, but what you're doing is you're saying because it's worse off now, it means it's the president's fault. That's a correlation causation fallacy. It's not good
relating it
reasoning.
to 30 years of experience, that if I showed you 30 years of worth of taxes, you would see a fluctuation with Republican and Democrat in my office.
Okay.
You would
right?
see that. I
If
could
you
show
look
you
at
that
overall
in paper.
GDP growth and you compare Republicans and Democrats, there's a higher level of GDP growth with Democrats comparative to Republicans in the past modern presidencies. That doesn't mean Democrats caused the economy to be better. It just means under the context of a Democratic presidency, we saw higher levels of GDP growth. Do you
I guess
understand
that's
that
your
just
opinion.
because it is the case that these two things are associated doesn't mean that one caused the other? And as soon as you believe that, well, then you're going to say Trump's responsible for 14.7% unemployment. Trump's responsible for the hundreds of thousands of people that died from COVID under his administration, when we know those things weren't caused by Trump. They were caused by the particular disease, right? The pandemic. And you could say that he did things to influence that, which I would. Again, he didn't adopt usage of masks. He currently tried to downplay it as it relates to the entirety of the pandemic, and he admitted it to himself. But we're not going to say he's responsible for every death at that time. But under your view, the way that you determined the truth, we would.
No, I don't know. I don't agree with that.
Brian, think of the $5
Because
sandwich,
I'm
and that's
an
why I
open
think
mind
that
on
you use
that.
my way.
Do what?
And that's why I think that you use the same process of thinking that I use. You don't use the idea that if these two things are associated, that one caused the other one. You think about context. You think about what's likely to have caused this.
Well, I don't know. I guess you could say that yes and no for that, but it's hard when you're self-employed and you try to charge more for a job because the cost of everything goes up, and all you do is make less money, and you got to pay your employees more because you don't want to see them doing without, and it sucks, it really does. And I will tell you straight up, I had people from Mexico that used to work for me. we can't do it no more because, believe it or not, people, we still get checked for undocumented employees regularly. Like every 3 months, they check my books. And if I was to hire someone that come across the border, I would get a fine to this day. Whereas before, and you say it takes 5 to 7 years, I have 3 employees right now that within
Visas?
9 months,
Work
every
visas?
one of them got. Do what?
Work visas?
No. I got them in 9 months. I have them citizens of the U.S. in 9 months.
Oh, I'd have to see, but that's unlikely. It's extraordinarily unlikely. It's on average 5 to 7
Get a
years.
good lawyer, it gets done.
On average, it's 5 to 7 years.
A good lawyer and $5,000. Let me put it that way.
Okay, most people wouldn't have that money, and then also, no, right? On
No, but
average,
you
people
got-
pay more than
If
that.
you're an employer and you have someone that's worth investing into, you will invest into them.
Yeah. Okay, so it sounds more like a work visa.
No, they're here. They're here forever. They don't have to check back. They don't have to ever go back anymore. Now, when they came here, they were on a visa, but now they're full-time employees or full-time
Okay,
residents.
so how long have they been here on a visa?
The first one came 2 terms on his visa. The other 2, which was his brothers, they were 1 year.
You sponsored them?
I
You
did,
just sponsored them? Okay, well, that's the reason.
but I feel like they came across in the right manner too.
Sure, you could think that. Sins, thank you for the $20.24. Thank you so much for the early graduation gift. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Sins.
Can you educate me on how come if I fly to Mexico right now and I have to go through customs, but if I fly back, I still have to go through customs, and we have an open border?
Wait, what do you mean we don't have an open border?
We do have an open border. People just come right across that border. You don't think so?
No, we don't have an open border. We've removed 3.5 times as many people from the country than Trump's administration. We have border patrol, right? We have open ports of entry.
So I guess you're saying the news filming the people walking, swimming across is not true?
That's not what an open border is considered. Appreciate the confetti. Thank you.
Okay. And educate me that people that can just come across as willy-nilly as they want, how come I can't go back and forth without being checked?
Again, right? So in this scenario, you're not actually like disputing anything. Open border, using it in
No,
a
I'm
different
asking you to
context.
educate me.
Then no, yeah, I know. That's what I'm doing. That's not what an open border is used in typical context, right? You're just thinking, oh, because they can walk across, that means that there's an open border. No, what an open border would mean is there's no immigration policy, right? There's free flow of labor between areas.
Correct.
Okay, we don't have that.
So you're saying that people don't just come right across?
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that we have a legal process that removes people, right? We have a legal process that checks people in many scenarios, right? I'm not saying that there aren't certain scenarios in which people can walk across and they don't get checked, but we have a system in which restricts people and enforces an immigration process. That is true.
See, I have to highly disagree that you're telling me that there's
It's a fact of reality. You can't
You're telling me
disagree with
there's a
facts.
record of majority of the people that just come across.
Yeah.
So if that's the case, then why don't they release the amount of people that have come across?
Release?
That they have documented. Yeah, like
They do
inform
release the
me of
statistics.
the number.
They release the statistics. It takes a minute for them to release.
They've had almost 4 years now, 3 years.
They've released the first few years.
And you think that number is correct?
Yeah, like
I
I
have no
did
idea
under
what it
Trump's
is.
administration. I thought the numbers for immigration were correct under Trump's administration.
I have no ideas. I'm asking for education.
I'm not so partisan that I believe
arguing
that.
on it.
What's that?
I'm not arguing on it. I'm asking to be educated on it.
Yeah, like on what specifically?
Well, the numbers and stuff. Because I will tell you, I see people, I have seen the news and stuff, and I know the news is bullshit. Excuse my language. I know the news doesn't always put the true stuff out, but I see a lot of people just walking across.
Yeah, so like you're being told a narrative, right? What do you watch?
I don't watch any certain news because it just pisses me off, to be honest with you.
Yeah. So there's a few things you can look into. There's Pew Research, there's the Department of Homeland Security, and you can look up immigration statistics and you can find them there. Pew Research is great for finding immigration statistics. But again, it takes time for these types of things to come out and be submitted through things like that. Right. So that's what I would say.
All right.
As you can
Appreciate
look
the
these
time.
things up, but a lot of this information we're not going to have right away.
All right. Appreciate your time.
Yeah, for sure. Appreciate you coming up. All right, let's go to the next person. Everyone, only send a guest request if you think that you're going to vote for Trump in 2024. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App in the bio again. Sins, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Oh, let's get this next person up here real quick, everyone. All right. Well, Mike is that it's the HyperX Quadcast S. I got this a bit ago. All right, let's get this person up. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's up? I'm 25.
For sure. Are you going to vote for Trump in 2024?
I am.
Why is that?
I was not a huge Trump guy during the primary. I am a Republican. I was more Ron DeSantis, but kind of coalescing around the team. I am now voting for Trump because of obviously inflation. And I'm curious, specifically the national debt. And I'm curious, do you see the national debt as a problem?
Oh, yeah, sure. Trump added more to the national debt.
Right, and I'm not
about 8.2 trillion, whereas Biden is estimated to reach by 4 years about 7.9, I think.
So, if you're looking at, theoretically, the national debt isn't as important as inflation. You hear Republicans talk about the national debt a lot, and I think that that's kind of just an easier way to grasp around what inflation actually is,
Maggie,
right?
Thank you for the $1.26. The biggest issue with the debt is the lagging interest rate or interest payments. So like we have hundreds of billions of dollars in interest payments that restrict our ability to use that money towards other things that can benefit us.
The thing is, though, is how can the United States government be in debt to itself when it prints its own currency? And the answer to that question is if it's printing its own currency,
it's in debt to its own citizens.
But if
its citizens own these bonds, right, and they're a part of their savings,
right?
So most of our debt is owned domestically.
They pay interest to those citizens, correct? And obviously, they have to get that money somewhere, right? And if they don't have the money, they're going to print it, which is what they've been doing. And to be fair, I'm not going to say Trump's completely clean of this. Trump started printing money. Under his Fed. Under his Jerome Powell, started printing money,
He
money.
doesn't control Jerome Powell.
Well,
Powell
but he does control fiscal policy. So if he's
fiscal and monetary policy are separated.
Of course, but if you are spending money, if the government is spending money, that money obviously needs to come from somewhere. And if you do not have it, if you do not finance it through bonds, right, you have to print it. So what happened is under COVID, when we passed under Trump's first COVID stimulus package, right? I think that was like 2020, late 2020, kind of right before the election. Everyone got checks, right? The United States government did not have that money theoretically, and they printed it off. We started printing off more money than any time in American history, starting under Trump. But and I'm not going to say Trump's innocent, of course, of this, but the problem that I have with Biden is that he did nothing to try and reduce spending. And that's my big thing. If we want to stop inflation, if we want to slow inflation,
Darcy, think of the $5.
We gotta stop spending money. And you can argue, well, Trump doesn't have a proven track record of that, and I would say yes, but I trust Trump to get that done, as well as legislative Republicans.
Really, when he wants to do a payroll, he wants to get rid of the payroll tax. I wonder how we're going to fund that. He wants to increase spending on the military. I don't know how we're going to fund that. It seems like he was bringing up maybe cutting Medicare and Social Security.
Well,
right? Do you want to take away from people who are trying to retire?
Absolutely, I think not take
Absolutely.
away. Let me clarify. I jumped on that a little too quick, so I apologize for that. no, I don't think they should be taken away, but I definitely think Social Security definitely needs substantial reforms. And as a young person, just like I am, we're
What
not going to
parts?
see Social Security. What was that?
That's not necessarily true. What parts? Because I can agree that we need to have the funding process be more efficient, but the way in which we benefit people, how should we change that?
I mean, there's multiple different ways. My thing, and pretty mixed in terms of like conservative liberal. I think instead of the government having control of that, I think every individual person, it's going to sound a little weird, but back George Bush actually proposed it. I'm not a huge fan of George Bush, but he did propose a system where they basically automatically, every company automatically pulled money out of your paycheck. And instead of that getting paid to the government, it automatically went into your own 401k, right? So it was almost like you were forced to save for retirement. And some people may argue, well, should the government really force you to have to save for retirement? But instead of relying on Social Security and relying on the government and being reliant on the government, I think that if we require companies to automatically pull money out of everyone's payroll and automatically save it for them,
that's still doing the same process. So like what I'm just talking about is that the way in which we fund it, would be through the S&P, right? We take the money, we give each person around $7,000 to $10,000, right, when they're born, right? And by the time that they're 65 years old, that's over $1 million, right? With normal growth in the S&P 500. Okay.
Are you saying I guess the difference then is, is that money going to the government, or is that money?
Yeah, that money would go to the government to be distributed to people. Yeah, and you can dictate it through each person gets this level of 401k, right? But again, it sounds like then if you're just forcing people to save into their own retirement, it's again going to benefit richer people better, right? When the whole point of these policies is to ensure a baseline for people that might not have been able to save this money in the first place.
Right, but again, if you are
so it is redistributive, right?
Right, and that is obviously just I don't agree with that on a fundamental level. I don't believe in redistribution of wealth.
Really, right? So we'll ask a few questions, right? Do you think that there should be public school systems?
Sure.
That's redistribution of wealth. Do you think that there should be police? That's redistribution of wealth. Do you think there should be roads, firefighters, redistribution of wealth, military redistribution of wealth? Should there be Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security? These are all redistributive policies. Should we have child tax credits? Should we have food security programs, income security, unemployment insurance? All of these are what? Redistributive programs.
Sure, and that's totally fair. And yes, you are correct by a very general definition of what a redistribution program is. But again, that's also what your definition of and your belief as to, or at least your philosophy as to what the role the government plays in that, right? Like to my core belief system is that the government's only role really, I mean, besides providing those basic services that I think that most people can agree, even if you don't like high taxes, we can agree that paying some taxes is good, right? To pay, I mean, especially local taxes. And I'm more in favor of local taxes than federal government taxes. I think the local government is way more accountable to the people. So if you're taxing your local, like if your local leaders are taxing you, you can go to their door right away and go talk to them directly and say, hey, I don't think I should be taxed. And then you guys can talk about it. And you have elections every 2-4 years, and it's a lot more accountable. Except the federal government, which is just this giant over bloated system that you basically is a black hole for money. I mean, half the budget, you don't even know where that money's going to. I mean, whether that's going to the military.
So then we make it a process that they have to pass these audits. The point of having things federally is to ensure a baseline standard for all states. And this actually benefits less well-off states. If we did leave it up to local levels, that's just going to exacerbate income issues.
Mm-hmm. But I don't necessarily agree with that because
because like Beverly Hills, they're going to get extraordinarily funding. Appreciate the sunglasses. Thank you so much. What about the community? What about the community block? What about the community down the block that has a significantly lower average standard of living? How are they going to fund the same types of policies? Why do you think there's differences in the context of public school systems between Beverly Hills High School and between high schools in the random middle areas of Ohio or in Iowa or in Plenty
But
of
then
places
that
around
really
the
becomes the
U.S.
question: is what the role of government plays? Is the role of government to literally like to fill
To make
that
the
gap?
system
And
more fair.
obviously,
Yeah.
with your belief
Yeah.
system, it is right. I don't believe that. I think that every person, and I think the role of government really
No,
is
you
to
completely
protect us.
do. You just don't apply it as far as I do. That's it. I already showed that you do as it relates to public school, as it relates to infrastructure, as it relates to the context of police, as it relates to military. All of these things you think is a role of government to be able to provide baseline care for people. Otherwise, you'd leave them up to private militaries, private police forces, private road development, private everything. Okay, which you don't want. You want a baseline standard of care for everyone that everyone has access to, regardless of their current access to resources. That's what I'm advocating for. But I'm saying we should extend that to things like healthcare, right? Broader education, specialization of labor, right? Plenty of things, right? That they've already done in other countries that have worked.
Can I ask you, how much do you interact with the federal government every day?
I go to school that's funded by the government.
But I mean, are you, so I guess, I don't know if you want to answer this on TikTok. I don't know. Like, are you in high school? Are you in college? College? Okay.
Yeah.
Is it a public school, a private school? I'm assuming public.
A huge portion of the school is funded by the state government.
Right.
The state of California.
Exactly. Right. Okay. So again, how much does that, like, I mean, if the state pulled funding, that's one thing. But again, how much does that federal government funding? I mean, I guess unless you have student loans, I think that's one example.
I'm saying we're lacking on federal funding. The same types of benefits that I have here in California, I think should extend across the entire United States, right? Not in the same manner it is right now, but in a better manner, right? We could have free public universities that gives everyone access to a university that's 4 years, right, as a set of competition against the rest of the market. Right now, the market is extremely oversaturated, right, which means they can increase their prices without increasing their standard of care, right? So we need viable alternatives that people can go to, right? Free public universities. We could spend 1/10 of our military budget, right, and give everyone in America access to free public universities. 1/10 of our military budget. Okay.
You know, but I think that, but again, you could at least, could you see why someone doesn't see that as necessarily fair, in the sense that if you don't go to college, right, and that's totally valid. Like, I'm not saying you have to go to college.
Okay, well then I'm okay with funding programs for trade, right? I'm okay with funding programs for other specialization of labor. I don't only apply this to the context of free public universities, because I do acknowledge, right, that school isn't for everyone.
Right, and then when someone goes and majors in something that they are never going to get a job for after, you think that other people should have to pay for that? I personally,
we do that with high school right now.
Well,
right, like I might not use everything. I did specific equations in high school that I didn't use. I learned specific things in history in high school that I'm not using.
But do you think that you would be able to have a job, like, let's say, like, we're not talking like, we're talking like somewhat of a specialized job, right? We're not talking like very basic. We're not talking necessarily entry level, although you could probably consider it an entry level. Do you actually, honestly, take that back? Do you think that you could honestly have any job if you didn't go to high school at all? Like, I feel like you
could I have any job? Yeah. I could do this without going to high school. I mean, I could do this without going to high school, but going to high school absolutely helps me in doing this.
Right.
Same thing with college.
I also don't think that you really could be successful or as successful if you didn't go to high school, right?
I couldn't be as successful if I didn't go to college. I use a lot of what I learned in college here on in my job. A lot. Literally a lot of what I do.
But again, you're talking about a very specialized, like, first of all, an influencer, or if that's what you call yourself, which is fine, and that's totally valid.
That's the whole point, specializing labor so that you can use it later on. That's
right,
the whole
but
point.
there are so many other people that are not in your situation. You have to admit, your situation is a very fortunate situation. Not
Very
a lot of people
extremely
can
privileged,
be an influencer.
fortunate scenario that relied upon a heavy amount of luck. I'm not disputing that, but same thing would be related to other scenarios, right? I believe other people should have access to specialization that would be impactful, that would be beneficial. Right? A lot of the times we throw kids into scenarios they don't fully quite understand themselves, and when they don't figure it out, we blame them. Okay? So we could have more structure within our systems, right? To ensure that people can like choose effective majors that take into account how much money they're going to make, what they're interested in, things like that, right? But
Are you saying that there's majors that are wasted? That are
yeah,
wasted
absolutely.
students?
There are majors that people do not use that absolutely exists, right? We all
Do you think
know
we
a
should
person that
defund
has a
those? Do you think-
degree. Listen, we all know
you
a
think we
person.
should push
Can I please
universities
finish,
to
man?
defund those?
I'm being very nice to you.
Yeah,
right?
fair enough. Sorry.
Yeah. So we all know people, all right, that have degrees that they're not using right now. Right? That does exist. I'm not disputing the fact that that exists. That clearly is the case, right? But what I'm saying is that when people do go to college, right, they are more likely to be able to identify what's going to be beneficial for them. They're more likely to make more money long term. And for a lot of people, that is a route that they want to be able to go through, and sometimes can't go through because of the costs. Right? In this country, college used to be significantly less expensive. You could pay for college in a semester or two of labor. Okay? That was the norm. That was the average.
Right.
It is new for people to literally a decade after school still be strapped with student loan debt. That limits people from making families, from buying homes, from investing in their future, because they're stuck paying someone rather than investing in themselves, which holds back an entire generation of people.
So, do you feel like, what is your opinion then as to the cause of why the cost of college has exploded?
Right? Because, right, they don't have an incentive to make it better because it's oversaturated, right? With how many people want to go into this with a lack of competition. That's the issue. There needs to be more competition. That's why I advocate for free public universities. They help the market. They provide a baseline standard for everyone. That's the best part we could do here for everyone. That holds universities accountable.
So you're saying, I guess I'm just curious, could you clarify what you mean by lack of competition? Because from me, I mean, if you want to go, I mean, if you can't afford college, I mean, most people, and they really want to go to college, most people will take out student loans. Now, we can sit here and we can debate why, if that's right or wrong, and if someone should have to have student
That
loans.
also artificially pushes up the price. I'm not disputing that.
Doesn't that
right?
oversaturate it, though? That's what I'm.
That's a part of the process. In trying to ensure that we had a baseline standard of care, we oversaturated the market with demand. So this way that I'm advocating for here, right, brings more competition, right, and it establishes a baseline standard of care. So it gets exactly what we were looking for with these types of student loans, right, without strapping our future generations with debt that's going to restrict them from, starting families, buying houses, investing in businesses in their future.
I guess there's probably levels to this, but if you're saying right now it's already oversaturated, that sounds to me like you're saying there's already pretty heavy competition, right?
No, when
it's
I say
already
oversaturated, I was referencing in terms of demand. You're thinking
Right, but that
oversaturated in
means
terms of
if it's high
supply.
demand.
No, we have a lack of that, right? We have a lack of competitive action in the markets that is meant to reduce the pressure of prices going up.
So you're saying a lack of demand?
No, a lack of supply, lack of competition.
A lack of supply of college.
Yeah, a lack of supply of different types of competition, of different types of colleges and stuff like that, right?
Do you have data? Like, is that like something that I could look up?
This is theoretical, supply and demand.
I understand that, but if we have more, it seems to me that if someone wants to go to college, they'll get accepted to a college. I mean, whether that's a community college or whatever, it doesn't really matter. College is college. So my point is if you want to go to college, you could go to college. It doesn't seem to
strap
me like
yourself
there's
with
a
tens
lack
of thousands of dollars of debt.
But that doesn't have anything to do with the supply of the amount of colleges that there are.
Yes, that
has
does.
nothing to do with it.
Appreciate the festival. Thank you so much. Because if there is less competition in the market, they have a greater ability to increase prices. Because you're going to look for college anyway. And if you can't go anywhere else and no one else is putting a lower price than you, you can put the price at whatever the demand curve is going to be. And because we're artificially propping up the demand curve, right, the price is going to go up. They don't have to increase quality of care, yet they can still demand more from you.
Have you ever considered the aspect that maybe the federal government subsidizing student loans has drove a wedge in that free market that you were talking about earlier?
You're not listening to me,
That's one of
Nick.
the biggest reasons.
That it is a big reason. I just acknowledged that earlier, Nick. If you listened to me like what I was saying, you would have heard me say that, right? That it artificially props up the demand curve, right? Which increases prices. So in trying to establish a base standard of care for everyone, we artificially increase prices. Right? So what I'm saying is provide competition, decrease the prices through competition, and provide a baseline standard of care by providing free public universities.
I guess I'm a little, we can switch tracks more to Trump because I think this is a little off topic, but that being said, I mean, it is related, but it just seems to me like you're saying that there's competition already. There's heavy competition right now, or that there's a lack of supply. But I mean, even then, that would mean the competition is high, but you're saying there needs to be more competition. I just do not see that. I think with college right now, there's already so many people that want to go to college right now and want to do that. And you could say, well, yeah, there's not that much supply. But then again, the question becomes then, there are plenty, like if you want to go to college in this country, you can go to college. There is no lack of supply, right? And you don't have to go to college either. It doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, I explained it to you. I think you didn't listen, to be totally honest with you. Right? Again, right? You can go to college while strapping yourselves with extraordinary levels of debt, which reduces the likelihood of someone wanting to go into college if they don't have the financial resources to do so. Okay? Does that make sense? We want to establish that base standard of care so if they want to go, but they're financially restricted, they can still go, right? But then we also want to decrease prices by increasing competition because we lack competition right now. That's why they're able to increase prices to whatever the demand curve is without increasing quality.
But, for me, at least it doesn't, that demand curve is obviously not even, I mean, if you were to make it free, first of all, that is not going to make the market equilibrium at all. That's going to drive a wedge. I mean, any type of government intervention like that in the free market is always going to drive a wedge between the producer and supplier, right? I mean,
yeah, so less people are going to demand other types of colleges because more people are going to be demanding the free public universities. Does it make sense?
Well, yeah, that does make sense.
Yeah, so less demand for the same service means that they have to decrease prices to get more people to come. That's called competition.
And then you're saying the government pays those colleges?
Yeah, the government funds those colleges.
Where's the incentive for the college to do better, to provide a quality education if they're going to
in the regulations through the funding? If you don't meet these particular requirements, you get a lesser amount of funding.
And you believe the federal government's going to do a good job at enforcing that and making sure, or do you think it's going to wind up as to any other thing that they claim to regulate? Like, to me, I just don't have trust in government because government has never really been successful in anything it does, right? I mean,
it has been successful. You think police are good, right? Are police successful in some circumstances?
In some circumstances, yes.
Okay, so it is successful in at least some circumstances. So you're wrong.
But,
so then we need to identify when it's okay and when it's not okay.
If you're successful 10% of the time, I wouldn't claim that you're successful.
Well, then give me evidence to indicate it's 10% of the time.
I mean, that was obviously hypothetical.
A random conjecture-based point, yeah. You don't know what that number is. So then again, you have to quantify to me what particular aspects are bad. And tell me and give me reasons why they're bad.
Why government, I mean, I can give you, if you think about it, like, what is the government? Has anyone ever, called the government or, it doesn't really matter, about whatever agency, it doesn't matter. You have a problem with your benefits, you have a problem with Social Security, and that's ever been efficient? That's never been efficient.
For sure, thank you so much.
Is my point. Like, that whole type of thing, the government is not designed to run efficiently because it is inherently a monopoly.
Wait, monopolies aren't necessarily inefficient. Right? It's because of the
No,
power
I'm
that
not saying
monopolies
that.
get in
I'm not saying that all
markets
monopolies
that they're
are.
able
It's
to
just I'm saying
listen. It's because of the power that monopolies are able to typically get in the context of markets allows for them to take advantage of people. But there are monopolies of efficiency. Did you know that? Particular types of monopolies we
course.
allow and actually we prop up to exist because it leads to greater levels of social welfare for its constituents.
Yes, but I would even argue that the monopolies that we do, like if we're talking utilities or something, that those are actually not as efficient as they could be. Now, again, I'm not going to argue saying that those should be private or anything, or that there should be. I think that there's
That's not
different
even the
ways. But
example
again,
that I'm using.
the government, for instance, has to regulate utilities. That is a monopoly, and they already fail at that. Utilities just rate because this is a prime example.
Does every government around the world fail at this? No.
I can't judge that because I don't know any.
Wait, so is
other
this
governments around
okay? So
in that specific issue?
is there a single government around the world that does not fail?
I think every government is not like inherently fails if it overreaches at what it's supposed to do at its core duty, which at least the social contract aspect of things, where protection, life, liberty, property, right? Anything beyond that, I don't think it's very efficient. Again, it's a case by case basis, but again,
Efficient is just like you just don't like it. That's all you're saying. You're not actually giving a standard for efficiency. Other than I just don't like it.
It robs people of choices. It makes people reliant on something instead of allowing.
You're okay with that in some circumstances, right? You think it's okay to put people in prison. That robs people of choices. Like what?
Yes.
That should be run by the state, right?
You can't act like that one principle applies to everything, right?
I'm not saying it applies to everything, but what I'm saying is that you're saying it's a principle when it's not, okay? So then you have to give me a relevant difference as to why you don't apply it in these particular scenarios.
Okay,
You're not willing
that's
to meet
fair.
that particular standard.
That's fair.
You're acting like
I'm
you're on
not
some
as
moral high
versed
ground of
as,
some
like-
principle of, we always allow for free choice. No.
Well, I would argue that the principle, won't use that word, but at least my belief in what government's role is life, liberty, property. Those are the three things that really government's only responsible for. That's why we give up some of our rights
Roads?
for that.
What does that relate to that?
Yes, that is fair. That is fair. Roads is another example that I probably would accept, although I also think that there can be at least a mixed market on roads. I think there could be private roads. I think
Mixed
not
market
every
is still
situation
saying
always
that the government
interstates.
has a role there. And that wasn't
But I
in the
don't-
context of life, liberty, property.
Yes, but I think anything beyond life, liberty, property, there needs to be a very, very good reason and a very good point to why this is beneficial for society. I mean,
Yeah,
obviously
like
roads,
for
the
example,
interstate
people dying of
system-
healthcare, right? In the context of the United States, right? If we switch to a Medicare for all system, a Yale study indicated that we would save $450 billion a year and 68,000 American lives. Is that a good enough reason?
Well, I'm not going to speak to that because I am not very well versed in healthcare policy, and that's not really something that really affects me. And if we're talking about why I'm voting for Trump, to kind of circle back to the original point, to the original reason I'm here
Why
to
are you voting
debate-
for a proven sexual abuser, proven fraudster, election denier person who literally said he would date a 10-year-old in 10 years, person who put Supreme Court justice in office to restrict women's abortion rights, etc.?
there was a lot there. There's a lot there to unpack. The proven sexual abuser is kind of a funny thing because what does that mean? Because what is your logic behind proven sexual
He was
abuser?
held liable for sexual abuse in a
Held
civil
liable.
court.
Right.
Yeah, that's proven in a civil court.
That is not.
That is proven in a
Absolutely
civil
not.
court. Yeah, based upon preponderance of the evidence. That's the
Cool.
standard in which it's proven by.
What is
Preponderance
so
of the
when you
evidence,
say-
which means more likely than not. So a jury selected by his lawyer, right, indicated, right, that he unanimously indicated that he sexually abused E. Jean Carroll.
So, I love how you say that it was selected by his lawyer. It wasn't just selected by his lawyer. There's two lawyers.
Oh, I
that
wasn't
do
saying
that
it was
in
just,
Bordeaux
but he's a part of the
question.
process.
Right, but that's a very limited. That also civil trials are very.
If he
different,
says
whereas
no,
you
it doesn't
need
go
the
through. They
majority.
repick.
So that is. Say that again. Can you just repeat that again?
If that lawyer doesn't want this particular set of jurors, right, they can reselect. So they
I would
okayed
have
it.
to double check that on civil trials, but I do not believe that to be the case. I believe that each lawyer gets a certain amount of strikes. Each lawyer gets a certain amount of I don't know about saves, but they definitely get strikes. I could be wrong. Again, this is just my understanding of it. And then it goes back and forth. There's usually a limit. I know that's a fact for a criminal trial, but I guess it could be different for civil trial. But I also want to point out this. You also don't need a unanimous verdict from a civil trial. You only need a majority of jurors, right? So the other lawyer could easily...
Wait. To my knowledge, it was unanimous, though.
That could be true, but also where was it tried?
New York.
Okay, well, there you go. Again,
why else would they try it if it was committed in New York? Wait, dude, come on. You can't just say because it was... That's so fucking disingenuous. Because it was in New York, you're going to write it off. Get a fucking grip, dude.
I think that's 100% fair. You think that...
No, it's not. It is not fair. It is not fair because it was in New York. Just be like, oh, I'm not going to accept the jury.
I probably wouldn't accept. I think that any type of jury or any type of verdict like that's going to be fundamentally flawed because because everyone already has an opinion about Donald Trump, right? I mean, it's very hard to find someone in this country that does not know the name Donald Trump, right? And probably does not have an opinion on Donald Trump. Very, 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 very hard. I don't know how you do that. Jury. Now, that is a reality. I think that there definitely needs to be special circumstances for high profile cases like this. I think that's just in general. I think that.
Okay, so then here's my question. Yeah, if it was just some political move, how come he wasn't held liable for rape?
Was that in the same verdict?
Yeah. She claimed that he raped her. Right? Actually, the judge said it was rape in a colloquial sense. Okay. If it was just some political move, how come he wasn't held liable for rape rather than sexual abuse?
I think that as any lawyer knows that you're never going to be able to predict what a jury does and what a jury's deliberation is. I think that when it comes down to a lot of juries, a lot of the times it's less about the facts of the case and more about, first of all, it also matters about which type of evidence and things like that. Now, I have not personally read that case, so I don't know what type of evidence. So the difference between
whether it was considered sexual abuse or rape was the evidence? So you're saying there was sufficient evidence determined by a court that indicates that he sexually abused E. Jean Carroll?
I'm saying that they could have, and I don't know, they could have, and I would not be surprised if they admitted evidence that probably, or did not admit evidence that maybe could have helped Trump or hurt him, right? They either allowed it or didn't allow it, and maybe it shouldn't have been allowed. Again, I don't know because I have not read the case. That being said, I take... Like anything, any of those civil trials should always be taken with a grain of salt. And that is 100% just a standard, right? Because the burden of proof is very, very different in a civil trial than it is in a criminal trial. If it is a criminal trial, right? I mean, obviously, I'm not going to say every criminal trial is like 100% justified. There obviously is situations in which there's jury nullification and things. Or maybe like if we're talking about Rodney King, obviously the jury acquitted him. Or acquitted the police officers. I mean, again, wasn't in the trial, but sorry, I lost my train of thought here. But the criminal trial was, there's obviously a very large standard of proof for that. So I take a little bit more credence. I'm not saying that it's always blanket correct, right? But there is, beyond a reasonable doubt is very different than more likely than not. And that's my point. In a lot of other
so then here I'll ask you this question, right? Trump's more likely than not a sexual abuser, and you don't see that as an issue?
From what I've seen in the media, which I don't take with like a huge, on both sides, I look at both sides. It seems to me, and again, I haven't read the case, so I'm not trying to like hang my hat on this or anything. It just seems to me, in my opinion, that there is a lot of weird things about what E. Jean Carroll did. I mean, did you see the interviews that she did? What was the question I just
asked you? Nick, you're
I
not answering my
don't
questions.
personally believe, but that's the thing. Do I trust
Okay.
the jury to render? I am answering the question. Do I trust the jury to be able to say that it is even likely? And I don't. Like, I personally do not.
Why not?
And that's just the reality. I mean, I've explained. I don't take civil trials with much credence whatsoever because that's what they are.
Okay,
They're
so
civil.
if it is the case that someone is more likely than not a sexual abuser, would you want them teaching your child in school? Or is that not a good enough standard to fire them?
I mean, that's up to the school district. I mean, I don't.
Nick, I'm just
know.
asking
I
what your
personally
preferences would be.
probably
Would you
wouldn't want that.
would you want them fired? They've been held liable by a jury unanimously, right, for sexual abuse. Would you want them taking care of your children in school?
No, but I think that Donald
No?
Trump's a very different person than some average person. 100%. Again, because you're talking
okay.
about someone that already had. You
So
think the jury? could
here's my
render a fair
question:
verdict?
why is it a good enough standard to be concerned as it relates to the context of public school, but not with the president?
Because I don't believe that he was more likely than not, and I don't care about what the jury said, quite frankly. because,
Okay,
again, it's
but
a
you do
civil
care about what the
trial,
jury
and
says
they
with the
don't-
public school
evidence is
scenario?
very-
So
What
you
was
do
that?
care about what the jury says with the public school scenario, though.
If it was, I mean, if you're talking about if Donald Trump was teaching my kids, I personally wouldn't care in this situation. Now, if you're talking about some random person I don't know,
Yeah, but you
then
trust the jury.
I
then.
would not want that.
Wait,
right?
why do you think the jury was okay then, as it relates to the public school scenario?
Because Donald Trump was the president of the United States versus
I'm
some
not
rando
asking
person
about
that
the
I have
Donald
no
Trump
idea
scenario.
who it
I
is.
asked you specifically about the public school scenario that does not include Donald Trump. Would you like to respond to that, please?
Yes, and I already said no, I wouldn't. But again, those are not the same thing.
So why? Because the evidence justified by the court is good enough of a reason for you to be like, oh,
Right.
I think this is an issue. And what you're doing is you're special pleading as it relates to Trump. And you're saying, oh, this standard doesn't apply to Trump because he's different. Now, what's the relevant difference?
that he was president of the United States and everyone already knew he is. Why do you think jurors
So?
are asked?
Wait. How is that a relevant difference?
Because do you understand why juries are asked?
How is that a
beforehand if
relevant
they
difference
know
for
the
how you're
person on
concerned
trial?
about his
If they
behavior?
know- Because if you know the person, if you have an opinion on the person, you probably can't come up with an unbiased opinion, which is why in every single jury trial, every
so if
single
none of the
criminal trial,
opinions
every
were
single
wait, if
civil
all of
trial-
the opinions were biased politically, how come he was not held liable for grape?
I'm saying you can't put any. I can't answer that question because you don't know what a jury.
Because that
You know, a
indicates
jury
that it's
could have
unlikely
easily-
it was bias. Because
I
if it was biased, they would have given him the highest charge they possibly could.
That is 100% not any type of proof whatsoever. It is all speculation.
That is
Again,
exactly
because
what you'd
do
like.
not
You're
know what
speculating.
went on in the
You're the
jury
one
room.
speculating that he didn't do these things when all the evidence is indicating that it's more likely than not that he did.
So, I mean, I just struggle to understand why it is all right to trust a jury, right? That if you had jurors, let's just talk and not talk like if you had a jurors, right, in a civil trial, right? And they knew who the person was. Like, let's just take Johnny. Well, that's a very high profile case. So that's kind of more similar to Trump. But if you take just any random person and you have a civil trial, two people suing each other, let's just say it's a landlord suing someone else, right? And that jury knew that landlord. He was maybe a very prominent person in that area, right? Maybe he owned a lot of homes. Maybe those jurors didn't like that landlord. Maybe they heard about him, right? Maybe they heard that he was
Likely wouldn't be a unanimous decision. You see what I mean?
Huh.
Nick, that doesn't make any sense. It wouldn't be unanimous.
I think that I think that if you look at any type of, do you think
Jessica, thank you for the $15 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Jessica.
Do you think
I really
Kyle
appreciate it. Thank you,
Rittenhouse's
Jessica.
verdict-
W Jessica in the comment section. What's up?
This is unrelated, but I guess it's kind of related. Do you think Kyle Rittenhouse's verdict was fair? Do you think that's accurate?
Do I think it was fair? Sure, yeah.
So you think that he's innocent?
That's what the law indicated, yeah. Do I think that he should have been there with a gun provoking people? No, but under the law, he's innocent.
Okay. I guess that's more of a criminal trial than it is a civil trial, so it doesn't exactly relate, right?
Mm-hmm.
And there obviously the standard of evidence is very different.
What do you think?
I mean, didn't study that trial. I didn't really follow it that often, but I think that I trust the jury in that aspect because it was a criminal trial, right? But again, we're talking about a civil trial.
Was OJ guilty?
President of the United States. It's just very, very different.
Was OJ guilty?
You don't see that. What?
Was OJ guilty?
I mean, probably. I mean, I don't.
Well, he wasn't held. Well, he wasn't. He wasn't found guilty in a criminal court, but he was held liable in a civil court. Why do you trust the civil court's determination?
I don't base my reasoning off the civil court. I base it off of a book that he wrote. Said if I did it, I mean, there was a lot of indications that he did it, right? And there was a lot of.
How about this?
Again, that actually kind of shows my point.
Nick, how about we base it on this then, right? Trump said he wouldn't have sexually abused E. Jean Carroll, the person he was held liable for sexually abusing, because she's quote-unquote not his type. But then in a deposition, mistook E. Jean Carroll, the person he was held liable for sexually abusing, for his ex-wife. So he claims that she's not his type, but then looks similar enough to his ex-wife that he's going to mistake the two?
Sorry, can you say that again? I apologize. My dog.
Yeah. Trump specifically said that he would not have sexually abused E. Jean Carroll, the person he was held liable for sexually abusing, because she's quote-unquote not his type. But then in a deposition, mistook E. Jean Carroll, the person he was held liable for sexually abusing, for his ex-wife, right? So how does she not his type, but she also looks similar enough to his ex-wife that he's going to mistake the two?
I don't even, again, you're looking at you're looking at very none of this reasoning would ever be permitted even in a court, right? And I mean, if we're talking about, this isn't a court, but.
Oh, what did the court determine? You want to go back to what the court would determine?
Well, I mean, civil trial, admission of evidence is very different, but if we're talking criminal trial, none of this would, I mean, it's all speculation. It's all circumstantial evidence.
I'm giving you a reason to believe this is likely. Is that not a clear thing? Likely is just not big enough reason for me. I just, likely and is the only reason. The reason you would have is that something is more likely than something else. That is the reason. Again, did you see any of let me ask you this. Did you see any of the interviews with E. Jean Carroll bragging about how she would spend the money? I mean, even Rachel Maddow was like, what are you doing? Get her off the screen because she's just making a fool out of herself. Talking about how she was going to buy everyone everything. Didn't seem to me like it was someone traumatized by sexual abuse. It sounded to me like someone that was just trying to get money, which was clearly the case. She was donating it, one. Listen, she's donating it, by the way. She's donating it, one. Two, as it relates to this, as it relates to this, are you saying that people who are sexual abuse victims can't ever be happy in their lives? No, absolutely not. Oh, okay. So then what does this indicate? It indicates that she was bragging about going after Trump, getting millions of dollars for it. I don't know. Maybe it was probably, what was it, hundreds of millions of dollars? Yeah, so that she can donate to people who are running a fund to abuse victims of Trump. I'm sure that will happen. Yeah. I would believe it when I see it. So you're going to do all this research into these interviews specifically relating to E. Jean Carroll, but none of these did you look at any of the information of the case to see whether Trump was guilty. You looked for evidence to find E. Jean Carroll guilty, but you didn't look for evidence to say the otherwise. Appreciate the super power. Thank you so much. That shows me your confirmation bias. Gunnar, I appreciate the super power. Thank you so much. Do you not see it? No, I see what you are saying. However, I would say that it's just not, to me, if I'm looking at whether or not that was a fair case to me, whether or not she is credible, I think that all of that stuff matters, right? I mean, that's all stuff that should be questioned, right? About her and about everything, right? And I think it's not wrong to even question. So you look at all those things that should be questioned, but what about the evidence of the case? What about the jury's determination? What about any of the things that should be questioned as it relates to Trump doing things? And again, you're willing to question the victim, but you're not willing to question the supposed abuser. Actually, proven abuser. No, I was actually, before you had kind of
interrupted me there. I was about to say I think that Trump should be questioned on it just as much as she should be, right?
Well, you didn't do that. You didn't do that. You went and looked for interviews relating to E. Jean Carroll, but you didn't look for any information relating to the case that Trump did something wrong. I just showed that.
I didn't go and look for that. I had recently seen it because, quite frankly, this is not something that's on the top of my mind and something that I don't necessarily, because quite frankly, if we're just talking about American presidents in general, we're not talking about the most upstanding citizens here, and we're not talking about people that love following
I never
the
said
law
you did it
and are
intentional,
great
Nick.
moral human beings.
It's subconscious.
Right? Can you say that again?
I never said you did it intentional. It seems subconscious. That's what I'm saying.
What I am saying, that this whole E. Jean Carroll argument is like, I really don't focus on it. I did not go, and I did say that in the beginning. I never really looked into the case because I really don't care about it. And to me, it seems like it would be very tough.
Oh, you looked enough into those interviews about E. Jean Carroll, though.
With a former president, right? I just think it would be very tough to have a fair trial, right? Because everyone already has an opinion. When you look for jurors, you look for people, like there's a reason they cut out jurors that know the defendant.
You're quick to deny.
Predetermined opinion on the.
You have a predetermined opinion. You're projecting your predetermined opinion for them. No, I don't. I looked at the evidence.
Oh, all right.
Nick, I used to be a Trump supporter.
I don't know. I can't say that that's.
Nick, I used to be a Trump supporter.
Well, how long ago was that?
It was years ago at this point. It's been years.
2016?
Right? Yeah, it was 2016, 2017 time.
For me, I mean, I look at it as just, I mean, obviously we could probably both agree here, before I do have to hop off, that we probably don't think that these two options that we have right here are the best, right? I've explained that I was not a supporter of Trump in the primary. I hope to see younger candidates, right? And I hope to see younger candidates from generation, like from our generation.
We need a democracy to do that. We need a functioning one where there aren't tens of millions of people that believe in election lies with no sufficient evidence. Sounds like we need that in order for there to be change in this country. Sounds like we need that in order to ensure that there are younger people that are able to do this.
Do you think that, would you concede? Now, I'm going to say this very carefully because I do not believe there was outright election fraud, right? But do you see that there were some, like, with, for instance, COVID, the rules were changed. We can talk about why, if that was justified or not, but the fact of the matter is that in a lot of states, rules were changed, made special exceptions to absentee vote. Democrats already had the ground game infrastructure apparatus to be able to ballot chase, in some cases ballot harvest, where states where it's legal to ballot harvest, but at least ballot chase. That obviously caught Republicans off guard. I'm not saying that that's not legal and that's just taking advantage of the rules, but
do you agree Biden won?
Yes.
Okay. So the only point that's relevant is Republicans have no sufficient evidence to indicate that they won the election. Yet tens of millions of Republicans believe this. Not all Republicans. There are plenty of Republicans out there, a lot of Republicans out there, that completely and fundamentally disagree with this. And some of those Republicans are actually voting for Biden. Yeah, they're voting for Biden, not because they like Biden's policy, but because they care about this democracy.
You know, from the people I have talked to that are in that camp, I don't see them voting for Biden. I see them voting, writing someone in. Like Paul Ryan recently came. I'm from Wisconsin, so obviously being bombarded.
You might see some of them doing that, but I mean, we all know that's not like actually going to do anything. It's one or the other. That's how our politics work. I disagree with that. I think we should have ranked choice voting. Right? I actually agree with ranked choice voting.
Have you looked at? There's something. Have you heard of Final Five voting?
No, I have not.
You should look into Final Five voting. It's something that was proposed by Republicans in Wisconsin. That is a mixture of both ranked choice voting and an open primary. Basically, what would happen is everyone would run on the same primary, and then the top 5 vote getters would go on to the general, and then instead of having to rank 50 candidates, you only have to rank 5. But at least you have a primary, and there's no partisan.
But it's still ranked choice with 5?
Yes, I'm saying it is ranked choice.
I'm down with that.
It's an open primary with ranked choice voting. It's
that sounds good to me.
Primary is not ranked, but the general is, if that makes sense. Because if you have like 50 people running in the primary, you would only like just the top 5 vote getters, just raw vote totals go on to the general. And then it's easier for people to rank people because it's like very, slimmed down. At least there is some
that is an issue with some of these things, is that people don't want to rank 20, 30 candidates. So, I mean, I don't really dispute that. I think that having more than 2 choices is necessary. I think having less than 7 choices is also necessary, right? Like, we don't want fucking 20 people we got to prefer to the other one. I'm not going to want to fill that out. No one does.
Right. Yeah.
But like 5 to 7 is a legitimate preferential thing to do. But
yeah, so that's something that's being, actually Alaska adopted that model. But what I was going to say,
doesn't sound bad to me at all.
You should look into the infrastructure here in Wisconsin. I think it's very, from the ground here, looking at what the election's like, I think it's very unlikely, quite frankly, Trump wins Wisconsin. Just looking from, the Republican apparatus here, I think Democrats are just too good at getting out the vote. And at the end of the day, we can debate issues and what's right and wrong, but all that matters, and the only thing that's going to change is get out the vote. And as a Republican here, I'll say, if you are a Republican in this live stream, vote early. I know that Trump doesn't like it, but and his supporters. Trump doesn't really say much about it this year, but vote early and get your vote in beforehand. And the Democrats will already be doing that. So you got to be able to do it, and we got to be able to compete. But I'm not saying, I guess to go back to my earlier question, there was a lot of censoring going on social media in the election, right? Of conservatives. Now we can debate whether that's disinformation or they were censoring accurately. I don't personally, from a free speech perspective, think they should really be censoring any of that, right? Because I think that good information always cancels out the bad information. And quite frankly, this is the United States of America. We have the First Amendment.
It doesn't always do that, but it can more likely, sure. But I don't agree.
It should.
Full, but sure. I mean, in most scenarios, right?
And the other thing is like, one of the things that really irks me is the Hunter Biden laptop story, which we know is true now, right? That was like blatantly lied to us by a lot of intelligence officials, right? Like, they all signed that document to say, and then took that argument away from Trump. I don't know if that would have changed the results of the election, but that doesn't indicate like a completely fair election in that sense, right? That there isn't free of interference, especially from the bureaucracy, right? You're talking about unelected bureaucrats signing a document saying that this story is fake, which it is hallmarks of Russian disinformation, which turned out to be 100% false, right? And eventually verified by the FBI right after the election. That seems to me like I can see from the sense of a Republican being very frustrated about the fact that our federal government.
Nick, I'm trying to run a debate platform here, man. I don't mean to cut you off. I think you kind of are monologuing at this point.
Oh, I was just curious if you thought that was in that sense that the election was fair. And I have to get off anyway.
Yeah. I still think that the election was fair regardless of this. Hunter wasn't running.
What do you think? Do you think that was fair for them to do? Do you think that it was right that they signed that document?
Right, that they signed a document restricting people from being able to see this information?
Well, that it didn't. I mean, that had that was like a byproduct of it, right? Like, it didn't. They had no enforcement, but Twitter, as a result of that document, did censor people, right? So my
it
question
doesn't sound like that was intentful, but like, would I want Twitter to? No, I mean, unless if it's pertinent to people, obviously I don't want them to restrict information like that. But again, I don't see how this would mean that there wasn't a fair election. You know what I mean? Like, that just doesn't make any sense to me. Plus, there was information about it, like lying about like what specifically was in there, right? So there's a lot of disinformation about it, but.
I just see like that is just one example of how it seemed like the deep state, so to speak, which you have to be careful with that term too, because that can get overblown. But I'm just talking about unelected bureaucrat.
Okay. Shrimp, I appreciate the gem gun. Thank you so much.
The unelected bureaucrats did try and interfere, which obviously if you're an unelected bureaucrat, that is something that you should not be doing. But regardless, to me, it seems like in that sense is almost like let me put it this way, the odds were stacked against Trump. And that's what it felt like. And from Republicans, that is the frustration, right? Is that it did feel like these forces that weren't really accountable to the people.
Wait, you could say the same thing with 2016 and Democrats as it relates to the Electoral College.
Can you expand?
Yeah, Democrats thought that wasn't representative of what the people. Right? They felt like it didn't make sense. Appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. Does that justify them believing that Trump wasn't a rightful president or that 2016 wasn't fair?
I think a lot of Democrats did kind of act like the
I asked if it was.
wasn't
I
fair.
didn't ask if Democrats did that. I asked you if it was justified.
No, well, I know because that's not the system that we have.
Okay,
right?
well then
that's
we
a
agree.
constitutional principle.
Well, there you go. Right? You just ran right into the point. Right? It's not okay. It's not. Don't vote for people that are undermining our democratic elections, right? Because that removes our ability to progress in this country. That removes our ability to change and hold these politicians accountable, which we're already lacking in this country right now. Okay.
I don't really see the comparison between what I had just said about bureaucrats kind of stacking the odds against Trump as to the Electoral College. I think those are two very different things. The Electoral College is also something that is in our Constitution. Like, that is the way our founders set it up, right? Like, that's not something that can easily change. That is the reality, right? Bureaucrats?
Yeah.
Like our founding fathers are bureaucrats?
Yeah.
I would heavily disagree with that, considering the fact that the delegates of the convention.
What's your definition of a bureaucrat?
By the state. Someone that is appointed by, appointed by someone, right?
Wait, appointed by someone?
I mean, that is typically how bureaucrats do get their job, is to be appointed by someone, right? Whether that is
one, you could say the Electoral College votes, right? Those are all people appointed. Two, if you want to talk about them specifically, they were appointed by our system.
But that's less so of that's like calling congressmen bureaucrats, because those electoral
that's
college
typically how people would refer to it. But okay, if what you mean is just like people appointed outside of that context, pretty sure the mayor actually.
Where there's no election that takes place that determines that person's job.
Okay, so if you just mean like no election that takes place to determine that, okay, well then that's going to be a different definition of bureaucrat than we typically go off of.
Well, that is in my sense of the word. I mean, what's your definition of bureaucrat then?
They would just be government employee.
Well, I mean, a congressperson is a government employee, and you wouldn't call him a bureaucrat.
Or here, let me clarify. In politics, government employee in politics.
But again, that still covers Congress people.
Yeah, and I would call Congress people bureaucrats, but I don't know.
I don't.
If what you mean is just an unelected government employee,
sure.
Well, then are some janitors bureaucrats?
I mean, yes, theoretically, but that's not who we're talking about here. We're talking about bureaucrats with power, right? Like, we're talking about like.
Okay, but like, I mean, I think it would make more sense to call a politician a bureaucrat, but I mean, this is just how we're defining terms. But yeah, is there anything else you want to go over?
No,
before I go on to the
that's
next person?
fine. Hey, thanks for chatting with me. It was a good conversation.
Appreciate it. Appreciate it.
Have a good rest of your day.
All right, let's go on to the next person. Everyone, only send a guest request if you will vote for Trump in 2024. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App in the bio, everyone. That is the best place to support me. Let's get on to the next person. Shrimp, thank you so much for the Knights helmet. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, man, I'm 26.
Yeah, do you think that that you're going to vote for Trump in 2024?
I do think so. I want to say we've spoken before. I just want to say I'm glad to see you're doing well, man. It's good to hear from you again.
Appreciate the sunglasses. Thank you so much. Should we talk about this topic?
No, it was a while ago, but I love your stream.
Appreciate the crystal shoe. Thank you so much.
I'm actually popping in to try to get educated a little bit. I do find myself, leaning towards a vote for Trump in this upcoming election. And I feel like I'm almost a slave to propaganda. I'm so lost. But I've just been really unhappy economically. Like, I've seen myself making great strides in what I'm doing, in the American economy. But no matter what I do, it all just seems so far out of reach anyway. And I feel like the economy was better and for economic reasons and financial reasons, I find myself leaning towards a Republican vote upcoming.
So yeah, you could say that you felt like the economy was better, but that doesn't mean it was caused by Republicans or that the bad conditions now are caused by Democrats. So like, what reason would you have to say that that was caused by Democrats? Appreciate the cat. Thank you.
Over and over again, I've seen these inflation hikes happening, which have been really displeasing. I've wanted to make investments. I've wanted to, do some stuff with business. I've wanted to do some business loans. But this entire past 4 years, namely this last year, it's just been physically impossible to even think about doing interest on anything as an individual or a small business owner.
Oh yeah, because that's the Fed though. That's not the president. The Fed influences the increase in interest rates.
It's still this, what's the phrase? It's this organization, no?
No, it has nothing to do with the president. The president,
Really?
yeah, Joe Biden did not appoint the chairman at the Fed, Jerome Powell. Jerome Powell was still in office under Trump's administration.
Well, what do you propose moving forward could be done to look for a better economy?
So that's just we have to get out of this inflation, right? Which is what the Fed is trying to do right now through the context of interest rates. Right. But like this isn't going to be done by just saying, oh, Trump goes back in office. Right. Because before, when Trump was in office, this didn't exist. I mean, that's a terrible reason. That's a correlation causation fallacy.
But I did want to bring it up.
No. I understand your point. I see this with as like a common point that people bring up, common reason that people use. But I think it's a reason that misunderstands how things operate, because under this way, we would be saying that Trump was responsible for 14.7% unemployment when we know that was COVID, right? Right. We know there are outside reasons that cause these things. It's not just because it is the case that these things are associated that one caused the other. And Donovan, thank you for the $15 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Donovan. I really appreciate it, Donovan.
Well, just to close out, because again, I appreciate you. I love what you're doing. You're great. With all that in mind, I wanted to give the perspective as well, as I am an American citizen. I'm a voter, and I'm subject to these influences and these sways as I want to vote, and I want to actually be intentional and not just a kind of a slave to the machine of like, I don't like that guy, so I'm going to vote for that guy. But it just really seems pointless and moot. And that makes me.
Is it pointless when millions of people around this country have restricted access to abortion? Is it pointless when Trump's tax policy took money from people who need it and gave it to rich people by decreasing after-tax income for the middle class and for the lowest quintile, while increasing it for the top 1%, top 0.1%, and the highest quintile? Right? I don't think these things are like marginal or small. I think these things are important, let alone healthcare as it relates to the ACA, let alone environment as it relates to the context of climate change. Trump doesn't even believe in human-caused climate change. Right? There are so many things I could point to that are distinct between Trump and Biden that are really important and pertinent issues. And although I think that Biden's not a good alternative, I don't like Biden, he's clearly better than Trump. And that's my point.
It's a lot of that. I don't like Biden, and it's a lot of the fact that we didn't like Trump. I didn't like Trump. I was coaxed into giving my vote to Biden. I wasn't going to vote in the last election. I didn't care, but I was convinced to vote for Biden just because not Trump. And now it's like, oh gosh, not Biden. But just last thing, I do want to say, in this big minutia, in this big just menagerie of just chaos, where do you think I could look to actually be well influenced, to actually be well educated, and make an intentional educated decision on how I should vote coming this next November?
Depends on what information you're looking for. Obviously, having conversations like this is very important, but also fact checking those things, whether it relates to media. Typically, I'll look for like AP News or like Reuters or particular sources like that, right? Or if you want to look for like studies and stuff like that, you go to Google Scholar, look up things that way, look for peer-reviewed articles, right? There's actually even resources in the context of my bio, right? Set up by my friend Matt, who's a librarian, who has like better access to like data and resources, right? And there's stuff about the Trump trials and stuff that we're adding and the Trump information. So you could always look there. There's like a few things you could do.
Yeah, and thanks so much. It's good to hear you again.
Of course, man. Appreciate you coming up.
Great.
All right, let's go to the next person. Everyone only send a guest request if you think that you will vote for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. All right. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
31.
Yeah, are you going to vote for Trump in 2024?
Man, I was just wanting to pick your brain on something. I can't vote. I got in trouble with the law, so I'm just an observer at this point.
Okay, I'll let you ask one thing, and then I am going to go into the next person because I actually do look for people who are related to the topic. But yeah, go for it. You can ask one thing.
Okay, I understand. I'm afraid, man, that if Biden does win, that MAGA will get very, very violent to the point where they are putting up arms. That's what I'm worried about. And I wish neither one of these candidates were running.
Well, sure. Let's say that this is true. What would happen if Trump won, right? And what would happen in the future, right? Would this become worse of a problem, right? Could it happen in future elections with candidates like that? So, like, I mean, there's always this threat of possible violence from the other side.
Right. I understand that.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, I'm just worried, man, for our country. You know what I mean? It's a scary time to be living in right now. I just wish we could find unity somewhere in some candidate. You know what I mean?
Yep, I understand you there. Definitely get you there. But yeah, no, I appreciate you coming up, man.
All right, thank you, buddy.
Thank you so much. All right, let's go to the next person. Everyone, only send a guest request if you are going to vote for Trump in 2024. We're just looking for some debates, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
45.
Do you think you're going to vote for Trump in 2024?
Yeah, I think I am.
And why is that?
Well, for several reasons. I mean, I don't know where to begin, but I was listening to you a little earlier about this civil suit. You're saying that you think he's liable for basically raping that woman, right?
Yeah, he was held liable for sexual abuse by a jury of his peers unanimously.
So my question is, okay, this woman says this happened in 1996, right?
I'm pretty sure that is the year. All right, or it's something similar to that.
1996. That's over like 20 years ago. So my question is what evidence is there?
Almost 30, but
yeah, whatever. You know, I mean, you mean to tell me all of a sudden this person just comes out? There's what physical evidence, witnesses?
She's came out before this. She's came out before this.
Yeah, in 2019.
Okay,
Before
but there are
that,
plenty
she
of
never
people that
said
have come out
anything.
about Trump prior to the context of this time period. And then also, as it relates to this, that doesn't matter, right? Even if it is the case that they come out at this particular time period, right? That doesn't change whether or not this particularly occurred. So give me any reason to believe that he's like not liable because it is the case that she came out later on. Like, I just don't see that as a good argument at all.
I think it's a great argument. I mean, I think, you're talking about a huge timeline here. Right during the time when this dude's president too, and he's going to run to be president again. You don't think that there's a slight possibility that this woman is being paid or told to say
if
these
that's true,
things?
if that's true, well then how come it went through the context of the court system?
Well, because the courts are corrupted.
Okay, so then give me evidence to believe this.
I mean, what did you think Trump meant with
Give me
the
evidence to
swamp?
believe this particularly is corrupt.
It's obvious. It's
And what's the
obvious.
evidence?
The timing. I mean, really, you think a woman that's going to get raped by a billionaire is going to wait that long and suddenly just say, "Oh, by the way, Trump raped
in some
me
circumstances
30
that does
years ago."
happen. Yes, in some circumstances that does happen. For you to
But there's
dispute this
no
happening
evidence
just based
besides
upon
what this
there
woman
was
is saying.
evidence. No, there was evidence.
What
right?
evidence?
Yeah.
What
So there
evidence?
was there was a dress. Right. Two, there was particularly friends that were able to corroborate the story at that particular time that both of them were indicated happened. Right. So we can point to plenty of things.
Was there DNA?
Yeah,
Was there
there was
semen,
DNA, but Trump didn't submit in the DNA until after it was not allowed.
I mean,
so if he didn't commit this crime, then why didn't he submit his DNA earlier, which would have exonerated him?
Because he probably didn't feel like he needed to.
Well, it was in the context. Wouldn't you want to acquit yourself?
Not when somebody's trying to accuse me of something that happened in 1996.
If it didn't happen, then you just give your DNA, right? And you disprove it right away.
Because you know how many women have falsely accused men of rape that actually
It's unlikely.
served time?
It's unlikely. It's unlikely.
Do you know
do you think
women?
what is the probability of women who falsely accuse comparative to who are actually truthfully claiming?
Yeah, there's a lot of there's women
it's a very small percent. It is a very small percent that are
huge.
faking. Okay, so for you to particularly look at this, right, and for you to assign that they're faking when it's less likely that they would be faking, right, I think is ridiculous.
The timeline of when this woman is coming out saying it. Why didn't she say it before Trump ran for president?
There are plenty of women that have done it before.
Why didn't you say it in 2012 or 2015?
There are plenty.
or-
Hold up, listen. There are plenty of women that have come out right before, this.
Well, of course, the guy's a billionaire. Any woman's going to come out and say that the dude's got money up his ass. Now, if she tried to say that I did, what is she going to get out of it, right? So you got to look at it like this. You have some random person who's randomly saying that Donald Trump raped her without any DNA.
Not random. There are pictures. Wait. There are pictures, and wait. He could have submitted his DNA and acquitted himself, but he didn't do so in time.
Okay, and when was he asked to give DNA?
During the process. I mean, I don't know the exact dates on it. I just know that in the process there was a particular set time for him to give his DNA, and he didn't do it until after.
When he was after he was accused of it.
This was in the context of the court system. Yeah.
Then they asked him for a DNA.
Appreciate the paper crane. Thank you.
And she's been holding on to this dress since 1996.
Yes, many victims do this.
Many victims hang on to a dress for 30 years just in case they decide.
Yes, if it's associated with the event.
I've never heard
or
of
have
that.
particular things. Yeah, that does happen. For you to deny this is so crazy, dude.
It's not crazy. I think it's crazy that somebody's going to hang on to a dress and just wait and be like, one
if they
day
were
I'm
victimized, are you kidding me? Right? How can you say that how a victim should have acted in this scenario?
You know what? If she would have came out before Trump said he was going to run for president or during his presidency, then maybe I'd have a chance of believing that. But I just find it very coincidental.
He did. Wait, she did. She did. In 2019, that was during his presidency.
Yeah, during his presidency. I would believe her if she would have came out and said it before he said he was going to run for president. Or
Wait. So just because she came out after does not change whether or not it occurred. You were actually.
It does. The guy is being
your only point is
attacked.
that seriously your only point? Your only point is that she took a while to come out about her story. Well, I know multiple people. Listen, stop talking. Stop talking. I know multiple people in my life that have taken a long time to come out about their stories of them being abused. You don't tell me that it didn't happen to them because they took a while for it to come out, right? The story. Like, please get a grip, dude. We know. Is there anyone you know that this has happened to?
Yeah.
Yeah. So then why are you using this as a method? Stop. Why are you using this as a method to discount a story of someone when people this is true for? Are you discounting their stories as well? Would you tell them to their face that they are wrong because they didn't want to come out about something in which is extremely traumatic for them? Okay?
Because
how dare you sit there and say that about people you fucking care about? Seriously.
All right, chill out, Parker. We're not talking
this is
about
not
some
something to fuck around with. These are people's abuse stories. Okay.
Yeah.
This is people being negatively impacted.
I'm sure
if you can't empathize with that, if you can't see that, well, then you're just as manipulated, right, as Trump is.
No, it's because I've been told that he was a Russian spy or Russian collusion, and nothing happened.
I don't believe that.
Right?
I never believed that. I never said anything like that. Okay.
I know. But
I'm
that's
specifically giving you reason. I'm giving you evidence.
Appreciate the hand. Parker, but that's the fucking shit that we were fed down our throat for 7-8 months and wasted our tax-paying dollars for nothing.
Trump wasted your taxpayer dollars on doing golf trips.
Yeah, they did. And then they tried to impeach him because he was investigating the Biden family.
They tried to impeach Biden.
Well, of course, yeah, but dude, Hunter Biden was tied with Ukraine. The guy's
and Donald Trump. Wait, and Donald Trump. I appreciate the look around. Thank you so much. Obstructed justice. Donald Trump.
Hunter Biden worth $230 million, bro. That he
I don't
just
know.
so
I don't
happened
know.
to
I don't know.
coincidentally be on the board of Burisma in Ukraine.
Wait. This has nothing to do with Joe Biden.
Sure
okay?
it does. Because
no, it doesn't. Give me any reason.
Anything they can to take this man down because he knows.
Give me any reason this has anything to do with Joe Biden.
It absolutely does. It all
Give me
does.
any
It's
reason.
all political. It's
How?
all political.
How?
All of it.
How is it related to Trump? I mean, to Biden.
Because they're
Maze,
using
thank you for the $100 on Cash App. Maze, thank you so fucking much. Let's go. W Maze in the comment section right now. Holy shit. Yeah, thank you so much, Maze.
Anything they can to take this guy down, no matter what it may be. Okay? Explain to me how the Biden family, all his brothers, his fucking son, and all of them are super rich, right? Super rich. While Biden was president, vice president, by the way. Okay, there's already proof that they've been collecting money from China, from Ukraine.
You're just
from
making
fucking-
claims. You're just making claims.
It's not making claims.
Hey, Brian, I'm going to ask you one more time because I've asked you this question
not
4
claims.
times. Hey, Brian, I'm going to ask you this question one more time. Appreciate the heals. Thank you so much. Give me any reason to believe that Joe Biden is related to any of these circumstances.
Because what they're doing right now is political takedown. They're trying to take a person down in any possible
asking
way
for a
they can.
specific.
Because they already failed like
Hey,
3
Brian,
or 4
I asked for a
times.
specific.
What do you mean specific?
I need a specific that identifies Joe Biden as being related to these particular types of crimes.
You mean with the rape that Trump's being accused of?
No. We're
that
talking.
wasn't-
You said Burisma. You were talking about the corruption related to China, right? Give me
How is
any
he related
fucking
to it? What
evidence.
do you mean? His son is obviously being used as a money funnel.
Can you
as a
give me
way to
any evidence that
launder
he's
money.
related? You're just saying
Do you know,
obviously.
Do you know that Hunter Biden was paying his dad $50,000 a month to rent his lake house? 50 G's a month.
Can you give me a source on that?
Look it up, man. I mean, it's already known.
Wait, what's the source?
Hunter Biden's like selling his art.
What's the source?
Like kindergarten art for like
Can I get a?
hundreds
Can I
of
get?
thousands
Hey,
of dollars. Like anybody's going to buy art
Hey, Brian.
by Hunter Biden.
Hey, Brian. Can you give me a source?
Give you a source.
Yeah.
Just look. You're probably your very own sources, like the media itself, that has reported this.
Brian, respectfully
Hunter
at this point,
Biden
if you don't give me a
is-
source, I'm literally just gonna like not let you speak until you give me a source. Okay.
The source
This
is all over the place.
unbelievable.
This has already been heard.
No, this is
This is
unbelievable.
all over.
Right, I'm asking
Yeah,
you. I'm
yeah.
asking you. Hey,
I don't
Brian.
have a source on hand. I'm not standing in front of like
exactly. You have nothing.
Exactly. What do you mean
right?
exactly?
When you sit
I'm
here
not
and you
here
claim
standing here
that
with,
there
like,
is
notes, with
evidence,
note cards.
when you sit there and you claim that there's evidence to believe these things to be true, when you have nothing, appreciate the good evening. Thank you so much. That's ridiculous. You're just making claims. You have no
Yeah, I'm just
evidence.
making shit
You're
up.
just making claims.
It's not claims.
That's
It's not
that's
claims.
literally what it is. You're making claims. Okay,
What do
I
you-
can make
so let
claims
me ask
too.
you something. Is the
I
Hunter
can make
Biden
claims
is
too,
the-
right? You're a cannibal.
Is the Hunter Biden laptop real or not?
Is the Hunter
that
Biden
story
laptop
real or not?
I
Does
believe
that
the
laptop
Hunter
exist?
Biden laptop exists. I see no
Okay, but
evidence
remember-
in this
but wait a
particular
minute, but
story.
remember-
I'm finishing my
but wait a
statement.
minute.
I
But
will
wait a
mute
minute.
you.
We were also
I'm
told
still
that was
finishing.
Russian misinformation. That was a bullshit story.
Yeah, I never disputed that there's some things that you could consider wrong that the Democratic Party has believed in. I've never disputed that. Okay? Now, again, I'm asking you very clearly, right? Why can't you acknowledge, right, the use of evidence? Okay? Because if you do not acknowledge the use of evidence, that makes you susceptible to being justified in believing that you're a cannibal, Brian. I'm justified in believing you're a cannibal if we use no evidence. So use evidence to differentiate between claims. Otherwise, it's just as likely that your claim is true, right, as it is that my claim that you're a cannibal. You want to click the microphone? Appreciate the head mustache. Thank you so much. The people typing bear in the comment section have got me. You there, Brian?
Yeah, I'm here, man.
Go ahead.
I'm here. I mean, I just don't understand how much more bullshit people are going to believe. They literally told everybody to their faces that this laptop was a Russian disinformation situation. And then suddenly it came out that it's 100% true, that the laptop is obtained and it has a lot of shit in there. Okay? Now, I don't understand if you don't understand how corruption works. But all it takes is one corrupt person to get into a high position to start getting his cronies in there in the key positions, like the FBI director, to be the director of the FBI or the director of the CIA.
Can you give
or
me
general.
any evidence that
Well,
specifically
I mean, how am I going to provide
people like
evidence?
Joe
I'm just a
Biden?
United States citizen, bro. I'm not going to have that
How am
kind
I
of
going to
evidence.
provide
But
evidence? If you don't have evidence for
yeah,
a claim,
but
don't
it's
believe
called it's common sense at this point.
it. Okay, it's common
What's
sense that
going
you're
on?
a cannibal.
Okay, I'm a cannibal. Sure.
Yeah, sure. If you're okay with accepting that.
No, it's just looking at history.
You're a cannibal.
It's looking at how many times has the government
Yeah, I'm
lied
just
to
looking
your
at history.
face?
You're a cannibal.
How many times has the government lied to your face?
How many
Throughout
times have
history.
people on my live lied to my face?
I mean,
Probably
think
just as
about
much.
how many times they've lied about everything. Let's talk about
Think
Vietnam.
about how many
Let's talk about
times
any
you have
war.
misunderstood things.
Misunderstood things. I mean, what do you mean?
Yeah, so like if you don't give me any evidence, if you just believe in things.
How old are you, Parker? How old are you?
22
man?
years old.
22. Okay. So 20 years ago, you were like 2, and I was like 23. So I've witnessed a lot of things. Okay. And when you see through the lies and how much bullshit these people just keep feeding everybody, it's like
I
how
could
much
say the same
more
thing about
shit.
you, right? You're the one being fed the lies, dude.
No, anybody with a brain realizes that no matter what, you don't know the absolute truth, and neither do I. Nobody does.
No,
Everybody's
I'm not
looking
saying I
on
know
the
the absolute
internet.
truth. What I'm saying is I use evidence, right?
Evidence, but how do you know that this evidence is not planted? How do you know? I mean, it looks like I heard you bring up
How
O.J.
do you,
Simpson.
how do you know that you're not a? How do you know that you're the meat
Okay,
you
hold
ate
on.
earlier today? How do you
I
know?
heard you bring up O.J.
Listen,
Simpson.
how do you know you're not a
earlier.
cat? No, listen. You eat meat, right?
Actually, no,
You don't.
not anymore. No,
You used to, right?
used to. Yeah.
Okay. How do you know that that wasn't human meat? When you
I
did?
don't know.
So
I don't know.
okay. So then you might be a cannibal.
You're right. It might be everybody is.
Oh, okay.
Maybe these sick
okay.
fuckers like to feed everybody the human meat and
Confetti,
laugh
thank
at
you so
us.
much.
Who knows? You never know.
Yeah, that would be
don't know.
heavily unprofitable.
Yeah, well, that has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
No, the point I'm making is that if you just believe in things with no evidence, you're
No,
justified
but
in believing
history
you're a
shows
cannibal.
that these things that were lies that we were told was truth, and then later
Yeah, but you're
find
still
out
not
that
relating it to
was
Joe Biden.
lies.
You're still not relating it to Joe Biden
How am I not relating it to Joe Biden?
because you're just making
don't understand
claims and
why
you're not
people are
providing
not
any
putting-
evidence. Appreciate
Why
the
are
little crown,
people
thank
not
you.
putting these pieces together? I mean, the guy's been in politics for like 40-something years. Nobody gave a shit about this guy. It's obvious that dude and his whole entire family are corrupted criminals.
And you
Probably
just
a
keep
pedophile,
making
too, 'cause he likes
claims.
to snip
Oh my
children in
god,
front of
dude, you're making a
everybody.
million claims. Trump said to a 10-year-old, "I'll date them. And I'll be dating her in 10 years." He said it was okay for him to walk into changing rooms of little girls in Miss Teen USA because he quote unquote owns the place. He said that he thinks Jeffrey Epstein's a terrific guy and that he likes beautiful women as much as he does. Many of them on the younger side. Right?
Don't you understand
These are all
that was
things that
sarcasm?
Trump himself has said. Right?
You don't
can
know what
sit there and you can.
sarcasm is?
Oh,
You don't know what
sarcasm.
sarcasm is?
Oh, okay. So making jokes about pedophilia and grape, that's just sarcasm to Trump?
No, making comments about Epstein being an outstanding guy, that was sarcasm.
No,
Isn't
it
it
wasn't.
funny
He
that-
was saying
isn't it
that
funny
completely
that-
serious.
Isn't it funny that,
He was
that
completely
guy was,
serious when he said that. You're lying.
Dude, Epstein was being freaking investigated since like before 2005, and nothing ever happened to that guy. All of a sudden, Trump becomes president, and what happens? The dude gets arrested. People think that guy's dead. You really think he's dead? You really think they're going to let a guy like that, with the evidence that that guy probably has on
You believe in
everybody?
everything in which literally has zero fucking evidence.
Dude, the guy was a blackmailer. Our whole government runs on blackmail. Why do you think this whole pedophile thing is happening? They use pedophilia to control people. Okay?
Oh
I mean, it's very simple. You just got to use your mind.
Who the fuck is they?
Yeah, it's called using your brain.
Who is
Okay.
they?
What do you mean they? Government officials, people. What do you
government
think
officials?
How do you
What
think they
people?
control people?
Hey, what government officials?
Do I know every government official there is out there?
You don't know a single one.
Yeah. What do you mean?
Because you just made it up. You just
Yeah.
made it up.
Yeah, just making it up.
Yeah, you literally just made it up, bro.
Just
what the
like
fuck
the
are you talking
idea
about?
that there was no such thing as an elite pedophile group, and then here comes Epstein, who's connected to
Jim,
royal
thank you for the
families,
$10. Thank
connected
you so
to
much,
the
Jim.
Clintons, and
Thank you so much,
everybody's
Jim.
just like, oh, we would trust these guys, even though they're connected to this fucking guy who fucking sells
Christina,
children.
thank you for the 6-month subscription. Thank you so much. And now you're voting for a guy that says he'll date a 10-year-old in 10 years. Appreciate the little count. Thank you so much. Wow, what a great guy. He said he would date his daughter if it wasn't his daughter. Whoa!
Mm-hmm.
Trust me, bro. He's an okay person.
Yeah,
Trust
he
me,
said
bro. He's been held liable for sexual abuse, for defamation, for fraud. He's cheated on his wife multiple times. He said that he'll date children in 10 years. He said all these things about young people, right? Yet I'm still gonna vote for him.
Well, okay, I'm seeing somebody say you support Epstein. What are you even talking about? No, I don't support Epstein.
He's denied the election. He's restricted women's access to abortion. He's took money from poor people and he's given it to rich people. What a great president.
Man, you guys really don't understand how this corruption scene works, do you?
And if anyone's corrupt, you think it's not Trump?
Oh, I'm not saying that
you think Trump is the least likely. You think Trump is the least likely to be corrupt here?
I didn't say that. What I think is funny is that people are going to sit here and accuse Trump of being corrupt, but sit there and say Biden is some fucking glory boy.
says you wait. You say Biden's corrupt. You say Biden's corrupt and then completely ignore it with Trump. You say Biden's corrupt and you completely ignore it with Trump.
Sniffs kids' hair in front of your faces.
Give me the video.
Talks about kids rubbing
Give
his
me the
hairy
video.
legs.
Give me. Oh, yeah. None of those things that you
Thousands
just
of videos.
mentioned are even comparable to Trump saying to a 10-year-old that'll date her in 10 years. Not even comparable to the sexual abuse, right, that you're mentioning with particularly Donald Trump.
Of videos showing you Biden
Show me the
sniffing kids'
video
hair.
specifically, right? There's videos of him talking to his grandchildren. There's videos of him, right, literally, right, saying that he likes how it feels for, or not how it feels. He likes that when the kids all go up to the thing and go like this with his legs. Is it weird? Yes. Is it creepy? Yes. Is it a random old person thing? Sure. But is it fucking sexual abuse? Is it literally telling a 10-year-old that you're going to date them in 10 years? Is it literally walking into a changing room of little girls, right, and justifying it because you quote unquote own the place? No, none of those things are it. Okay? You can say you don't like it. You can say it's creepy. I don't fucking like it. He just got removed from community guidelines. But what the fuck? How do you compare that? How do you equivocate that to Trump? Jackson, thank you for the $2 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Jackson. I appreciate it. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you will vote for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Just looking for some debates, everyone. Parker's feisty today. He's feisty. He's feisty. All right, let's get this next person, everyone. Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. Laser focused on voting for bad people. Oh, is this person not gonna slide in? Okay, big L. Yeah, I appreciate that, IC. Thank you so much. You are not looking for debate. You are looking for division. You're completely wrong. What's up? How old are you?
I am 43, but I'm sorry, I'm not opposition. I must have hit the wrong button. Sorry.
You're good. Don't worry. Appreciate you.
All right.
Let's go on to the next person. Everyone, only send a guest request if you will vote for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Just looking for some debates. What's up? How old are you?
22.
Yeah. Are you going to vote for Trump in 2024?
No, I'm not. But remember, vote Biden Harris. The other night.
Oh my God, Biden Harris. I forgot about that one. Kate, thank you for the $7. Thank you so much. It might be. Let's get this person up here. Only send a guest request if you will vote for Trump in 2024, y'all. Parker gets upset when they start speaking common sense. Please send a guest request, dude. What common sense are you referring to? Please, what common sense? Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will vote for Trump in 2024, everyone. What's Biden Harris? The name of the president that the person who came up a few days ago thought was. Or why'd I say it like fucking Yoda? They thought Joe Biden's name was Biden Harris. Yeah, it was really funny. That was so funny. Yeah, no, actually though, I can't even get over that. That's literally amazing. Yoda? Yeah, no, I said that like Yoda. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Mariana, thank you. Or send a guest request, Mariana. You literally think I'm paid by the DNC? Please fucking send a guest request. If you think I'm paid by the DNC, send a guest request. I'd always love to talk to people who believe that. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello.
Yeah, how old are you?
I'm 37,
Are you
unfortunately.
going to vote for Trump in 2024?
Absolutely.
Why so?
Because he is cognitively there, I would say, is one point.
Okay, was he cognitively there when he mistook E. Jean Carroll, the person he was held liable for sexually abusing, for his ex-wife?
When he what?
Was he fully cognitively there when he mistook E. Jean Carroll, the person he was held liable for sexually abusing, for his ex-wife?
I mean, there's a difference between making mistakes and there's a difference between walking with an obvious issue and speaking with obvious issues. Like, it's
What
just
obvious issue?
Well, Biden has some issues going on. I think it's very evident for most people. I mean, I can't diagnose him, but he has pretty obvious signs of dementia.
What are the conditions required to identify that an individual has dementia?
Well, I have my DSM in front of me.
Under the DSM, he doesn't have dementia.
I'm speculating because I see it and I'm not speaking to him, thank God, but you don't see any symptoms of dementia with him.
I don't see any symptoms that would indicate that he has dementia.
None.
No.
So I don't understand how you have a following if you can't even identify correctly what we're seeing. It's like we're being gaslit into saying, "Oh no, you don't see anything wrong with this man." But there's
Wait, I never said I saw nothing wrong. I see there to be aging.
Aging. Okay.
Yeah, I see that with Trump as well. Trump fell asleep in court twice. Sleepy Dawn.
I don't blame. I think it's a great move for.
Yeah, if
for
Biden
Donald
fell asleep
to
in
fall
court, you'd be like,
asleep in
he's so incoherent. He fell asleep in court twice. Sleepy Joe.
I more so
right, but
think that he's
because Trump
falling
did
asleep in
it.
court as a joke because this is a joke.
The only thing that's a joke is you're voting for a guy that literally is a proven sexual abuser, proven fraudster, election denier, someone who restricted tens of millions of people's access to abortion, someone who literally created policy, right, put people in office that then overturned Roe versus Wade that led to 10-year-olds, 13-year-olds being forced to go through pregnancies in their respective states.
I mean, I'm a gray person on abortion. I'm not black or white, and I think there needs to be guidelines. I don't think you should be able to abort a child at 7, 8, 9 months. And I think there is
those wouldn't even be
reasons.
lethal abortions at that point. Those would be inductions of labor.
And then they kill the child.
No, induction of labor is not lethal.
I've never heard of that. But also, do you think Biden is fully running the country and making these decisions?
As much as any other president.
Really?
Yeah.
You don't see no difference in this presidential past 4 years.
None that would be like, oh, there's a huge issue more than Trump.
So what I see is Biden is in no way, he no way sees it, he no way knows where he is at the moment, so there's no way he's making.
He does. Have you watched the State of the Union?
Oh my God, I don't want to hear about the State of the Union, about a man reading off a teleprompter and not completely.
He didn't read off a teleprompter for multiple hours.
That
He
man
responded to
could not
people.
talk off script ever.
Jackson, thank you for the $2 on Cash App. Thank you so much. He does.
He doesn't.
He does.
Okay, so you think Biden is a better speaker than Trump? Like without no matter what they're saying.
They're pretty similar, actually.
So let's take out like what they're saying. But if you had to pick somebody to speak, like taking away all your bias.
Would I rather do Trump or Biden?
Yeah.
Yeah. If I'm judging based on how effective they're going to speak, probably Biden.
I can't with you people. Like,
If I want someone to make fun of, probably Trump.
That's insane to me. So Biden's clearly not running the country, and that's an
Who's
issue.
the puppeteer?
I'm not sure. I've been wondering that this whole
You
time.
have no clue?
I have ideas. Definitely not Kamala.
You think Obama?
Obama's worse than him.
Obama? You think it's Obama?
Honestly, I don't know. I don't know that Obama's in Washington enough. So that makes me
Obviously,
wonder. I would feel
obviously
like
he's
he would
not.
have
That's
to
just
be
what a
around.
lot of Republicans say.
Yeah, like I said, I'm not black or white. I have my own thought processes. So I'm not sure if it's Obama. I'm sure they can do it over Zoom these days. But I don't know. But I do not think it's him, Biden. And I think that's an injustice on democracy that you guys are voting for a president who is not actually running the country.
You don't even know that to be
if we're
true.
talking about ruining democracy,
You don't even know that to be true. So, like, if we're just going to start assuming things about presidents, well, Trump's
I'm
accountable.
making highly educated guesses by what
I'm
is
making
right in front of
wait,
all of
wait,
our eyes.
what? Based on what evidence?
My eyes.
Your eyes? Okay, my eyes indicate that Trump is accountable. Yo, I appreciate the $5. Thank you so much.
Trump's accountable. Don't even bring up. I think bring
Yeah,
up
because we're just
accountable
using
is a
faith
bad move
now,
on
and
your part.
we're not using evidence. So I think that Trump's accountable.
I think cannibalism is a tough subject for liberals these days.
What?
Do you not recall Biden saying a couple weeks ago that his uncle was eaten by?
Yeah. I think that was incoherent if that's the true context. But there was context of that.
What was the context?
But yeah, so I mean, again, as it relates to this, right? He's just saying that there was people in this area that were known to have done this. That's it, right? He never said.
Right, but saying that
that's
right
really-
after discussing that his uncle
He
disappeared.
didn't. He didn't say that he got eaten.
Right, but he said his uncle disappeared, and then he started talking about cannibals. I mean, we're pretty smart people, you know.
Okay.
I would assume. I don't know. Are you in college?
Yeah.
Oh, what do you go to college for?
Economics.
Where at?
I'm not telling you. I'm not going to talk to myself.
Why? What?
Because there's 3.8 thousand people in the live,
Okay.
and there are people in the live that want to dox me.
Oh, are you not out there with your
No.
identity? Oh, your name's not Parker?
No, my name is Parker, but I'm not going to give you my full name or my address or my college that I go to.
No, I'm just curious. But I mean, I feel like if I was out here, standing on my beliefs, my political beliefs, I would be
Doxing yourself and putting your family at risk? Yeah, it sounds like a great idea, Victoria.
I would absolutely dox myself. Yeah.
Yeah,
because I stand
definitely
on
should
what
do
I
that when
believe.
there are people on this app that are quite literally insane and that don't like me for no reason. There
I
are
would say
people who
the
believe
insane
I'm
people are
paid
on
by
your
the DNC
side.
in the. There are people who believe I'm paid by the DNC in the comments section.
Yeah, you and are you friends with Harry?
Yes.
Yeah, I spoke with Harry a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, there are people that believe I'm paid by the DNC, right? I think
I've
there are
heard
plenty
that.
of people out. You think that I'm paid by the DNC?
I said I've heard that. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't
Obviously,
speak.
I'm
I
not.
don't speak on things I fully don't know. But what I see in front of my, what I see fully in my view of the TV is Biden cannot walk. People who have seen dementia firsthand, in which I have.
I have. My grandma had
have a family.
dementia.
Yeah, and tons of people that I know and have spoken to say that is what they see with dementia.
No,
And then the
not at
clear
all.
cognitive
That is not what you see
inability.
with dementia.
You don't see a certain way to the way they walk.
Not within Biden. I don't see that. I don't see that way within Biden.
That's insane.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I just think it's insane. See, I can
Give me a single
I can
medical
say that-
professional that has indicated that he has dementia.
Yeah, I mean, there's tons of mental health issues out here that we can kind of look at and say, they're showing signs of something. But it seems like you guys cannot. Like,
The only thing I could say that
I can see
that
Trump
people are
making
like,
a
wait, so
mistake.
then Trump's a narcissist?
I mean,
I see it.
Okay, I honestly think in order to be a politician, you totally have to have narcissistic traits. So I would probably
No, but since we're just diagnosing people with whatever we want, right?
I'm not
Trump's a
diagnosing
narcissist.
anybody. I'm talking about traits that you can see in people.
Yep, I see Trump as a
Which is-
narcissist.
Okay, that's
Can't
fine with
accept
me.
the results of a fair and democratic election. Constantly ignores responsibility and accountability as it relates to his sexual abuse, as it relates to his fraud, as it relates to his defamation, as it
What
relates
about-
to him talking about minors, as it relates to him losing the election.
Talking about minors, what does that mean?
Yeah, he said you dated 10-year-old in 10 years.
I'm sure he totally said that.
You want to hear it?
Yeah, I do.
Mm-hmm. All right, got you. Yo, Chelsea, thank you for the $15 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Chelsea. W Chelsea in the comment section right now. W Chelsea in the comment section. Let me play it. Give it 1 second, everyone. I'm going to have an ad. Thank you so much, Chelsea. I really appreciate it. I appreciate it. W fucking Chelsea. Anaya, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you so much. All right, let's play this shit. 1 second, it's loading. I just need this like preloaded. I should do that.
Short video clip from 1992 from Entertainment Tonight, which is owned by CBS Television. In it, Donald Trump is heard making questionable comments about a young girl. Let's listen to that.
Sean, Thursday night, you going up the escalator? I'm going to be dating her in 10 years. Can you believe it?
A short video clip from 1992 from Entertainment Tonight, which is owned by CBS Television. In it, Donald Trump is heard making questionable comments about a young girl. Let's listen to that.
Sean, Thursday night, you going up the escalator? I'm going to be dating her in 10 years. Can you believe it?
So, first of all, it does sound really old. But do we have a video of that by any chance?
Mm-hmm.
There's a video.
There's a video. You can't see them, but it's a video from 1992.
Okay, so I'm asking this question because is there anybody with the little girl that he could have been pointing to and talking about?
No, he was talking about the little girl. She said, yeah. Did you hear it?
I heard yeah, and then I heard him make a comment which could have been to somebody else. That's why I'm asking if there's a video.
Yeah, he made the comment to the other person about her.
Okay.
I'm going to be dating her in 10 years.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that's super old, but
super old justifies pedophilia. Mary, thank you for the $50 on
anything.
Venmo. Thank you so much. W Mary in the comment section. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
I would say that's a inappropriate joke for sure.
Yeah. Would you be okay with that if it happened to your kid? Would you say that same thing? Would you still vote for them?
I would still vote for him, yeah, compared to what he's up against, yeah.
Really? So if Donald Trump did this,
has the world.
Do you have any kids?
War. Do I have kids? I can't give you that information.
Okay. So, like, if you had supposed kids that were 10 years old, and Donald Trump did this to your 10-year-old child, you'd still vote for him?
Against Biden? Yeah, I would have to. Because of that?
Dude, I can't, man.
I can't. Have you read Ashley Biden's diary?
So crazy, bro. That's so crazy.
Have you read Ashley Biden's diary?
That's such a crazy reductio, bro. What's up?
Have you read Ashley Biden's diary?
Yeah, she came out and said that this is not showing of abuse specifically, right? This was.
Oh, so him showering with her and her feeling uncomfortable, that's okay. Would you allow your daughter to shower with your husband?
Wait, so again, do I think that this is like a normal practice or a practice that is good? Right? No. Right? Would I recommend this process? No.
Yeah. Would you
not
vote
at
for
all.
him?
Right? But would I say that this is sexual abuse?
Would you vote for him?
What? Yes, I would vote for him over Trump. Over Trump, who's a proven sexual abuser, proven fraudster, said this about a 10-year-old, denied the election, right? Restricted women's access to abortion, right?
Biden and the left there's political things going on here that are allowing them not to be held
Wait, there are plenty
accountable
of
for other
people's
things they're
parents
being
that
held
there
accountable
are
for.
plenty of people's parents that have done that when they were kids. Right. And again,
if the child says they feel uncomfortable, then I find that
wait, what was the standard of them being uncomfortable?
Saying they're uncomfortable.
No. So wait, what was the particular things that she said? Because you're just saying that she said that she was uncomfortable. I didn't see that in the context of the scenario.
Yeah, I think the context of the diary post was about being uncomfortable when her father would shower with her, which I find alarming.
She said that she came out after and said that was not true as it relates to the context of, right? She said there was not abuse in this context. She came out and said that it was completely mistook, right? As it was something that she wrote years after as it relates to the context of her therapy.
Do you see Ashley Biden around a lot? Because I feel like I don't see her around too often. I'm wondering if that
regardless of whether or not you see her around, she came out and talked about this.
She came out with her.
I mean, I don't think we see Trump's kids very much.
I see them a lot. So
no, we don't.
She came out with her truth, and then she was most likely bullied by her family to take it back, and then now she's not around. It's just like I feel like liberals just don't put two and two together.
Wait, what am I not putting together?
You're not putting together that she said something, then she took it back, and also she's never around. So that would lead me to maybe think that she's not around because her father is a weirdo and they forced her to lie and say it wasn't true. So I wouldn't be around either if they paid
forced
me
her.
off.
Wait, so can we see evidence? to see this real quick? And here, I actually need to pee real quick. I'm going to be back in literally like 30 seconds to a minute. Matt is a librarian. He also knows more about this particularly. So I'll let you talk to him real quick while I pee real quick. I'm sorry, I've had to do this for a little minute, and I was
just
doing
pee
that
your
quick.
pants like Biden.
Yeah, I know, right?
You mentioned Biden peeing his pants. Have you seen the Trump supporters that are claiming that Donald Trump wears diapers?
I'm sure they're saying a whole lot about Trump.
Well, these are Trump supporters, right? These are people at his rallies saying real men wear diapers and that.
Because conservatives have a sense of humor.
You think so? You don't think that maybe they see the fact that maybe perhaps he actually might need a diaper?
No, I think it's a joke.
I see. Okay.
We laugh at shit.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So about Ashley Biden. So what point were you trying to make about her?
That her father showered with her and she felt uncomfortable about it.
I would agree that in her diary that she wrote for therapy that she mentions that they took showers together and that and looking back on it, she saw it as kind of odd and everything. But
no one takes that serious.
Well, because she herself came out after her diary was stolen and illegally published. She came out saying that it was part of therapy, and she was looking back on possible different influences for the reason why she has a drug addiction.
Well, to be honest, her diary being stolen has nothing to do with anything. The evidence
it does.
is there.
No, it does because
the evidence is there.
Because Ashley
She said
Biden
it
never
herself.
claimed. No, Ashley Biden never claimed in her diary nor to her therapist, who, by the way, her therapist is a mandated reporter. So her therapist is by law required to go to the authorities if they do suspect any abuse.
Not for an adult.
Not for an adult, but given that it's Ashley Biden, they would go to the presses with this. And one of the employees
Do you think that? Do you really believe that?
Yes, because one of the employees did go to the press. They stole the diary.
And they stole the diary because they probably read that alarming ass.
Yeah, and then what happened?
But my thing is, okay, listen, I can admit when Trump says weird shit. I said that escalator. Yeah, that's weird. It sounds like an inappropriate comment he made, right? I'm saying that. Inappropriate. But what bothers me is that the left cannot just clearly say,
wait,
yeah,
I said that it
maybe
was
there's
odd.
an
I said
issue.
it was
Maybe
weird.
there's an issue with this
No, I
diary
said
thing.
it was weird, but my parents would often give me baths and everything, and like play, in the bath and everything, because I was wanting to play with bubbles and everything, and so they would, because they didn't want to have to fuss with it, they would, be in the bath and everything with me. That doesn't mean anything that anything about my parents. Joe Biden.
Do you look back on that and say it was uncomfortable?
No, it didn't bother. No,
so
it
it's
didn't
not a
bother me at
problem
all.
then.
No, it didn't bother me at all.
The problem is
By the way, Ashley
discomfort.
Biden came out later on after her diary was stolen, and she said specifically, "I was doing this as part of therapy. I do not feel in any way weird against my father. We have a loving relationship. I was never abused. Nothing like this happened, and it was blown out of proportion. Is it odd? Yes. To take showers, yes, it is odd, right?
That's all I can respect that. I can respect that.
Is it odd? Yes,
I
but
can't put
that
the
in
people
no
out here
way,
saying that's not weird, but
no,
saying this is weird.
but that in no way implies that he was doing anything inappropriate. Yes, it's odd, but that doesn't mean anything appropriate. And by the way. And by the way, as we can say, if I can admit that Biden has done some weird shit, but let's compare the stack of weird shit that Biden has with the mountain that Donald Trump
For real.
I mean, I will compare weird shit all day long, straight up.
Yes, and
guess what? We're both on in a state where, or in a country where we have to pick one, right? And so Biden's done weird shit. Trump's done weird shit. Who do I think can run the country better? I think it's Trump, because he's done so and he showed it. And guess what? He actually is running the country when he's doing it. And that is what I see as a proper democracy.
Wait, name one thing that you think that he did good that benefited the middle class.
The middle class? Well, I believe that for me personally, I'm not even in the middle class. I'm still working up to my higher license for my job. So I'm I guess I don't even know what class I'm in, but I had more money. I didn't have to spend as much money as I do now on everything. Everything. I had more money with Trump in my pockets.
Yeah, so again, that doesn't mean that it's caused by Trump. You never gave me a policy that he passed particularly that benefited the middle class.
But it's funny when you guys say, "Oh, well, my life is better with Biden." Okay, well, everyone.
I never made that claim.
Okay, well, that's because of Biden. But anyone says because of Trump.
I never made that claim. Why are you giving me an argument I didn't do?
Yeah. All right.
I'm not speaking about you. I'm talking about in general.
All right, for sure, man. Appreciate it, Matt.
And I also like his. I also like Trump's border policy because we're getting overrun with people that we can't even handle our homeless people.
What border policy do you like specifically?
I like the wall.
What about what makes you think the wall is effective?
Well, it's not letting people just walk on in.
People still walk through the context of like the openings and go right over it.
It deters them.
Can you give me any evidence of that?
Have you ever tried to climb a wall?
Well, there was already a fence there.
Is climbing a wall harder than walking through something?
I mean, I think a fence.
I know you're going to try to walk around that question.
No, I think a fence could be worse than them going over the wall in some circumstances. Have you seen the video?
So build a freaking fence then. I don't care. Build the way people are just walking on through. We have no idea who they are.
Wait,
we have no idea who they are.
If you want to incentivize people to come here through the legal process, we'll make the legal process faster. Don't just say bad immigration. Don't just say, oh, we have to put a wall there. Because if you want to deter people from coming, well, couldn't you say you want to do that on the northern border as well? So then should we have a northern border wall?
I mean, I feel like the northern border isn't an issue.
Wait, what makes you think the southern border is?
Do you watch TV?
Yes, sometimes.
Yeah. That's where I see it. I haven't been there, but.
Okay, so let's just say, okay, what we see on TV equals true, right?
I mean,
there is border crisis at southern border.
Yeah.
Right.
Right.
Okay, let's say this is true, right? Border crisis at border, right? Why did Trump say blame me if the border bill fails, and the border bill failed?
I don't know. I don't know about that.
Because he tried to not get it passed because it would make Democrats look good. That's what he said himself.
What was this policy?
Right. So there was one as it relates to this in the context of a multiple thing bill where there was Ukraine funding. There was other things, a bipartisan bill that would have passed, but he didn't want the Ukraine funding, which got passed anyway. Right. So he said vote against it. Right.
Okay.
Stopped that. There was also a singular one.
Well,
that. So why specifically?
Like he had to approve
right? Would we say that he actually cares
to do that?
Why would we say that he cares about the border? Right? If he prioritized his image over the border.
I mean, I think it's pretty evident that Trump cares about.
He cared more about his image there than he cares about the border. Right? That's what you just proved.
No, I don't think so. So it sounds like he didn't want that to go through because you're saying it also would have sent more money to Ukraine, which he didn't want.
Wait, but we got that anyway. And then there was also a singular bill alone.
And what would that bill do?
That was the border bill.
I mean, I work and I don't look up all this shit all day long, but I know the border was safer. I know we didn't have what we have now when Trump was in office. I had more money. There was no world wars.
Okay, wait, so what's the world war happening right now?
I don't know. One would say possibly
Appreciate the hands up, thank you.
Palestine and Israel. One might say Russia and Ukraine. And one might say
Russia, Ukraine. Okay, so wait, so neither of those things. When did Biden cause those things? And Palestine and Israel is not a war, it's a genocide.
When he stands up on a podium, pissing himself, not knowing where he is, and nobody gives a
He does know where he is. You're just lying. You're actually literally just lying. I'm sorry, but like, be so fucking for real.
Oh, I'm for real all the time.
You're not.
My middle name is Be Fucking For Real. So literally.
I just cringed so hard, bro.
I know.
Oh my god. All right, I'm gonna need a therapist after that one. That's fucking brutal.
I'm actually a therapist.
Not you.
All right, well, I'm gonna head out, but It was wonderful chatting.
Wait, before we do, right? Can I ask you about one thing? Are you pro-choice?
So I think I told you I'm like a gray area. I don't know where I stand with that. I'm in the middle.
So how do you feel about Trump putting multiple Supreme Court justices in office with the explicit reason of overturning Roe versus Wade?
I don't know, because I think Trump was making a stand because it seems that abortion is just so free. I know a girl who's had 6 abortions, dude, and it's just.
Wait, but it went further than that. It led to 10-year-olds being forced, or 13-year-olds to go forced to go through pregnancies. It led to tens of millions of people being restricted to get abortions, right, in early stages of pregnancy.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think children should be forced to have babies. I think there should be specific circumstances and a time.
And do you think
limit.
that should be protected federally?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure if that should be protected federally?
I mean,
for children to be able to have access to abortions?
When I hear the word, pro-choice, I just think back to the good old 2020, 2021, when people had no choice over injecting themselves with a vaccine that
People did have a choice. You could literally go to a different job, right, in your area.
Right, but who wants to go get a new job when look at the state of the world?
Okay, so wait, so couldn't you say that? Well, who wants to be forced to go through go to a different state? Because going to a different state is a lot harder than necessarily getting a different job in many scenarios.
I would say
and you can also choose the type of field that you're in.
I would say it's much easier actually to go to a different state than get a whole different job. But
what are you talking about?
What are you talking about? Have you ever traveled to a different state? Yeah, I could do it in 10 minutes.
Move to a different state is not the same thing as travel to a different state.
They could still travel to a different state.
Yeah, traveling to a different state is different than moving there. Right?
Oh my gosh, mind breaking. Thank you for that.
What's your point?
I'm not sure. I'm just having fun.
Okay. All right. Sure. Right. Let me ask you this question. Why should someone be forced to go through a pregnancy in the earliest stages? Right. It's not sentient.
And this is another thing with abortion for me is why is everyone speaking about abortion? It's like glamorizing killing a fetus, right? Not to say that there's circumstances where that should happen, but it's so glamorizing. Why are we not talking about birth controls? Why are we acting like abortion is a birth control? I don't hear.
No one's acting like it's a birth control. Wait. The average American. Listen, this is hilarious. The average American, right, is living paycheck to paycheck, can't afford a random $400 expense, and you think they can spend $500 on getting an abortion?
My thing is, why are people not using birth control? Why is that not being,
People are using birth control.
Okay, then why is this not being like a national?
51% of abortions are from failed. 51% of abortions are from failed contraception.
Yeah. What about the other 50?
49. Chelsea, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, Chelsea. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
It's not black and white. There's other things, and it's like
most people are using contraception.
It's like last week, the bear and the man. Okay, it's just like we stick on one thing. Okay, now we're glamorizing killing fetuses, and it's like there's other ways to prevent this. What about preventative things?
Okay, well, I'm not glamorizing anything when I'm saying that it's prior to sentience. There's no issue with someone getting an abortion. I think you're glamorizing something that's not sentient. You're saying it's a person as a frozen embryo? Are you kidding me? You're saying a single cell organism, a zygote, is a person.
A fetus.
I think at certain points the fetus could be a person, right? But once it's sentient, right? When it's a zygote or an embryo, what?
How do you feel about killing fetuses? Is that okay?
Prior to it being sentient, I don't give a shit.
Yeah, that's pretty terrible.
What's the issue?
If the issue is if you let it grow, it becomes a whole entire child.
Okay, and if I don't pull out, right, there could also be a kid. Do you think it's wrong for me to pull out?
That's entirely different.
But there's a future kid there.
In your balls?
If I keep fucking.
Dude, your sperm don't have a heartbeat. What are you talking about?
Wait, why does a heartbeat matter?
A heartbeat shows human life.
I don't give a shit about human life. Life begins at
you
conception, not
don't
a
give a
heartbeat.
I know you
Life
don't
begins at
give a
conception,
shit.
not heartbeat. And I don't give a shit about cellular human life. I care about sentient human life.
So is your sperm human life?
Technically, yes. They're living. And
would-
they're human.
I would
It's
say
human
that.
sperm.
Okay, but can they survive on their own?
For a few days.
Your sperm can?
Yeah.
Well, you should put them in a bowl and see how see how they work out.
They can survive for up to a few days. Did you know that?
Sperm can survive for a few days.
Yeah.
No, I don't really study sperm.
Okay.
Not my thing. Not my thing. But yeah. I mean, I wish y'all lives would just stop.
Can a zygote survive on its own without the mother?
That's
No.
entirely different.
So can we remove the zygote?
Your sperm is not going to develop into a baby. Okay.
Yeah, and neither is a zygote without the mother.
Yeah, because you're taking it out of the
But
mother.
you're still wait. You understand? Wait,
it.
I have a question. Are women with IUDs murderers?
No.
Wait, but not only can it prevent fertilization, it can also prevent implantation, which means it prevents a fertilized egg, a life at conception, from implanting into the uterine wall, which would begin pregnancy. So it ends a human life, a human cellular life. I don't give a shit. It's a fucking single cell organism. Under your view, if you care about human life, well, that's murder. And now you think that people who have IUDs should be in prison for the rest of their lives. 25 to life. You had an IUD. 25 to life.
I think it's just like ridiculous the way that like your generation just like doesn't have like morals, or like you literally said I don't.
I do have
care
morals.
about
I'm currently
human
describing
life.
to you what my moral view is, right? And you're not understanding it. I
Your
guarantee I have a
moral
greater
view-
concept
moral
of ethics and
view.
morals than you do.
I highly doubt that one, but
Really? You want to bet? Name me one ethical theory.
dude? I don't study ethical.
Name me one
theories,
normative
I
ethical
live
theory.
them.
You don't know a
I
single
live
one.
Them.
Consequentialism, deontology, anything?
Live it.
Okay.
Live it, bro.
You know, the ethics understander, Victoria.
I live ethics and I live morals.
She lives ethics understander. Look
I
at it.
don't-
Your generation has no morals.
I don't puff off, statistics and research and definitions.
I never said you have to, right?
I mean, I feel like that's what all people try to do online. So but
Yeah, I'm sorry. Use facts and
Biting.
evidence. My bad.
I ain't biting.
I have facts and evidence. My bad.
I hate
should stop
that.
using so many facts and evidence.
I mean, you should just like. I would say think a little more out the box. Like have a little more gray in the area. Everything is not white and black.
I never said it was.
No, but you guys act like it is, and that's
Well,
our
in certain
problem.
scenarios, it is. Certain
And that's
scenarios,
the
it might not
problem
be.
with the left and the right not being able to like find some kind of common ground, which I think is what we
Is
need to do.
there any gray to 1 + 1 = 2? Is there any gray to that?
You are not comparing math to human
There are
beings.
certain
Oh
things that
my
are black and
God.
white, and there are certain things that have gray areas. Okay, I don't know why you
so
can't understand that
human-
there can be both.
So do you think human interactions are black and white or gray?
It depends on the scenario.
Do you think there's anything that left and the right can agree on?
Yes,
Okay, what?
we both think murder is bad.
Okay.
Now defining what murder is.
Yeah, okay. So my thing is, and I believe, the government, at least right now, wants us to be fighting, wants us to hate each other. We really need to work on finding common ground. We don't have to agree with each other, right? But we don't have to sit out here and say, oh, who are you? I'm going to call your job. I'm going to make you lose your job, or I'm going to do this, or
None of these things
go
have
to
been done
hell.
by anyone here. What are you talking about?
I'm saying in general, you're out there, you know how people are, right? And that's why you won't dox yourself, because you don't want these things to happen. And it shouldn't get to that point, right? Why are we not focusing on disagreeing on what we disagree with, but also finding a common ground in between so this isn't so much hell for everybody? It's freaking hell out there.
Yo, Davenport, thank you so much for the $25 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Davenport. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. W Davenport in the comment section. Thank you so much.
Yeah, wait, are they supposed to pay you, or they just do it?
They just do it because they like me.
Oh. How much can I ask how much you like range making on a live?
No.
Why? I want to go live.
Okay, well, go for it.
Yeah, but I'm saying like what's like you make like 100, or you make like 10,000?
I'm not gonna say.
Why? Let's have some fun, Parker. Jeez, not everything is like so serious. I know.
Yeah, you're gonna treat this like a business.
You don't
This
wanna
was my
admit to
hobby.
be
This
like
is my
me a little
hobby
bit.
that turned into my job, right? I didn't go on TikTok be like, oh, how much money can I make doing this?
Well, that's
right?
not why I'm on TikTok, but I'm just curious.
Right? Like I did
in
this
my
and
ear
it
how
blew
much
up
money-
because people like my content. That's literally all it is.
Right, but you're like yelling in my ear, like, thanks for this. So I'm just naturally curious.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah. So, I don't know. I think I'm a W guess though. So I will say this went better than with me and Harry. He really wrote.
How did that go?
Well, you know what really happened?
What?
They told me I was sharing misinformation when I talked about Ashley Biden's diary.
And we did that too.
Yeah. Are you kidding me? It literally was out there. And then I got kicked out of the live, and I got blocked from going on lives for like a week.
Oh, you got kicked by TikTok. Okay, so that wasn't him.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I didn't really blame him, but I was just
You
like,
got banned from TikTok. That happens to me too.
yeah, but I was I could still like use TikTok. I just couldn't go on lives.
Yo, Maze, thank you for the $50 on Cash App. Yo, W
what I
Maze in the
mean?
comment section. Thank you so much. I appreciate
You know what I
it.
mean? How can I not be curious?
Thank you so much, Maze. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Jessica, thank you for the $20 on Cash App. Yo, W Jessica in the chat as well. Thank you so much. They
I'm
said
on Cash
L
App
therapist. That's so
too.
tough.
What happened?
They said L therapist.
That's
Maze
hilarious.
did.
They're lucky I have a good sense of humor and wonderful clients who love me. But I'm on Cash App as well. I'm on Venmo.
Yeah, maybe if you had decent views, people would like you. Yo, thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I love when people roast me. That's the problem. Like, they'll never break me because I think it's hilarious and I just laugh at it. So,
Oh yeah, no, I see it all the time too. So
Yeah.
I'm used to it.
yeah.
Yeah, but
All the L's. That's hilarious. Thank you, guys. Thank you for the L's. Thank you.
yeah, so good. We love that. Now, I mean, I have further questions I can ask you. How do you feel about
Okay.
Trump's tax policy, taking money from you and giving it to rich people?
I mean, I hate taxes in general. I think taxes.
Yeah, so he
should not
increased the burden on you and decreased it on his rich buddies.
And all I know is this year too, I'm crazily in debt with taxes. So, I mean,
Yeah, so Trump. Yeah, this is currently Trump tax policy. Did you know that?
no.
Yep, it's currently Trump tax policy.
However, in other years, I made money, but this year, I guess because of my job, I have to owe money. But it's a
Trump tax policy.
So I think taxes are messed up in general.
Sherry, thank you for the
Giving away.
$20 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Sherry. I really appreciate that. W Sherry.
Maybe that's something that we can all agree on. I don't know, but
It depends on what the taxes are going to then be used for, right? I understand not liking taxes if they don't give you anything, but if they give you a benefit, we're going to like that, right?
What's
It's
the
just
benefit?
the issue is that it's not being spent on us. Instead, it's being spent on military bases worldwide. It's being spent on tax cuts for millionaires. It's being spent on dumb shit, right?
the migrant crisis.
Right. Again, I don't think there's an issue with giving it to people who are migrating the country who are going to be U.S. citizens. Ryan, thank you for the $6.66. Thank you so much. Addie, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. W Quad Cities and Erica, thank you for the $10 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Erica.
But do we think that the surge of it happening is a problem?
The surge of migration? No, right? If we literally let in millions of people, we could let 3 million people in a year, right? That would increase our population by like less than 1%.
I don't know about that.
And did you know that we've been we're below fertilization, like replacement rates for our population since the 70s?
I bet we are.
Yeah, so that means that, right,
The
we're
abortion
going to start population
rally.
decreasing, which is going to cause stagnation if we don't have an increasing population. So we actually
Some
require
might
things
argue
like
it would be
immigration.
better to have less people in the world.
Yeah, so would you argue to sterilize people then?
I would argue that we start over, and then I and a really handsome, cool dude kind of start over the population.
Yeah, and that's going to lead to incest. Lauren, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Lauren. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much, Lauren.
I correct myself.
So are you saying you prefer incest?
No, I'm not saying I prefer incest, Parker.
Well, that seems to be the logical conclusion of your worldview there.
Be for real.
But that's what would be entailed. Like, how are your children supposed to reproduce?
I didn't think it out that far. I just came up with this idea now.
I know.
Yeah.
That's
give me
why
time.
I joked about that.
Give me time. I love how I say that, and then your comeback is, so you love incest.
Yep. Good comeback, huh?
I can't, dude. I can't with this. But yeah, you have a much better personality than Harry. He's like super condescending. I know he's your friend. He's just
Is he? I honestly thought Harry was nice. Right. I don't think he's very condescending. Maybe you see him as that. I don't know.
Just with my interaction with him, you have at least a personality and a sense of humor.
I mean, I think Harry has a sense of humor. It's just probably the context.
Maybe with fellow libs, yeah.
What?
Maybe with fellow libs.
Fellow libs. No, yeah. I've seen him interact in positive ways and joking ways with people who are conservative. You probably just said some shade in like.
I kind of was like this. Which I
wouldn't judge it based upon how I am, right? Like I act differently than other people. Like constantly, people compare my friends to me all the time, and I'm just like, I don't know why everyone just like expects people to be me, right? Like I don't know. The people my age are all going to be different than I am, right? No one's going to be the exact same as me. No one's going to have the same approach as me, and I mean that's because they're different people.
I mean, I was like joining some lives a couple weeks ago. Like I never really did this, but I was like, fuck it. And people were like DMing me, oh my God, you have to check out Harry and Parker. And I'm like, what? So that's kind of how I heard about you guys, is like together. So I guess I just was like, associating you guys. Are you on Twitter too? Because that's where I actually seen Harry for the first time, all over freaking Twitter.
Not very common. But you can look me up. Parker had a job on Twitter.
People really hate me
you
on
can find
Twitter.
me there. I used to tweet back in the day. You can
People
see some
really hate me on Twitter. They call me
I was a bit more conspiratorial on Twitter back in the day.
Oh, what kind of conspiracies?
Oh, like the lab leak stuff. I was really into that back then. I've obviously been like, okay, well, we don't know. It could be a lab leak. It could be a zoological leap, right? We don't really know.
What were the lab leaks?
Oh, my thoughts back then was like, oh, it's obviously a lab leak. Ha ha ha. Right?
Like everything? Oh, the
COVID, yeah.
Oh, I believe that. I mean, I think it's like out there that it's like true, right?
No, we don't know. It could be a zoonotical leap or a lab leak.
Are you a fan of Fauci?
I'm not like a fan of him, but I think a lot of people mistake him and said that he was lying when he wasn't lying because they misunderstand context. It's kind of sad.
People think I'm flirting with you. That's crazy.
I think people do that with like every person.
Oh, okay.
People do that with people across the board. George, thank you for the $20.24. Thank you so much on Venmo. Thank you so much.
Well, I'll let you go because I think I pissed enough people.
Okay, a lot of people think you're flirting with me. That's unfortunate.
That's hilarious. I know, but I think I've met my quota of people I pissed off today.
For sure.
Okay, calling me way too old. Like, yes, I'm 37, but I actually look good for my age. So.
Okay, we're going to go on to the next person. Appreciate you coming up. Thank you so much. Just going to the next person, everyone. Only send a guest request if you will vote for Trump in 2024, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Shit, I'm 60. I'm 65. I just come up to flirt with Victoria. She is finer than a motherfucker. How you doing?
Oh, dude. Oh, my God. This is not Sammy's platform. This is not a dating show. Fuck, dude. That's the first time that's ever happened on my life. Oh, my God. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 37.
Yeah, are you going to vote for Trump in 2024?
So I'm not going to, but I just wanted to come in real quick and say something about Victoria.
Oh, no. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you are going to vote for Trump in 2024, y'all. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. I was like, not again. Please, no. No. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
No, I'm not going live. I'm getting out.
Fine. Yeah, are you going to vote for Trump in 2024?
Go back.
Are you going to vote for Trump in 2024?
I think. No.
No? All right. Based Patricia. Let's go. Let's get the next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will vote for Trump in 2024. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App in the bio, everyone. All right. Let's get this person up here. All right. It's not accepting this person. Let me try the next, y'all. Only send a guest request if you will vote for Trump in 2024. Again, everyone, we are just looking for some debates, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's up, Parker?
Are you going to vote for Trump in 2024?
Yes, I am.
And why is that?
Well, I'm going to tell you why that is. Because he didn't vote to ban that damn TikTok.
He did.
What you going to do about your TikTok?
He actually did.
Oh,
The TikTok
no.
ban originally came under Trump's administration.
But he didn't sign that bill, Parker.
Okay. I mean, it's actually held up in the it's going to be held up in the courts. Meryl, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
You didn't sign that bill, Parker. What you going to do with your TikTok?
I'm getting troll vibes. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you will vote for Trump in 2024, everyone. Only send a guest request if you will vote for Trump in 2024. Let's get this next person up here, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, all right. Let's get this next person up here, everyone. Please only send a guest request if you will vote for Trump in 2024, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, buddy. I'm 25.
For sure. Will you vote for Trump in 2024?
What if you don't know who you're going to vote for and you're just kind of trying to stay open-minded?
You should just listen into the debates. You can make your mind up that way.
Well, who can I ask who are you voting for?
Biden.
Biden? Can I ask you why?
Yeah, he's not a proven sexual abuser. He's not a proven fraudster. He hasn't been denying the election for the past few years with no sufficient evidence. He didn't, put multiple Supreme Court justices in office with the explicit reason of overturning Roe versus Wade that restricted tens of millions of women to have access to abortion. He didn't pass a tax cut that specifically took money from poor people and gave it to rich people. A distributional analysis from the Tax Policy Center and the Joint Committee on Taxation indicated that it decreased after-tax income for the lowest quintile for the middle class and increased it for the highest quintile, top 1% and the top 0.1%.
Got you. So it sounds
But
like
I'll further elaborate on these as I debate people.
yeah.
If you'd like
No,
to
it
listen.
sounds like you've done your research on it. Yeah, I guess I just don't know because a lot of people don't really agree with Trump, and sometimes I tend to wonder why. But okay, no, that makes sense.
For sure. Appreciate you coming up. All right, y'all. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you will vote for Trump in 2024. Let's look on to the next person, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Yeah, how old are you?
50.
Yeah, for sure. Are you going to vote for Trump in 2024?
Absolutely.
And why is that?
Well, we could reiterate a bunch of stuff that you already spoke about, like border crisis, stuff like that. You're telling everybody that you don't think there is one, or that you said that Trump was the one that said don't vote for the border policy because of the money that was going to Ukraine, correct?
Yeah, and because he didn't want to make Democrats look good.
But what about how Biden undid the Remain in Mexico policy that Trump enacted when he was president? First day that he went into office. What do you think about that?
Oh, completely cool with that. I mean, under the context of Obama's administration, we had lower levels of immigration. Yeah, we didn't have this Remain in Mexico policy. So I'm unconvinced that the Remain in Mexico border policy had any relevancy in how many people were coming to the country. Likely it was environmental, relating to COVID, relating to inflation, political stability, right? Those things are likely more important factors as to why more people are coming to the country now, rather than specifically just saying, oh, border policy that Trump influenced get passed, because again, right, we didn't see this under Obama's administration. Jerry, thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much.
Do you know what the numbers were under Trump and his final in 2019 before COVID?
Like somewhat, right? I knew that they were lesser than they are now.
45,000. That was the lowest in 40 years. So where do you get facts that Obama was lower than Trump?
I never necessarily said lower. I said we had lower levels than now. And again, under 45,000 for the year, that's not true.
I think it was 45,000 a month, correct? Or something like that.
Maybe.
However,
I would have to look back probably. But I think it was pretty similar under Obama's administration.
How many are we getting now?
I don't know the full numbers. They're still releasing these things.
Well, I mean, you should know some numbers from maybe last month or the month before, or total. I mean, I think they said that.
No, they don't. They don't really post them fully until like after.
I think you can go to Census Bureau.
Like for example, for Pew Research, we got it in like 2021 or something like that, or it might be up to 2022, something like that.
Right. I think those 2 years you can go into. It's not the Census Bureau. There's another Social Security Administration, I think it was, that you can go in and it'll tell you the numbers that have come through. That's reported, documented in the past. What? Okay.
Sure. I mean, but like, I don't know why you're specifically relating this to the border policy that Trump passed, or Trump, the same Mexico border policy, if these numbers weren't to the same degree under the context of Obama's administration, where this policy was not present.
For Biden, and I want to vote for Trump, so we're comparing those two apples and apples.
Yeah, but you understand that I'm also comparing like these policies on the basis of whether or not this was a particular influence. Joseph, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. So this would be an important factor to take into account.
Oh, of course. And why did Biden undo that Remain in Mexico policy in the first day?
Well, because it's unnecessary for asylum law internationally and under U.S. code.
Actually, isn't U.S. Constitution provide for us to protect our borders and to make sure that
U.S. asylum code says it's legal for people to come into the country regardless of whether or not they come through a port of entry.
That's not what Tom Hoseman said.
Regardless of what you want to say, you can read the legal asylum code. Like, I've literally read it. You can literally read the legal asylum code, and it says this.
So they can come in. They can come in not through a port of entry.
Yeah.
And then what?
Yeah, they just have to identify themselves under the context of the asylum process.
And so, how many of them do identify themselves?
They typically do.
I don't know, some of the videos that I actually saw that weren't made up. I saw a lot of people running through the wall, through open holes and whatever.
Regardless of whether or not that's true, it's still under the legal asylum process if they are claiming asylum. If they're not claiming asylum, well then no, it wouldn't be.
Yeah, that's fair enough, where if they are claiming asylum and they're doing it the right way and they're reporting and they're turning themselves in to get the asylum, but I don't think a lot of people are, aren't they?
I mean, you could say you don't think a lot of people are, right? But like, unless you have data to support that claim, it's just baseless.
Well, on the same context, you're saying that everybody is. So where do you have that
I never said everybody is. I literally just clarified that I don't think that.
Then isn't that a problem?
Wait, no, not necessarily.
So
there are people who come in through the context of tourism that can do bad things. That doesn't mean we ban tourism.
Well, you have to do the right thing when you have a tourism. You come in, you have to, if you want to stay here, you have to get a green card, correct?
Not necessarily, right? You can fly here and then you overstay visas.
Okay, so you get a visa and you overstay it. That's what you just said. So you overstay your visa. So you have to get a visa to come here.
No, you can come here without a visa. You can just travel here like you're a tourist.
Walk right through port of entry.
I mean, if you have to go through a port of entry, right, you might have to identify yourself.
Right. I mean, if you fly here, you have to go through customs, right?
Yeah.
Visa.
Yeah. I mean, again, just identification. But you can still come here.
Right. You absolutely can come here, but you have to have a visa and you have to do it so that they know that you're here.
You don't have to have a visa.
So you don't have to have a visa now.
Yeah, that was already established.
So you can come on a plane and just walk through customs without any kind of just identification. That's all you
need. With passport or with identification, yeah.
Something tells me that's not accurate.
Something tells me you have no fucking clue what you're talking about.
Because I've had family members come over here from Europe and they needed to get their visa before they can come here.
Are they immigrating?
Doesn't matter. You said tourism.
Tourism doesn't require that. You just need a passport.
A U.S. passport?
No, you just need a passport in general.
From their country?
Yeah.
Okay. So what else? Let's see. Why else would I vote for Trump, right?
Yeah, what reason? He's been held liable for sexual abuse, for defamation, right? For business fraud. He specifically said that he would date a 10-year-old in 10 years, right? He passed a tax policy that benefited the rich people at the expense of poor people. He called for religious persecution and a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country. Right? He willfully retained documents, spread these secrets to his friends, right, intentfully, and we got him on audio admitting to it.
Well, the just like they did with Japanese during World War II. They prohibited Japanese from coming here. Isn't that the right thing to do? To make sure that anybody Muslims coming in that could be.
They also put Japanese people in internment camps. That doesn't mean you should do that. That's wrong, right?
Of course, but protect the country, protect the society of the United States. You have to sometimes take measures that aren't always proper.
I don't see why you have to engage in religious persecution to do that. Because if we did this with Christians, you'd disagree with it.
Well, guess what? I think they've been doing it with Christians because
no, they haven't.
There's been priests that have been arrested when they kept their churches open while Pelosi was going in to get her haircut. So they couldn't have their churches open for.
Oh, come on, bro. That's not related to religion. That was related to any business.
Right. Separation of religion and state. I think you should be able to go to church if you want to go to church, no matter what time, right?
You're so dense. It was a pandemic.
Pandemic, right. A global one.
Uh-huh.
Another thing that they talk about with Trump and how he didn't do a good job with the pandemic, right?
Yeah, he constantly tried to undermine it and act like it wasn't a big issue.
You remember what Nancy Pelosi said when COVID came over here, and she said she was standing in New York in Chinatown, and she said, "Don't worry about it."
I don't know why you care so much about Nancy Pelosi. Not one time have I said, "Oh, Nancy Pelosi did this thing that was so great. I want to vote for Nancy Pelosi." Yet all you can talk about is fucking Nancy Pelosi.
No, because you got to compare the two. You're saying that Trump said
that's not even relevant to the president. She's not running for president.
No, she was only third in line, and
she's not running for president. I'm not talking about Mitch McConnell. I'm not talking about Speaker of the House. Right, I'm asking you specifically, like, how is this relevant?
Because I don't think every country was affected. Trump didn't make it. What would you have done differently, or what would Biden?
I would have worn a mask. I wouldn't have completely denied the effects of the pandemic. Right, I wouldn't have tried to undermine the process. I would have acted quicker than he did. He took literally months after blocking the first thing as it relates to the province, right, before blocking any of the other surrounding regions that could have also have had this particular virus.
So wait a minute, didn't you just say? So when Trump was called a xenophobe from preventing,
I knew you were going to say this, right? He literally, dude, it's like actually clockwork. Give me a fucking argument against myself, dude. Please, bro. Like, for one fucking second, argue against what I'm saying.
Okay.
Please, it's an impossible challenge.
Go ahead. Start now.
No, argue against what I'm saying.
All right, repeat what you said.
Oh my gosh. What were we talking about? Do you even know?
Talking about COVID. Before that, we were talking about the border policy.
And I was asking you whether or not something was relevant. And what was I asking you about? Nancy Pelosi. You brought up Nancy Pelosi. And I asked you, what's the relevancy?
The relevancy is because nobody knew
Sierra, thank you so much. I appreciate the $20 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Sierra. I appreciate it.
Nobody knew how to handle a global pandemic. I mean, Trump didn't do anything that any other global leaders did.
Oh, he got rid of a pandemic team? Actually, we did know how to deal with a pandemic, right?
How?
There was a pandemic team that Trump got rid of in 2017. They were a team designated to deal with circumstances like this. But Trump thought, no way this happens under my administration.
Where do you have that? I'd like to see that.
It's comical, isn't it? You want me to show you?
Yeah, I'd love to see that.
All right. Trump gets rid of pandemic team. Trump gets rid of pandemic team. All right. USA Today indicates this. We can give you something from AP News. Or was it 2018? Are you going to give me a response to anything?
Well, I mean, you said you're going to show me.
I just told you.
USA Today in 2018?
Yeah, in 2018.
I can't leave the screen because if I did, then
Trump disbanded the pandemic response team.
What would that response team have done different? What would any other country leader have done different? Because as far as I remember,
We would have kept the
every
pandemic
country-
response team.
So what about the other countries? Did they have a pandemic response team? Because Italy lost people, Germany lost people.
I'm not saying they wouldn't lose people. What I'm saying is that they had better responses than what we would have had, and we could have easily saved more lives. That's all I said.
What did Biden do when he came into office? Because if you know the numbers, then Biden lost more lives under his presidency in COVID than Trump did.
Yeah, because there was Delta and Omicron, which were bigger waves.
So what did he do about those waves?
Right, he adopted the usage of masks significantly more. He vaccinated over 100 million people, actually 200 million people, right, very quickly.
You forced them, right? If you
No, he
want
didn't force them.
For the military and for teachers and for healthcare workers, he absolutely did.
They have to do that with their jobs anyway, with plenty of other vaccinations already. That's just a requirement of the job.
So add this one, right?
Yeah, that's a requirement of the job. If you can't accept that's a job requirement, I don't know what to tell you. You okay?
No, perfectly fine.
Interesting. Spicy. You got anything else you want to talk about before we go on to the next person?
Sure. One more thing. What was it? I can't remember. Trying to get ready for bed.
All right.
Hey guys, you could pass it on to the next guy then.
I could hear the fucking got him quiet as hell. I know, right? All right, it's not accepting this person. Let me try the next, everyone. Only send a guest request if you will vote for Trump in 2024. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App in the bio, everyone. Yo, what's up? Oh, hello? Okay, it's not accepting this person. Let me try the next, everyone. Only send a guest request if you will vote for Trump in 2024. It looks like they literally just joined right after. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 33.
For sure. Will you vote for Trump in 2024?
Well, so I wanted to ask you, Parker, because I love your stuff. I've long since held the opinion of voting doesn't really count since it goes to Electoral College. Can you maybe educate me a little more, bud?
Voting doesn't count because of the Electoral College?
Yeah, I mean,
that would just mean it depends on state.
College.
That would just mean it depends on state. It does matter still.
To what extent, though? Because I mean,
are you voting for Trump in 2024?
No. I'm not voting for anyone later.
Okay. All right, give it a second, y'all. Only send a guest request if you will vote for Trump in 2024, everyone. I'm trying to get to the next person real quick, y'all. Why are you here? I don't know why they were. All right, y'all. We have like no guest requests from people who have not been up here before, so do send a guest request if you disagree, y'all. Send a guest request if you will vote for Trump in 2024, everyone. It seems very hard to add people up right now for some reason. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Every day we lose more sigmas.
How old are you?
X.
All right. Only send a guest request if you will vote for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Please only send a guest request if you will vote for Trump in 2024, everyone. All right. Let's get this next person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, everyone. Please only send a guest request if you will vote for Trump in 2024. We have almost no guest requests from people who have not been up here before. If you've been a recent guest, everyone, please do not send a guest request back. We are looking for new people, y'all. All right, let me try to get this next person, everyone. Please only send a guest request if you disagree, y'all. Only send a guest request if you disagree, everyone. Alright, everyone. Do give it a second, y'all. It's really not accepting anyone. I do apologize, y'all. Local elections do matter, JT. Absolutely. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Chow, I don't know what to do, bro. There's literally like no guest requests right now because half of these people are either not here. Alright, let's get this next person, everyone. It's not accepting this person either. Basically, everyone in my guest box is at a recent guest. Restart? I don't know. We were doing fine for most of this. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
44.
For sure. Are you going to vote for Trump in 2024?
Yeah, I am.
And why is that?
He's just a good businessman.
Then why did he bankrupt 4 times? Or 6 times, sorry.
Why do you what? Excuse me?
Then why do you get into 6 bankruptcies?
I don't know, but he always pulls through them.
Can you name to me another good businessman that has 6 bankruptcies?
Probably not.
No. Okay. Is there any policy that you like of Donald Trump's that he influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class?
I just think we're in trouble with all the immigrants getting into the country. And I think Trump can fight that a lot better than Biden.
He can fight what? Sorry, say that again?
Keeping illegal immigrants out of the United States.
Yeah, so again, as it relates to the context of this scenario, then why did Trump not help pass the border bill? Right? But he said, blame it on me if the border bill fails. So if you want to restrict more people from coming to this country, well, then it seems like Trump didn't actually care about that, right? Because he didn't want to pass the border bill because he didn't want to make Democrats look good. That's what he said himself. Hello? He swiped out of the app, everyone. Dude, tap that screen, everyone. Let's get to 500,000 likes, everyone. Share the live as well, everyone. I don't know what just happened to this guy. I think he just left. If you will vote for Trump in 2024, everyone, do send a guest request right now. We have like no guest requests at all. We literally have no guest requests from people who are new, y'all. Literally no guest requests. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What happens to your Star Wars debate, man?
The guy didn't come.
Dog.
The guy wasn't there. He wasn't there, man. It's really unfortunate. He didn't show up. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I don't go live.
Hey, are you gonna vote for Trump in 2024?
Yep.
And why is that?
Because he's an arrogant asshole.
So you want to vote for someone who's an arrogant asshole?
I will not vote for Trump.
Oh, based. You know, W Jeff. Love Jeff for that. Love Jeff. Only send a guest request if you will vote for Trump in 2024. Only send a guest request if you do disagree, y'all. We have like literally no requests right now, y'all. All right, we're trying to get this next person. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, not to fuck your mama, bitch.
Okay, are you going to vote for Trump in 2024?
Man, only if your mama's gagging on my fucking knob.
You're just like going to be a child?
No, my bad. All right, I'm gonna be serious. Yeah. I'm gonna vote for Trump because Biden has been deporting more immigrants than Trump has. Why is that?
There's more people coming to the country.
No, that's not my question. My question was not coming in. My question was deportation.
Yeah. If there's more people coming into the country, there's going to be more people likely that you have to remove from the country.
So why are there more people coming in?
It could be environmental reasons like inflation and COVID.
COVID? Man, come on, man. You know that shit's over with.
Yeah, that doesn't mean it doesn't have impacts long term.
Do you fight for human rights?
Do I fight for human rights? Yes.
Okay. Amy Wise in Ohio, she was essayed and unalived by an illegal immigrant in 2022. That individual had been deported twice already. How do you feel about that?
I think that's a bad thing. I think that shouldn't happen, but I don't think that's something you should use to generalize all immigrants, right? As immigrants are less likely to commit these types of crimes than natural-born U.S. citizens.
So we should go off the broad majority versus the minority?
What I'm saying is that we would go based upon what the evidence is indicative of, and I wouldn't generalize an entire group of people based upon a small group. You got flagged for harassment and bullying. I have to go to the next person. It's probably the first things he said when he first got on. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you will vote for Trump in 2024, y'all. You, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Hello? Alright, let's try this next person. We have like no requests, y'all. I do think that maybe a following glitch like just started. I don't know what's going on. We have like no requests. You, what's up? How old are you?
43.
For sure. Are you going to vote for Trump in 2024?
Of course I'm going to vote for Trump.
And why is that?
Well, I'm going to tell you. It's Trump. He's going to let this TikTok stand on. And Biden, he tried to shut it down. Let me tell you, Parker, why are you banging your head, man? Stop banging your head, Parker. Parker, calm down. Let me tell you. Trump is going to make this country better. You don't think so right now. But I'm going to tell you. You just watch and see. Trump is going to make this country great again.
When was it great and how?
Well, it was great back when we didn't have to wonder if we was going to have food from one day to the next. Food prices wasn't that high in the Trump administration. You get to this whole Biden.
I'm asking, like, what year was that?
Food doubled prices.
What
I can't even eat like I used to.
What is the year in which it was great in America?
Well, it was great back when Trump was running it.
No, he said make America great again prior to him being in office. Do you agree with him that it was great prior to him being in office?
It was great prior to him being in office.
Okay, so when?
Back when Obama was running the country.
So when Biden was VP?
Biden was VP, but he was very quiet. He was in a corner. He ain't had no opinion about nothing.
He did. He actually did. You just didn't hear about it.
No, yeah, exactly. You didn't hear him on it. He was quiet. That's what I said.
No, you didn't, right? But people did.
Mm-hmm. Let me tell you, man. You keep on going with this old Biden, man. He ain't gonna remember nothing that he said in a couple years. He ain't gonna remember nothing that he said about nothing. And you're gonna be like, dang, why didn't I vote for Trump?
And neither is Trump. I mean, Trump fell asleep twice in court. Trump mistook Eugene Carroll for his ex-wife. Seems like Trump's having issues.
He's having little issues, but not as
little.
Biden, now, come on now. Come on, man. You cannot sit here and just stand up for that man like that. Why is he so much better than Trump?
Can you give me a reason why he's better than Trump?
Can you give me
the reason why he's better than Biden? My bad, sorry.
No, can you give me
Did you just say Trump? Wait, did you say Biden is better than Trump? Did you just say that?
No, I didn't say that. I said Trump is better than Biden.
Okay, and then what's the reason?
All the reasons, because he had the gas prices low, the food prices was low.
No, but
We
how
get
is that
this
caused
whole
by
Biden
Biden or Trump?
administration,
How is
everything
that?
going up.
How is that?
Inflation went up
How is that caused by
120%.
Biden?
Because Biden got in office and everybody forgot everything about the airtime. Because it was all about Biden. Biden was good. We forgot Trump was making America great again.
Yeah, and where?
All right.
What did he do? Name one thing he did.
All right, Parker. You always win. You always win. But you know what, Parker? You're going to win this one today, too. But you know what? I'll be back another day, and we're going to have a good conversation.
For sure, for sure. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Alright, let's get the next person, everyone. We got like no guest requests, y'all. I'm so sad. TikTok is being really sad right now. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
30.
Yeah, are you going to vote for Trump in 2024?
Yes, I am.
And why is that?
I believe in the views he has on our immigration.
Yeah, like what?
So you were speaking earlier in this live how immigrants should be able to come into this country undocumented and not have to pay their way, where you need to have a visa, have a job, pay taxes like the rest of us.
What I said is that everyone who's currently in the country who has not committed a violent crime, who is here undocumented, should have a pathway ship to citizenship, right? And that it should take 6 months max for people to get into the country legally. I don't know where you got this idea from.
I agree with the 6 months legally, but here's the problem. They are coming in and not going through that process of
because
trying
right now
to
on average it takes 5 to
legalize.
7 years.
I disagree with you.
That's what the statistics indicate. 5 to 7 years on average.
I work with plenty of Hispanic community that they are able to get legalized within 1 to 2 years.
Yeah,
They
but
go
I'm
in
talking
and
the
take
average.
test. Okay. The other problem is, these people, they're not even trying to get legalized though, because they have the free ride. They have someone like me who is paying $15,000. On my salary, I'm paying $15,000 to $20,000 worth of taxes a year, and then at the end of the tax year, I still have to pay in, while they're getting the free ride of health care and everything else. So why do I get punished for being a hardworking citizen when they get to sit back and...
You're not being punished, and these people are coming to the country. They're migrants. They're legal. So what's the issue?
I'm telling you, they're not paying their way.
They are. They pay taxes.
They do not.
They do. You want to bet?
Not really. I have other views too that I'm not going to discuss with you, because we are worried about other people coming to the country also, that while we cannot even take care of our own veterans, which my brother has served on 2 different deployments.
We can take care of veterans and allow for immigration.
We do not take care of our veterans, because my brother has been denied multiple times when he struggles with PTSD.
Chad, I didn't say we take... I said we should.
The Biden administration has not done it.
I'm not arguing they have. Neither has Trump. He left. Great arguments, bro. Incredible arguments.
Back by popular demand.
Name who in the chat said that?
I had like a billion messages saying that your live got so much more boring after I left.
Oh, we just didn't have any guests for a minute there. So
Okay. Well.
that's all it was.
Okay. Well. How are you doing?
Terrible.
Yeah, you look bored as fuck.
No, I'm not bored. I'm just waiting for a guest.
Oh, well, somebody also said your eyes look red, so.
My eyes look red?
Yeah, are you smoking weed?
Not right now.
No. Okay. Yeah, but I don't know. I heard
Probably
people-
should, bro. I have to deal with this shit.
Oh. You don't enjoy it?
No, I was just trolling.
Yeah.
I love what I do.
Yeah. I think I'm gonna start this shit.
Good luck.
I know. I feel like
You know, I've been doing this for years, right?
how many people did you have in your first live?
Like 2 people.
Oh.
I used to go live every day with 2 to 5 people.
Okay.
Yeah, and I went live for months with like 10 people. I didn't start getting hundreds of people in my live for like 5 months.
So you were just like talking to yourself?
I was just talking to people in the chat, yeah. I originally I didn't do debates. I used to just talk to people. And then I started doing debates after a while and everything kind of blew up.
Did you talk about politics or like other stuff?
It took me a while to talk about politics. I didn't start talking about politics on here until a while into it. I used to go on Omegle and I would just talk to random people about this, like in 2020. So it's kind of similar to what I'm doing now.
Okay. Yeah, I think I might do it. Somebody said I only have 8 followers, but I think I have like 3,000, which is kind of like a decent startup campaign for me. I think.
Mm-hmm.
Why is he not removing her? Guys, because I'm freaking entertaining and I'm freaking lovable.
There's no other debates, Chad. I mean, I think I can convince you very easily.
What are you trying to convince?
Well, as it relates to the context of Trump, like I just don't know why you're gonna vote for him fully. Like I know we talked about it for a while, but it's
Yeah.
not clear like the good reason.
I mean, my story with politics is I was raised by my grandparents who were older school than, my parents. And I don't know if you ever heard this, but they used to say back in the day, you don't talk about money, politics, or religion.
Yeah, I grew up in a conservative Christian household.
Okay. So,
I know what you're talking about.
So yeah, I used to hear that. So looking back, I don't even know what party my grandparents were a part of. But
I don't either actually.
Yeah.
But except for my dad's side. My point I'm just asking is I don't know what your good reason is for believing in these things.
Well, I'm trying to get to the point of how I became a Trump supporter. So I never cared about politics. Like you guys are different in your 20s now. I really just, was living my life, not worried about this stuff.
I mean, there's a lot of people my age that are like that. You just see me
I guess
because I'm
so.
on the internet.
Probably. But yeah, I never got into it. Even in, so I was at like a super liberal college my first year of grad school when Trump became president. So me being there, I'm a new Trump supporter because I was like, okay, I hate politics. Everyone lies. I'm not going to vote anyway because people can say whatever they want and then do whatever they want. So I just kind of saw it as pointless. And then Trump came around and he, bought me in with I'm not a politician. I'm just going to speak my mind. I'm not going to, be PC, which I like. And so I, kind of ran with that. And then the more I saw him, I liked him. I think he has a lot.
Yeah, wait, no, I'm not asking for like the description of. I'm asking like, what's the justification you have for voting for him now? Like, what's the reason why you think he's a better candidate?
Because he's continued to show his strength as a person. Look what he's being put through. It's still been nothing but strength. Any other person would have lost their damn mind fully.
Really? So,
Yeah.
I mean, I think Trump, we could probably say he has.
You
right?
think he's lost his mind?
Yeah, he's claiming he won the election with no sufficient evidence. He's making delusional remarks. He's falling to sleep in court, right? Like, there's plenty of things.
I think there's a little bit out there on the election being a little fraudulent. So,
Yeah, can you give me any evidence?
I have personal accounts of people I'm right across the bridge from Philly, and people that know the people that are harvesting votes, which is illegal, and it's being done all over Philly. And I feel like that is just something that's happening everywhere. I know.
Yeah, what
people
did the audits in
do
the
it.
state indicate?
I don't know. Well, the audits in the state
They
indicate
didn't indicate sufficient evidence to overturn the election. Neither did any of the court cases. There were actually 60 plus court cases that didn't indicate sufficient evidence to overturn the election.
the government isn't the government anymore.
Wait. 17 of which had appointed judges specifically by Trump. Okay, so either Trump lost the election or he appointed corrupt judges that stole it from him.
The government isn't the government anymore. They will do whatever they think pushes Biden to the top, which is
So the
clear.
government is going to do what so that's the government, Ron.
Yeah,
And
the government
two,
will
you have no evidence to indicate that
Yeah.
that they do that for Biden.
It's pretty evident.
And
The evidence is evident.
There is any evidence? Where's that?
It's just evident.
And where's that?
It's just there. You say it.
You just say it? Well, I
Yeah.
mean, I could just say that you're a cannibal.
I do bite my fingernail. So,
Girl, that's not what a cannibal is.
well, I'm not here to talk about cannibalism, but I mean, it's pretty clear that the government blows up any little thing that Trump does, and then all of this crazy weird shit that Biden's doing, it's just pushed under the rug. If it's not pushed under the rug, then you're just straight up gaslit. Like, nope, you didn't see that. No, you didn't hear that.
There was not sufficient evidence to overturn the election. You can sit there and you can believe that all you want. We actually look at the analysis of data and we don't see any reason to believe that he won.
No.
Right? You can say that, like, oh, there are these particular circumstances I heard about from people that said that they were bad and corrupt, but there's no sufficient evidence supporting the view.
What about the audits showing all the dead people that voted for Biden?
There were less people that voted in this election that were dead comparative to any previous election in recorded history.
But I guarantee all the dead people
Proportionally.
voted for Biden. So
No.
the dead people weren't, spread out among the candidates. All
Can
the
you
dead
give me evidence of that? Because there's dead people that vote in every election.
But this time you don't find it out that they all voted for Biden?
Again, can you show me a source on that?
You know what? I might dig into that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, just Google audit for dead people that voted for Biden.
Yeah, no, I've heard of this, and I didn't see any evidence supporting it.
Yeah. Did you Google it?
In the past, I have, yeah.
It's there.
Love to see that.
All right. I'm going to dig into that one.
All right, go look for it.
All right. Bye, Parker.
All right, see ya.
Bye.
Let's go to the next person, everyone. Only send a guest request if you will vote for Trump in 2024, y'all. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
23.
Yeah, are you going to vote for Trump in 2024?
No, but I'm from Jersey where this person's coming from, so I just wanted to say.
Appreciate you. I don't know why we just got random algorithm push. That's fucking amazing. Yo, what's up? How old are you? And I'm going to cry myself to sleep now. Let's go on to the next person. Everyone, only send a guest request if you will vote for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Love that random algorithm push. Have not seen that in fucking years. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Chat, when is the last time you saw me shoot up fucking 600 viewers like that? What the fuck? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
Yeah, how old are you?
Oh, I'm 50.
Yeah, are you gonna vote for Trump in 2024?
No, but forgive me. I know that you're
Yeah, just looking for people, please. Only send a guest request if you will vote for Trump in 2024. It's been a minute since this happened.
All right, I'm voting for Trump in 2024, bud.
And why is that?
A lot of reasons. I just, when it comes to, you guys love to say that they investigated the election, blah, 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 and they didn't find no evidence that it was tampered with or any fraud happened. Tell me how it took over, 3 years now that Trump's been out of office, but it took over 7 years to investigate the stuff that they're now charging Trump for. But somehow they were able to do an investigation on a stolen election in less than 6 months, dude. Like, be for real.
Election times have more precedence than fucking other things. Come on, bro. You know this in the court system. Certain things can be expedited.
Nah, but what I'm saying is there's no way that they could have done... Dude, I do law enforcement. There's no way you could investigate this in that short amount of time, bro. There's just...
Yeah, you can. They did. They had plenty of court cases. right? 60 plus court cases, 17 of which had appointed judges specifically by Trump, right? Which did not indicate sufficient evidence to overturn the election. So either Trump appointed corrupt judges that stole the election from him, or he lost.
Bro, do you know what an investigation is?
Yes.
An investigation, you go out and interview people, bro. You go out and interview people. You do, sometimes
there would be an audit on this. Not all investigations have interviews, but there would be an audit. There would be things that you look at in the particular scenario. But sure, I mean, it could involve that.
Right. So if you're saying just audit, like the thing is if people aren't just saying that, part of the election being stolen claim was they were rescanning votes multiple times, which I don't believe that necessarily is the truth, because it would have caught it. Did they catch some that were scanned twice? Of course they did. But,
yeah, I'm just asking, what's the evidence that indicates sufficient reason to believe the election was stolen? And I just don't see any evidence supporting that notion.
Well, that's what us Republicans are saying. How could they have truly investigated something in the short amount of time that they claim that they investigated it?
What about Bush v. Gore? What about other elections where they investigated pretty quickly?
You're not a cop. Okay, buddy.
Wait. What about Bush v. Gore?
What about it?
Remember that was contested and they looked that over?
I'm not familiar with it now.
Yeah, so there have been many elections where they investigate pretty quickly. I don't know what your point is.
Right, I'm just saying, here in Pennsylvania, we had a FedEx driver that testified. And basically, he brought a trailer down from New York. I believe it was down to, he did a whole interview on it. He took it down to Harrisburg. They wouldn't tell him what it was at first. They wouldn't give him a receipt for it. He claims that it was a bunch of ballots for the election. Did they investigate that? Pennsylvania,
so a FedEx driver the driver was lying, right? You could just say that. And then also,
I never looked into whether or not they investigated it or not.
Yeah. So again, literally, I would just say, look at the overall audits and court cases. They didn't indicate this. Again, what I just said there as it relates to the federally appointed judges by Trump, that's one of the most important points, because it yields either Trump appointed corrupt judges that did not literally look at this legitimately and they stole the election from him, right? Which means he's bad at picking federally appointed judges, right? Or he lost the election. Either way, it makes him look bad.
So you got a guy in your chat, his name's Graham. He says he lives in Pennsylvania. Graham, if you live in Pennsylvania, answer this question. Do you have to show an ID when you go to vote? I just want to see what he says.
Did you hear anything I just said?
What's that?
Did you hear anything I just said?
No, what happened?
Respectfully, why are you paying more attention to my comment section than the person you're debating?
Well, because so part of my thing is I live in Pennsylvania. I don't have to show an ID. I showed an ID the first time I went to vote. Last year, all I had to do was go in.
That's not an answer to my question.
My bad. I get distracted. Okay. I won't.
Yeah, clearly. I'm asking, all right, why are you more invested in what the chat's saying rather than the person you're talking to?
Right. I apologize. You're right, man. I apologize. 100%.
So the point that I'm seeing is relevant here, right, is that either Trump appointed corrupt judges, right, or he lost the election, right? Corrupt judges that stole the election from him. So either he appointed corrupt judges through the context of being a bad picker for judges, right, or he's been lying about the election for the past few years. Now, which one do you believe it to be? It's one or the other.
Well, I don't think it's either, bro. What I'm saying is I don't think that they spent enough time investigating whether or not, they didn't spend.
How much more time should they spend investigating?
Dude, it should take at least a year to investigate it. I get it that
How would it take a year? It didn't take a year with Bush v. Gore.
I get the election's not going to be overturned. I get that, and
they have priority on these election things.
I mean, you can say that, but it doesn't matter what priority they have. Dude, an investigation takes time. It doesn't just happen like that, dude. There's so much that goes into an investigation. There's no way that they could have investigated everything like they claim they did.
You're just claiming that. What reason do you have to believe that?
What are you talking about?
You're just claiming that. What reason do you have to believe it?
So what do you think an investigation for an election fraud should be consist of? You think just doing audits?
Court cases, these are all enough, right? That I've seen to be able to test the results of the election.
So what about all the ballots that came in that were that were dated after? Because Pennsylvania, we had a lot of mail-in ballots that were dated after the official, like the date that it had to be dated by. We had a lot of them that came in after the date, and they still counted them. And our governor even said, yeah.
I mean, would they even have changed the results?
I think that was their argument, is that it wouldn't have.
Okay.
But the fact that it still happened.
Who cares if it didn't change the results?
I mean, I don't know. This is one of the most important, the presidential race is one of the most important things that we vote on in this country.
Did you know that the 2020 election was the most secure election in recorded history?
I doubt it, dude.
That's what CISA.gov indicated.
Yeah, I have a hard time believing it.
Yeah, you're just not going to believe the evidence whenever it exists. Your view literally just comes down to denying facts.
It's not denying facts.
That is literally what your view resorts to.
It's just being like.
No, it resorts to denying facts.
Tell me how Joe Biden can just sit in a basement during the whole election and then still come out. And then he comes out and gets the most amount of votes the president's ever gotten, bro. And it wasn't
because that many people don't like Trump. Those weren't votes for Biden; they were votes against Trump.
But yet, Trump also.
That's what you're not understanding.
But then Trump also set the record. If you would have took Biden out and say just counted, Trump's votes, he still would have set a record. So you're telling me there was that many more people that voted this year just because they hated Trump?
Yes, that is literally what happened.
All right. Well,
how do you think Trump got more votes than Obama?
I mean, every year I think you're going to get more votes.
Okay. Now you're okay with accepting that.
No. I'm saying I think every election you're going to see.
Come on, bro. You're saying.
No, but think about it this way, okay? So every year you have kids. Every year there's a new generation that's going to be able to vote. When I say every year, I mean every election year. So obviously every election year the numbers are going to go up.
Okay, so now you just explained your own question then.
Right. I mean, I don't know. We're not going to see eye to eye on this one, but let's talk about what's going on right now. You asked why we're voting for Trump. Another thing is all these court cases. Okay, you want to say that everybody loves to bring up all the indictments against Trump. Okay, but what they don't like to bring up is that Hillary Clinton was fined by the FEC for.
I don't give a shit.
Well, you're asking why we're voting for Trump. I'm letting you know.
Hillary Clinton has nothing to do with this.
Well, it's. Not in and of herself.
Should I just have a conversation about Mitt Romney or something? Like, bro, like are we talking about prior elections or?
Hillary Clinton in and of herself, just by herself, no, has nothing to do with it. But what I'm getting at is Trump is being treated unfairly, and all these indictments.
Yeah, I really don't like Reagan, dude.
But I'm just saying, all these indictments are political. So why are they doing it?
Can you give me any reason to believe that they're just political?
Well, I'm trying to. So I'm starting with the whole Hillary Clinton thing. So Hillary Clinton, when her and the DNC paid for that Russian dossier, what happened to them? That was to influence an election. Did they face any criminal charges? No. The FEC fined her for, I think she got fined for $9,000 and the DNC got fined for $103,000. It was something like that.
Hillary was investigated, though. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, she was also investigated for having classified information on a private server. And what happened there?
Okay, and I don't see how that's... Again, how is this any relevant?
Because what's Trump being charged for? Having the classified documents down to Mar-a-Lago.
He for willfully retaining them.
So you're saying Hillary didn't?
Mike Pence had documents and didn't willfully retain it. Willful retain of classified documents? I'm not even sure if these were classified documents.
Dude.
Wait, these weren't classified documents, though.
It don't matter.
It does matter. These are different crimes.
Well, no. Just because she had classified information on a server doesn't change. That stuff has to be.
Were these classified documents?
Say again?
And did she share them? Trump was sharing them. Trump was caught on audio recording sharing these documents to friends that he liked. And saying, I would have declassified them if I could have. Like, dude, he literally admitted to it.
Well, technically, she was sharing them because if they were on her email. On a
They were
private server.
classified documents.
Right, but she should have never had them. My point is, she never got.
And
charged
I can condemn behaviors in from both sides, right? I don't give a shit, right? I just don't see how this is relevant to me.
What I'm saying,
I'll
because
condemn Hillary if she did.
everything that Trump is being charged for, the Democrats have done the same thing.
Oh,
and
so
gotten
when
away with
did Joe Biden get held liable for sexual abuse and for defamation and for business fraud?
it. Those are all civil, bud. Trump's
Wait,
never
so?
been. Trump has never been found guilty of any of that stuff. That's
Held
all
liable
civil.
for sexual abuse.
Right, but that's all civil. The burden of proof.
Who cares? Who cares? That's
So the best
still
way
bad.
I
Is it
think-
not bad?
The burden of proof for a civil
Is
case.
it not bad?
Yeah, I agree. It's bad. You
Okay.
think you think that no Democrats cheated on their spouse?
That's not cheating. That's sexual abuse.
Oh, right. You're right.
And again, I argue against that too. Right? Trump's cheated on 3 fucking different people. He's a pathological cheater.
So did Bill Clinton. I mean,
and I would argue against Bill Clinton as well for that.
think
You'll never see me defending a cheater, bro.
had Bill Clinton not gotten impeached, you think Democrats weren't still going to vote for him again?
Wait, I'm not voting for him because he's a cheater. I'm just saying I wouldn't defend that.
Right, but you're saying that we shouldn't vote for Trump because he cheated on his wife.
That's not my argument.
What? You started off with sexual assault. You also.
Dude, when did you get that as my argument? Yeah, my top argument against Trump was that he cheated on someone. Yeah, that's what I've said here.
Argument. I'm just saying it's one of the arguments that y'all love to bring up about Trump.
I bring it up because it shows his character of being a liar. He lies to the people he's supposed to love. That's a really big issue.
But my point is,
and I think that's true for any side. Like if you're willing to lie and do like that stuff to the person you're supposed to love, then I don't think we can trust you as like a president. Like I really do believe that. And I would say that for Clinton as well. I don't have any issue with that.
I'm just saying, man, it happens, bro. Like people cheat all the time, and
that's bad, and you should not normalize it.
I'm not saying it's okay. I don't
appreciate
think
the
it's
handout.
okay.
Thank you so much. But you saying, "Oh, it happens all the time." What is that supposed to mean?
Like I don't know why everybody's making it sound like Trump's the only person that does it. And I know
When
you're
did
not
I do that? I literally clarified he wasn't.
Bro, I know. I just said I know you're not doing that, but by you guys loving to bring it up, you guys, and when I say you guys, I'm talking about a lot of the Democrats on here because it's something they love to bring up. It's like y'all are acting like it doesn't happen with the Democrats. I think there's cheating on both
I don't know
sides.
who you're talking to.
What do you mean?
Like I don't know what monolith Democrat you're talking to rather than talking to me, man.
I'm just saying
Like,
you can
it's
listen
like
to
most
Hillary.
of the things you say in
Hillary-
response to me aren't responses to what I say. They're like something that relates to general Democrats or some random person who was a Democrat. I'm like, argue against me maybe. Like I don't know, that'd be pretty fun.
Okay, so what about the economy? What about the average amount of savings that people have under Biden compared to under Trump?
Yeah, so as it relates to the context of savings, that can just relate to expectations, all right, and COVID. That's likely the explanation of that. But if you want to talk about like the inflation isn't caused by the president.
I mean, you can say that, but when you're passing bills, and when you're passing unnecessary bills, I would argue.
Name one unnecessary bill passed.
The really big infrastructure bill as soon as it came in.
The one that Trump wanted, that he couldn't get passed? Wow, that's hilarious.
What do you mean that Trump wanted?
Yeah, Trump wanted an infrastructure bill and never got it passed. Biden gets it passed and now you're against it? Hilarious.
Well, but the thing is it had more than just infrastructure. It had money going out. Let me pull it up.
Okay. In the meantime, everyone, if you want to support me, Venmo, Cash App in the bio, everyone, do tap that screen as well. Let's try to get to 500,000 likes, everyone. Do give it a second, though, everyone. We'll We'll give him a minute. Parker, you're making me sleepy. I apologize. Parker, you met Terry Joe. I did. Parker, respectfully close your mouth. Okay, man, I will. Let me pull it up. Yeah, we'll see. Just give it a minute, everyone. Parker's my baby reindeer. That's a wild one. Is economics hard? Yeah. It depends on what you like, though. Like, I like economics. It's fun for me. Comparative to other topics, at least. What am I playing? I'm just playing 2K21 in the background. The free one you can get from Epic. Why is Victoria in the comment section saying you love me? You really love me. I hope she's talking to the rest of y'all. Drake or Kendrick? I don't even know the full beef, bro. And you get back on my 2K grind? Yeah, I get into 2K sometimes and get out of it. I think it's totally dependent on whether or not I'm into, fucking NBA at the time. I'm really into NBA right now because it's in the playoffs. Infrastructure for years. We have it going on. America's crumbling. Yeah, we did need infrastructure. That was actually much needed. Is Harry not live, everyone? Typically, Harry's live by now, isn't he? What's up, Cody? I will notice you. What's this guy doing? He's looking up a source. He is not? Oh, that's so sad. Harry off tonight? Harry takes a lot of days off. Maybe that's just me because I go on every day, but like, bro, I don't know. He's gone till Friday? Oh, that's rough. Is it finals? It could be just finals. Harry met Biden today? That's crazy. Harry said he has a surprise? Oh, that's cool. He's been off a lot lately. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, but do tap that screen. Do share the live, everyone.
I'm not. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, you're good. Don't worry. Unironically planning with the DNC? That's kind of crazy. He's never going to get past those allegations, chat. I was telling him he needs to do a why do you think I'm paid by the DNC live? Like, what do y'all think about that? Like, Harry needs to do that of anyone. Eddie, thank you for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Eddie. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. W. Eddie, thank you so much. W. Eddie. Do it? Yeah, he does need to do it. Yeah, that would be really good. Because he's the GOAT? Yeah, so many people believe that about him. Because you do get paid. If you think I'll get paid, please send a guest request. Sorry, everyone. I do apologize. Get Michael Cohen, it'd be wild. If Michael Cohen would like to come up on the live, I would very much think that would be fun. Imagine a Michael Cohen co-host. A Michael co-host. You're not even Democrat? I mean, I don't really consider myself Democrat, but I lean more towards Democrats than Republicans, of course. Harry admitted it. He's not paid by the DNC. Be so real. Be so fucking for real. Yeah, he came to Harry's live. That's cool. That's really cool. He would if you invite him, Parker. I mean, he doesn't follow me, so I wouldn't know how to do that. But yeah, do give it a second, everyone. Keep tapping that screen. Let's try to get to 500,000 likes. Again, if you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App in the bio. Parker's moving back to Iowa. No, I am not. Sadly, my girlfriend wants to stay out here in California. So although it would be way cheaper and significantly more affordable, right? We're stuck out here, chat. We're stuck out here, okay? We're out here. We're out here. Are you leaving California? No, I'm not. Sorry. Don't blame her. Yeah, I get that. Divorce immediately? No. Iowa here based. So much to do in Iowa. No, there's not. I don't care, though. What even is the DNC? Democratic National Convention. or it's the Democratic National Committee. It's you can refer to it as either or. California over Iowa. Yeah, I probably would pick California over Iowa. I think it's a better place to live. But are you a Caitlin Clark fan? Yes. Of course, bro. Like, yeah, we were hoping she would win, and she lost, and it was so sad. It was so sad when she lost. Because, like, I mean, okay, we're obviously going to defend Iowa. Are you kidding me? Because I grew up in Iowa, so huge for Iowa. Everyone loves college basketball in Iowa, so if they're ever playing good, like everyone watches it, regardless. So it's like just a part of the culture. I don't know how to explain it. Like, everyone talks about it if you're from Iowa. It's also cool being from Iowa because, like, anytime I see someone from Iowa, it's like, yo, you're from Iowa too, and there's like a little bonding moment over being from Iowa. It's like kind of funny. Happens with the Midwest too every once in a while.
So I'm gonna have to say I was wrong, bud.
You were wrong. Okay, for sure.
So it was. I was talking about the 1. I didn't know it was 1.2. I thought it was just $1 trillion infrastructure bill. But it looks like they haven't even allocated half the money for it yet, because they only allocated $550 billion of it.
Yep.
And that's over 5 years.
So yeah, is there anything else you want to go over or talk about?
Yeah, no. But so Fidelity came out with a report for the savings of typical Americans, and under Biden in 2023, I'm sorry, the average savings was down about $14,000. It went as far as 30,000 down, and as of right now, it's down to. That's the average amount of savings that's down now compared to under Trump. I mean, and a lot of that has to do with inflation. I've never lived paycheck to paycheck until, I wouldn't say I live paycheck to paycheck now, but it's a lot tighter now than it was ever under Trump. Everybody loves to bring up that, everyone's making so much more money now. I mean, the only people that are making more money now are people that got raises, but jobs are not just saying, hey, inflation's up, we're going to pay you more.
So I don't see what your point is with this. This doesn't mean that it's caused by Trump or caused by Biden. So I would need an argument as to why.
I mean, so then what do you think is causing inflation?
Gas prices and the Federal Reserve. Pop Todic, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much.
But my thing is, you're saying it's not Biden that's causing it. Well, why wasn't it there under Trump?
Yeah, because there wasn't the same conditions as it relates to Russia, Ukraine in terms of oil. And there wasn't the same conditions as it relates to the context of OPEC limiting the distribution of oil worldwide to the degree in which they did. Both those led to an increase of oil prices due to a reduction of global supply of oil, right? That increased prices globally. We saw that in Europe. We saw that around the world, right? And then also the Federal Reserve's response to COVID. Panda, thank you so much for the 16-month subscription. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. W Panda.
And you think if Trump was in office, he wouldn't just let us drill more?
So we actually have more production of oil in the United States now than at any point in American history, including Trump's administration.
We are producing more under Biden. That is a fact, but we're getting less. They're giving. So a lot of these companies, and it was a CEO of was it Exxon or BP? The issues that they're having is, yes, Biden is giving them permits, but the permits they're getting are on land where it's just not producing as much.
Yeah, so again, we're producing more than any point in American history. And out of any country to ever exist. So I'm asking, what's the reason why Biden's the fault? Hello?
I'm pulling it up right here. I'll read it to you.
Okay. In the meantime, everyone keep tapping that screen. Let's try to get to 750,000 likes. Everyone share the live as well, everyone. Do give it a second, y'all. Give them a second to look for these notes. Again, if you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App in the bio, everyone. All right. Hey, do you want to look it up and then come back later, man?
Yeah, so the Biden administration will indefinitely pause approval for new liquefied natural gas at export terminals along with the U.S. coastline, dealing a blow to the blooming industry, giving a win to climate campaigners. The U.S. is the world's biggest exporter of LNG, with a number of cargo ships growing rapidly since set sail from Louisiana in 2016. The European energy crisis triggered by Moscow full-scale invasion of Ukraine bolstered demands as countries searched to replace gas piped in from Russia. The U.S. industry multi-million-dollar liquefaction plant have become a target of climate activists who argue that the rapidly expanding infrastructure will lock in reliance on fossil fuel for decades to come.
Yeah. So, what's the point you take from that?
Why are we pausing the approval for the liquefied natural gas exports?
When did this happen? Sorry.
This is as of January 26th of 24.
Are we stopping exports?
Correct.
Probably to increase domestic supply.
I mean, it's not like that's what they're saying, though.
Yeah, exports would be from the U.S. to other places.
Correct. Imports and exports out.
Yeah. So that's to increase domestic supply. Like if that was the case. Okay. All right. Appreciate you coming on, man. Thank you so much. All right. Let's go to the next person. Everyone only send a guest request if you will vote for Trump in 2024, y'all. All right. Let's get the next person. Please only send a guest request if you will vote for Trump in 2024, everyone. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. All right. Let's get this next person, everyone. Oh, this is Ann. I accidentally added up Ann. This guy's making all cops look bad. Are you talking about the other guy? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, let's get this next person up. Only send a guest request if you will vote for Trump in 2024, everyone. We probably got about another 50 minutes or so left on the live, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? By the way, everyone, if you want information about the TikTok ban that just came out, go to Matt's account, rockin.librarian, and look at his analysis of it. It is the most comprehensive analysis on TikTok of the new ban and what are the implications of it, right? And what are possible outs that we have to save TikTok and that is currently going on right now. So please go watch Matt's video. I did repost it if you want to find it there as well. It is the most comprehensive analysis on TikTok by far. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, let's get this next person, everyone. Please only send a guest request if you will vote for Trump in 2024, y'all. We have like no guest requests, everyone. He explained it so well. Yeah, it was actually amazing. I'm so happy he started making videos like that. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello, can you hear me? I'm 21.
Yeah, are you going to vote for Trump in 2024?
Yes, sir.
And why is that?
Because first of all, I just don't think Biden is a great option. So kind of what happened or what is claimed to happen in the 2020 election of how everybody voted against Trump, I'm going to be doing the same thing, voting against Biden.
And what's the reason?
Well, I think he's too old, first of all. He struggles to form sentences. He looks weak in the eyes.
No, he doesn't. Have you watched the what's it called? The State of the Union?
Yeah, it was awful. It was terrible.
How is it awful or terrible?
Because he doesn't know how to speak well.
He does. What are you talking about?
I'm talking about what I saw. He doesn't speak well.
Yeah, and I saw him.
Okay, and I saw that he doesn't speak well. So he's just.
I saw him doing completely fine.
We must have not seen the same thing, because what I saw was.
Yeah, we must not have. So what's the? Did you watch the State of the Union, right?
Yep.
Yeah, and where did he give me one gaffe in the State of the Union?
I don't know. It was just kind of the entire thing was just bad. But
no, I watched it. It was not bad. Do you want to hear a clip from it?
Yeah, sure. I have clips as well. I can.
Do you want to? Let's make a bet. If I go to a random part in the State of the Union, right, and he doesn't gaff for 30 seconds, right, you owe me money, right, and if he does gaff, I owe you.
All right, bet. Let's do it.
How much?
What do you think, Abby? All right, now we won't make that bet, but
you don't want to make it?
No, I don't want to make the bet. If we do 2 minutes, how about 2 minutes?
Okay, I'm down with 2 minutes.
2 minutes.
2 minutes.
Right there in the.
And you can tell me where to click right on the video, but you have to do it real quick so that you don't look it up before.
No, I don't want to make the bet. I do want to continue with my argument of why I'm going to vote for Trump, though.
Okay, well, let's look at a random part.
All right, yeah, we can do that too.
Free and fair elections, restore trust in our institutions, and make clear political violence has absolutely no place in America, zero place. Again, it's not hyperbole to suggest history is watching. We're watching. Your children and grandchildren will read about this day and what we do. History is watching another assault on freedom. Joining us tonight is Latoya Beasley, a social worker from Birmingham, Alabama. 14 months ago, she and her husband welcomed a baby girl thanks to the miracle of IVF. She scheduled treatments to have that second child, but the Alabama Supreme Court shut down IVF treatments across the state, unleashed by a Supreme Court decision overturning Roe v. Wade. She was told.
Yeah,
sounds completely coherent to me.
I heard him stutter once.
He has a stutter.
Fine, yeah, it's fine. But
Appreciate the confetti. Thank you so much.
Anyway,
like that sounds completely fine to me.
Nah, I mean, I've seen plenty of clips that prove he's senile. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Yeah, sure, but I can point to clips where Trump falls asleep twice, right, in court, where he mistakes E. Jean Carroll for his ex-wife. Do you want to watch that video?
No, I don't.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Okay, I'd like to continue.
Sure.
So first of all, first thing I want to talk about is the housing market.
Okay.
Absolutely has been ransacked in these 4 years of Biden. So the average price of a house in 2018, so about halfway through Trump's 4 years, was $385,000. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And now the average price of a home has gone up almost $50,000 up to $420,000. Okay. So you would think, there's got to be a way for people to afford this, right? So surely the income rates have gone up, right? Well, unfortunately, no. Average income 2018, $63,179. And
I'm sorry. Do you even know what you're saying at this point? Like you understand that just naming off numbers of how the economy is doing doesn't demonstrate whether or not this was caused by one side or the other.
No, but it truly is dependent on, the leader, and clearly.
How? Give me any reason that Biden caused these.
He's the president. It's kind of like.
Wait, the president doesn't cause inflation like that. Like, what are you talking about?
No, but I'm saying he does have a lot to do when it comes to how the economy goes in the country.
Explain to me how.
Through leadership and
What leadership?
I don't know, kind of being the president. Let's see what the.
What about being the president? What about the leadership?
So when we look up what does the president do, all right, is responsible for implementing, enforcing law written by
Jenny, thank you
Congress.
for the subscription. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Head of the state. So
Did you seriously just like look up what the president does? Come on, bro.
yeah, they're the head of the state, so they're in charge of how the country.
Ruby, I
works,
appreciate the subscription.
how
Thank you
the
so much.
country moves. It's the president.
Yeah, so
is-
that doesn't change the economy, dude. Appreciate the
How
Aki.
does
I
that-
appreciate this handout. Thank you so
how
much
does
to the
that-
degree in
how
which would
does
be
the
required to cause that level of inflation. Ruby, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much.
So you're saying
you
that
understand
the
it's
president
mostly
has
related
nothing to do
to
with the economy.
it's mostly related to oil prices and to the Federal Reserve's response to COVID. Thank you. I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Yeah, and the
Thank you so much
response
for
to
the jazz.
COVID, I don't know if I'm going to get banned for this. Response to COVID was completely handled incorrectly. We see much bigger problems, and they're completely
Can you give me evidence? Wait. Actually,
yeah,
sorry. Say that one more time. Sorry. say
heart
that-
disease. So heart disease is the number one fatal, number one. It causes the most fatalities in America right now. Is heart disease, right?
Wait, I don't see how this is
So-
relevant.
So why are we not enforcing healthy habits as a country, enforcing exercise? Instead, we're doing body positivity movements that are glorifying.
What does this relate to the president?
So no, this is through COVID. So what? I mean, how I believe.
Are you
COVID
talking about with the
was not-
vaccinations? Angie, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much.
No, I'm talking about the entire handling of the COVID pandemic. It was wrong.
What about it specifically? Because a lot of that was under what's it called, Trump's administration.
2021.
Yeah.
That
2020 was mainly actually 2020, not 2021. 2021 was mainly Joe Biden.
Yeah, exactly. And that
Lee,
was
thank
when
you for the subscription. Thank you so much.
all of COVID.
No,
kind of-
COVID. Most of wait. 2020 is when COVID came about.
2021. It was still.
Yeah, it was still around. I'm not disputing that, but you have to you understand a lot of this policy that you're referencing as it relates to lockdowns, other stuff like that happened when Trump was in office.
2020. So COVID wasn't still being, I guess, fear-mongered in 2021.
I don't know what you mean by fear-mongered.
So it was pushed in media that COVID was extremely harmful to people and that it was going to.
It was.
Yes, but why was it being.
Do you think bad eating habits are pushed in the media to be harmful? Yes. They constantly in the media talk about that.
I don't think anywhere near the way that COVID was talked about. I think that we don't, as a country, prioritize health and fitness the way we need to combat heart disease being a huge problem compared to COVID, when a mask and social distancing was being shoved down our throats for a disease that didn't even compare in when it comes to death rates as, like, let's say, heart disease. So why were we being so huge on social distancing, wearing a mask, staying inside, versus not the same when it comes to
One was easier to prevent.
Okay, interesting. So you don't think that the president has much to do with the economy, right?
I don't think the president causes inflation to the degree that we saw.
Okay, I'm not necessarily speaking about inflation, but more on average, just the middle class is being like forced out.
Really, name one policy that Trump passed that influenced the middle class in a positive light.
Okay, policy. I may not be able to give you a policy, but I can give you some statistics. So,
if you're just going to tell me things that happened under his administration, that's not good reason. Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. If you can't name me one policy that Trump did to benefit the middle class, don't act like Biden's worse.
So the middle class family income being increased nearly $6,000, which is more than 5
You have no reason to believe these things are associated with Trump. Can you give me any actual reason?
But he's in office. How is that not?
Just because he's in office doesn't mean shit. And when Trump was in office, there was 14.7% unemployment during the pandemic. Does that mean it was caused by him? No, you believe it was caused by COVID. So don't just look at two things, say, oh, it happened under his administration, therefore it's his fault. Right? You have to use your brain.
Okay, so now it is that so the president doesn't have anything to do with the economy, right? The president doesn't have anything to do with
I
employment.
never said nothing. I said it doesn't cause inflation to this degree.
Okay, but I'm not even talking about inflation, really. I'm talking about the middle class being
Give me any reason to believe that Biden caused the middle class to do worse off.
He's in office. I mean, he's supposed to be in charge of the way that the union works, the way that the country works. Is he not? Isn't that his job? He, as the head of the union, isn't he responsible?
Okay, I'm sorry. You just need to take an econ class. No offense.
Sure.
Like, I'm just actually serious. Like
it's
gonna relate to supply and demand. It's not gonna relate to, right, like Donald Trump just sitting in a fucking chair, right? You gotta be totally serious, dude. You have to actually know what caused these things to occur. You can't just assume.
Is it not safe to assume that the president being the head of the union?
No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. If you've taken any econ course, you'd know that's not true. Because the president doesn't construct that policy. Like, specifically, he doesn't construct a monetary policy. He doesn't determine the supply of oil globally. Okay? These are things determined outside of the context of the president.
Okay, so because all of these things happened, so because the unemployment rate reached 3.5% during Trump's...
It hit 3.4 under Biden.
Campaign. Okay, good. Well, he also didn't have to deal with... But there's also higher welfare rates now than there was with Trump.
No.
Yes, there is.
No, there's not. Wait, what you mean of people on poverty, like in poverty, or are you talking about...
Poverty rates, 11.4% with Trump in 2018, and they're 11.5% now. So they've gone a tenth of a percentage. Not crazy numbers, no, but it is still better.
It's the same
Trump.
thing.
It's actually 0.1% different, which is probably...
If I look at poverty rate by year and it went up under Trump's administration, I'm going to laugh at you, okay? In 2020, it went up to 11.5%.
Yep.
That's the same as it is now. That was when Trump was in office.
So with COVID, unemployment rates were the same under Trump versus they are now in 2024?
Yeah.
So
actually, prior to COVID. So if you want to look at COVID, it went down since COVID. When Biden came in office, it was 6%.
You just said it was 11.5% in 2020. Right, with COVID.
This is poverty rate.
Yes. Oh, poverty rate. So I thought we were talking about unemployment. Okay.
Anyway. You brought up poverty rate, dude. And it stayed basically stagnant since then, so I don't know what your point is. You have like no argument.
40 months in a row of more job openings and job hirings under Trump. Job claims hit nearly 50-year low. Jobless claims.
Yeah, and same thing with Biden. It went to there was a 50-year low on unemployment under Biden, 3.4%, even lower than Trump's. Now, give me any reason this is caused by them.
Like I said, they're the head of the union. They're the ones in charge.
That doesn't mean shit, dude. You don't understand how economics works.
That's literally what they do.
Because the president doesn't do that.
As the head of the union, they don't have anything. They don't have a say in how.
I'm sorry, I don't know how else I can explain it to you. Like, do I need to like put it in kindergarten terms?
Sure.
The president does not determine the economic trends of the overall economy. Is that clear? Is that hard? Is that rocket science?
Okay, so there's no.
I don't know why you keep getting stuck on this point. Yes, the president does not fucking cause this level of inflation. Is that clear?
All right, so what does the president do?
Ray, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much.
What does the president do?
I don't need to define every role of the president for you right now.
Okay, but give me a few.
Yeah, so they're the commander in chief, right? They can pass executive orders, right? They can influence Congress, right, to pass particular types of policies. Ray, I appreciate the subscription.
Commander
Thank
in
you so
chief,
much.
isn't that relates to military, correct?
Yes.
So, could you explain to me why the Pentagon has gone through the past 7 years without an audit, and there's like, I think it's trillion.
That was under Trump's administration as well.
Okay, but it's still going on now, so that problem was never addressed.
Neither with Trump. So give me a break.
We actually had one of the strongest. No, we had the strongest military during Trump.
Give me any proof.
Yes, the unenlisting rates or the enlisting rates are absolutely plummeting recently.
That doesn't mean we have a less strong military.
That means we have less people. People is power.
We have less people enlisting into the military, which does not mean that we have a worse military.
Pretty sure there's a direct correlation with how many people we have in the battlefield and in the military.
Battlefield? Who's in the battlefield?
Okay, not battlefield. That was a metaphor for how many people we have in the military.
I don't see how that means that the it's worse right now, but whatever.
So there's less people enlisting in the military now.
Yeah, that doesn't mean it's worse right now.
And there's less people in the military.
That
now.
doesn't mean the military is worse right now.
It definitely does.
No, it doesn't, genius.
Yes, it does, genius. People.
No, it doesn't, genius.
More people. Yes, it does. More people.
No, it doesn't,
need
genius.
More power. That's just how it works. Like
not
dude,
necessarily.
If you have 100 people going out to war versus 1,000. Wait,
I have a question. Wait, which is preferable, right? 100 people with machine guns? Amaze, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. Or 10,000 people, right, in the fucking medieval era?
Machine guns.
Okay, so more does not equal better. It's technology, right? And our technology is better now than what it was. So cry again, on to the next.
So what is Biden?
Appreciate that subscription. Thank you so much, Carolyn.
What is African Americans?
What has Biden done for $6 billion for historically black universities? Right?
Oh, so a bill that Donald Trump passed for HBCUs?
No, he passed way more money. Sheba, thank you so much for the subscription. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. He passed way more money than Trump did.
So what about African American home ownership?
Those are rates that are not necessarily relevant to the presidency.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Economy has nothing to do with.
Yeah, overall economy has nothing to do with president. I'm sorry. Are you going to keep making the same dumb point over and over again?
Dude, I mean that just doesn't make sense. Like,
no offense, you keep making the same point I've already critiqued 6 times. This is the definition of insanity, right? You're engaging in the exact same thing with an expectation. It's going to be different.
Democrats live. It is the way Democrats have a mindset. Like, the Democrat ideology is just backwards and running us into a wall. The middle class is getting ruined.
How? And can you give me a policy that they did that ruined the middle class?
Oh my God! Here we go with the policies, bro. Like,
you can't name a single policy. That's why.
Yeah, because I'm not in the fucking policies. I understand.
So if you're not into policies, how are you going to be qualified to make a determination here?
Because I can read statistics. And
again, that doesn't tell you that's correlation, not causation. So if you taken any statistics course, you'd know that that's not good enough reason. DMC, thank you for the boxing glove. Thank you so much.
I got an A in statistics, actually.
Clearly didn't understand anything.
Clearly did. Clearly on a full ride right now to an SEC university.
Okay.
But
what percentage is a quintile?
25.
Okay, at least you got it right.
All right. Anyway.
What is the difference between a median and a mean?
A mean is an average. A median is the middle point.
Hey, okay, I'll give it to you. But how do you not know correlation doesn't equal causation?
Dude, correlation.
That's like one of the first things you learn.
Correlation doesn't equal
Appreciate the Garland, thank you.
Yes, correlation doesn't equal causation, but it's correlation for a reason. Like,
yeah, wait, but correlation does not indicate. Wait, so you have to indicate an influence between the two. Otherwise, it's just an association, right? Like, for example,
association is the president and the way that the country and the way that the union is working. The way that the country worked with Trump, it was way better than how it is with Biden.
but you have you have no actions that they did specifically to influence this. You're literally just engaging in conjecture, dude.
Bro, but I'm just saying, like, why would it be that way then? Can you give me an example of why?
Yeah, why would it be this way? Again, I just told you, oil
Why
prices.
was the country better with Trump versus with Biden? Like,
This was pre-COVID.
As a voter, I'm not necessarily going to go into the brass tacks of policies and things like of this sort, but I am going to sit back and look and realize that my life was way easier under a Trump administration than it is under a Biden administration. And because of that, and the average American will do the same thing, they're going to vote Trump because they realize that, hey,
yeah, and they're using bad reasoning.
Goes further. The $100,000 today is $250,000.
It's like the brain cells don't work. It's like I go over the same arguments over and over again. It's like, and he doesn't understand anything.
I do.
Literally, your level of comprehension in the conversation is truly negative.
No, bro. Democrats are just brainless, dude. You guys think
Says
that
the one who can't understand correlation doesn't equal causation.
correlation.
Beanie, thank you for the subscription. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Correlation is correlation for a reason. Like there is the reason.
You know what's correlated? Me losing brain cells and you being on my live. Okay,
bro. You literally,
Michael. I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much.
Dog.
Here, I'll also give you this. Right, me drinking water.
Better.
Yeah. Listen.
It's administration.
Hey, can you look up? Look up spurious correlations.
All right. Spurious
correlations. And if you don't want me to do that, I'll literally tell you what they are.
All right, you can tell me. I'm looking it up though.
Yeah, so these are correlations in which are very high, like very high correlations, but they have like nothing to do with each other. Okay, do you want to hear one of them?
Yeah.
Age of Miss America and murders by steam, hot vapors, and hot objects. Jackie, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. You think that these are related?
No, but I do think that an economy.
GD, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much.
I do.
There's
think
California sunlight visitors to SeaWorld.
No, I'm sure those don't have any correlation. Correct. Yes, I'm not disagreeing with you, but I do think that a president and the way the economy is working do have a correlation, a strong correlation at that. And I think that many
U.S. crude imports from Saudi Arabia and cost of bananas.
Yeah, buddy, I get it. It's outliers. I understand. No, yes, they have no correlation. But like I said, I think that a president and an economy do have a strong correlation.
Strong correlation, dude. Those things are strong correlations. I'm saying they don't. Just because there's a correlation, that doesn't mean causation. Okay, so just because there's a correlation between the president and between the economic standards of the economy, right? That does not mean that it's caused by the president. Let's use our brain.
Yeah, and I would just like to disagree with you. There's just no way that...
Yeah, and because you have no understanding of economics, okay? No offense.
Dude, I have a fucking AP micro. I got a 5 on my AP test as a high schooler, dude. What are you talking about?
What's price elasticity of demand?
What?
What's price elasticity of demand?
Price elasticity of demand, yeah, no, I don't know that.
Okay, so I major in economics. Okay. I'm getting my bachelor's in a week. Appreciate the heals. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. I get mine in a year.
Okay, but yours is in an econ.
Yeah, correct. It's in marketing, though. It's pretty kind of related.
No, it's not.
Anyway, to economy, marketing and economy aren't correlated? Oh, yeah, I forgot.
No, they have nothing to do with each other.
Really?
Nothing.
The economy and marketing don't have anything to do with each other.
No. Economics, getting an economics major and getting a marketing major are very different majors. Okay?
Marketing has to do exactly with the economy.
Marketing has to do with getting people to go to a particular good or service. That has nothing to do with the study of the different types of relations between individuals and the incentive structure as to why people engage in particular economic behaviors versus others. You understand that you can take into account particular trends in economics to learn things in marketing, but that does not mean that the process of thinking or the studying associated with marketing has anything to do with that of economics. Thank you, Hiker. I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much.
Okay, so back to the correlation doesn't equal causation. I'm just gonna have to, I guess, disagree with the fact that you seem to believe that the way that the country is working doesn't seem to relate to the president for some reason.
No, I'm saying that the particular inflation, that's not caused by the president, right?
Okay,
that's likely due to gas prices and due to the Federal Reserve.
I'm not talking about inflation, bro. I'm talking about the way that the country was
Mainly influenced by inflation.
was better with is not as good as it is now. That's all I'm saying.
He's like home prices are different, but I'm not talking about inflation. What the fuck are you saying?
Bro, dog, if inflation, okay, what about the average income only being up $100 now than it was in 2018? Why, if inflation is such a problem, why are we not?
That's not true. Wait,
it is true. The average price, the average income.
Beamer, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. No, so it's gone up. It just hasn't gone up accounting for inflation.
Average income was $63,179 in 2018. Okay, average income in 2024 is $63,794.
Where are you getting this from?
So I'm getting it from. Okay, first one is Census Bureau. Okay, that's obviously credible. And then the second one.
I'd have to see this specific. I'll pull this up right now.
Yeah. So. Literally just type in average income 2018 in your Google browser, and it will tell you. It's from Census Bureau that median household income was $63,179. Okay. And then.
In what year? I'm looking at mean personal income in the United States in 2018. It was $50,410. Now it's $59,430. So it has gone up, just not accounting for inflation. Jared, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. We will be doing that soon. I've been kind of rethinking that recently, though. I don't know if I think LeBron's the GOAT.
I'm not looking at. I mean, what I see is 63,179.
I don't know what you're looking at. I'm looking at the St. Louis Federal Reserve. This is the best economic data you can find.
The Census Bureau is also a very legible.
No, the Federal Reserve, the St. Louis Federal Reserve is where you want to go. Okay, look up Fred.
Okay, so definitely. So, I mean, like I said, you seem to not think that the president has anything to do with the state of the union, which is kind of their job.
You're just like quite literally one of the dumbest guests I've ever talked to. Okay, dude, I have said multiple times that the president doesn't relate to these particular factors, and you're saying, "Oh, the president has nothing to do with how the country's working." Are you fucking serious? Are you serious? This entire time, I've been having this conversation with you, explaining these things to you, and you're going to consistently misrepresent the view. How many more times do I have to explain the same thing over to you over and over and over again? You're quite literally are one of the dumbest guests I've ever talked to.
Dude, you have no idea who you're talking to, bro. I'm worth over 6 figures and I'm 20 years old.
I don't give a flying fuck if you have 6 figures. You are one of the dumbest guests I've ever talked to as it relates to politics. You have money, but doesn't mean you have a fucking bulb in your brain.
Okay, clearly I do, or I wouldn't be a 4.0 at an SEC university. Okay.
Oh, good fucking shit. It doesn't get you to reason here.
Anyway, like I said, the average voter and the average American is going to realize that their life was better and easier underneath a Trump administration than it is underneath a Biden administration.
Yeah, and if you used half of that supposed brain you'd have, you'd know that correlation doesn't equal causation, like I've said 3-4 times in this conversation already. Gabby, thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much.
That's fucking retarded.
Yeah, you're just going to use slurs because you have nothing fucking else to use. Go get a grip on reality, bro. Absolute grip needed, dude. He's so fucking angry and such a man-child that he has to resort to using slurs. Cowboy, I appreciate the cowboy. Thank you so much, Amy. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I am 46 years old.
And are you going to vote for Trump in 2024?
I am.
And why is that?
Because he was the best president that we ever had here in the United States. He was great. He is awesome sauce in every aspect of it.
And what makes you think that?
Because look at the economy now and then look at the economy then. Back then, I was able to purchase a house. I was able to purchase a new car. I was able to send my daughter to college. And you know something now, since Biden has been here in these last 3 years, my mortgage has pretty much doubled. Not only that, my insurance has more than doubled. When I went to the grocery store,
How did your mortgage double?
You tell me.
That's not how it works.
It works like that.
No, it doesn't.
I was paying $1,200. Now I pay
on a mortgage. A mortgage is going to be a loan, right?
Right.
A loan, you already had your loan from before. Your loan rate, what? How did it just randomly change?
I have no idea. I've been paying $1,800.
You have a variable rate for your mortgage?
Yes, I do.
Or are you saying your insurance went up?
I'm sorry, I got it confused. My homeowner's insurance went up.
Okay, sure. So Gucci, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. So my point with this would just be is these have nothing to do with the president of the United States, right? This specifically relates to broader trends in the economy, right? That would have happened regardless of a Trump or Biden administration. If it was the case that Trump was currently president rather than Biden, you'd be currently blaming these things on Trump, right?
It didn't happen when Trump was the president.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean it was caused by Biden, and that doesn't mean that if Trump wasn't, or if Trump was president, that these things wouldn't be occurring.
He was president for 4 years and it didn't occur, Parker.
Yeah, just because it didn't occur then doesn't mean it wouldn't have occurred if Trump was president. So you're not understanding that these relate to environmental conditions.
Okay, then tell me about my groceries. I went to the grocery store. And
that has to do with the economy. That has nothing to do with the president.
The president helps run the economy.
Yeah, but again, they would have to do particular policies to influence this, right? This was influenced due to gas prices globally because there's been a reduction in supply from Russia and a reduction in supply from OPEC, major distributors of oil worldwide, the two biggest outside of the US. So they've decreased how much they're giving globally, which has decreased the overall global supply of oil in the world, which has increased prices. That impacts basically every other good or service that we have. Also, right, the Federal Reserve's response to COVID has also produced inflation. Shannon, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Shannon.
But so you're pretty much saying that Biden is a better president than Trump.
Yes, absolutely. And Mike, thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much, Mike.
And how would you back up that claim?
Well, he's not a proven sexual abuser. He's not a proven fraudster. He hasn't been lying about the election for the past few years with no sufficient evidence to indicate that he won. He didn't say to a 10-year-old that he'd date her in 10 years. He didn't walk into changing rooms of little girls in Miss Teen USA because he quote unquote owns the place and justify it that way, right? He didn't specifically put multiple Supreme Court justices in office to overturn Roe versus Wade that restricted tens of millions of women's access to abortion in this country and forced 13-year-olds to go through pregnancies.
Hold on. You lost me, Parker. You're moving like a freight train. Tell me this, Parker. How do you really sit up here on this live and will believe that Trump sexually abused that woman? Or
he was held liable by a jury of his peers and unanimously determined, based upon preponderance of the evidence, that it was more likely than not that Trump sexually abused E. Jean Carroll. He also said that he wouldn't have sexually abused E. Jean Carroll because she's quote unquote not his type. Then in a deposition, mistook E. Jean Carroll, the person he was held liable for sexually abusing, with his ex-wife.
He's 77 years old. I get a lot of people mixed up myself, you know. I get a lot of people.
Yeah, but I thought the whole argument was that Biden's incoherent, Biden doesn't know what's going on, and Trump's completely coherent. But that seems to not be true now. Seems like he has all these cognitive issues. He's falling asleep in court. He's mistaking E. Jean Carroll for his ex-wife. Right? He's completely lost. Right? He's messing up teleprompters. Right? He's inciting insurrections. Like, dude.
Parker.
DMC, thank you for the box glove. Thank you.
Parker, come on now, Parker. You know your life was better when Trump was the president.
No, my life is actually better now.
Okay, then tell me this. What about Biden telling illegal immigrants, come one, come all? We have millions of undocumented immigrants in this country. And you tell me
we had millions when Trump was in office.
No, but he tried to stop it. He did things to try to.
Then why did he employ undocumented immigrants?
When did he employ it?
In the past. I can show you a source on that if you'd like.
Yeah, maybe it wasn't undocumented.
Yeah, he's employed undocumented immigrants, yes.
Parker, everything they put on it internet is not true, Parker.
I never said everything is. I said he is specifically hired undocumented immigrants.
But it's not true, Parker.
Yes, it is. You want to bet?
He would. Let's bet. I'll bet you $1.
How much?
$1.
$1. Okay. Well, you're gonna owe me $1. Jerry,
Okay.
I appreciate this is superpower. Thank you so much.
Prove it, Parker.
Okay. All right. Let's pull it up right now.
And I want the fact check to come from a reliable source, not ABC News or the New York Times, because you know that they're all in cahoots. You don't think that they're in cahoots. You think about this, Parker. While you're doing that, I'm just going to say this. Why is he the one man that they are all coming against like this?
So here's from Vanity Fair report: Trump happily employing undocumented immigrants. It's also from The Hill: 100 undocumented immigrants worked at Trump's Bedminster Resort. The New York Times, Rolling Stone, Axios, Time Magazine, Mother Jones, NPR, MSNBC, Ballotpedia, the AP News, Voice of America, USA Today, CBS, NBC, Palm Beach Post. Do I need any more?
But are those reliable sources?
Yes. AP News is absolutely reliable.
Okay, what about the Vanity Fair? Vanity Fair hosts celebrities. They have Beyonce and everybody
Sam,
else.
I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. No, I'm not even saying that you have to rely upon one. All of these all cross-reference indicate this information is accurate.
So you... Okay, then tell me this, Parker. Why are we having so many wars right now? When Trump was in office, we didn't have one war burning.
I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. Yeah, we did. Yeah, so there was a proxy war between the U.S. and between Russia in the context of Syria. There was a 450% increase in military drone strikes in the Middle East. Trump assassinated top military general in Iran. Trump also specifically backed a Saudi-backed blockade, which starved 85,000 Yemeni children. Okay?
Do you really believe that, Paul?
Yes, Trump did that.
Okay, tell me, do you believe that he said that all the U.S. soldiers that had passed away were losers? Do you believe that?
I didn't say that.
No, I'm saying that I'm asking you a question because you're reading me these things off of the internet and we.
Oh, I'm not reading it. I'm playing 2K.
Oh, my bad. I'm sorry.
You're good, don't worry.
Do you believe this? Do you in your heart, Parker? I'm saying in your heart of all hearts, Parker. Do you really believe that Trump is not a good president?
Yeah. Like, dude, I used to be a Trump supporter in 2016. Right? I was a Trump supporter for a few years. I can't justify any of his actions. Right? What he's engaged in is despicable, disgusting, and should be condemned. Right?
I love that man, Parker.
Yeah. Why?
Because he is smart. He knows how to make good business moves.
He's bankrupted 6 times. Smart.
That was in the past, Parker. That was in the past.
So?
Parker, what have you done in your past? You've done things you're not proud of in your past. Or you made...
I've never engaged in sexual abuse. I've never engaged in fraud. Never in What's up?
Not like that. I'm saying like something that you had a misjudgment. Like you might have said, I want to buy this car, and you end up buying a lemon or something. Sometimes we make...
No, I haven't done something like that, but I've made mistakes in my life, yeah.
And he has too. They shouldn't condemn.
This isn't just a mistake. And I'm also like, I was also a kid, right? He's also in his 70s. So we're talking about him when he was older than me currently.
So you don't think this is a witch hunt, and you don't think that they're trying to persecute this guy?
No.
So do you think he's gonna?
I think he's committed many crimes. I think he's done bad things, right? And I think that he's being held accountable and responsible for these bad things, but he's trying to manipulate people into thinking that he didn't do anything wrong.
Why
Henry,
didn't-
thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much.
Why didn't they do that? They did this 1 year before the election. They came after Trump because they seen this.
They've been coming after Trump for his crimes for years.
They did not announce any pursuit of Trump until
Yes,
Trump
they did.
announced he was going to run for president.
No, they announced this before. Peyton, thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much. Like, for example, Eugene Carroll was in 2019. So this is before him announcing.
So you think he really essayed Eugene Carroll?
Yeah. I think it's more likely than not. Yeah.
She's almost 80 years old.
Yeah, and how old was he? He's 77. So like they're only a few years apart.
And then that was just a few years back. It wasn't that long.
No, it was in 1990s. It was in the 1990s.
Yeah, 1990s. That's not far away, Parker. That's not.
That was like 30 years ago, dude.
No, that was like 20 years ago, dude.
It's 2024. 1990 was 30 years ago.
So that means he would have been about 50 years old. No one essays anyone at 50 and 55 years old. That was a lie.
I'm sorry, but you're literally fucking delusional. Okay? If you believe no one essays someone when they're like 70 years old, you're literally fucking delusional.
He's a famous guy with a whole lot of money. Why would he want to?
So there are 50-year-old. Wait, Jeffrey Epstein. Hello. How old was Jeffrey Epstein?
He did that to essay. He did that to little kids. He's a perv. He's a real known perv.
Wait, but how old was he?
He was about 40 years old when he died, I thought.
And you know he was older than that. And you know he was friends with Trump, right? Trump said he's a terrific guy, right? And that he likes beautiful women as much as he does, most of them on the younger side. So if he's a known predator, known kitty fondler, right? Why would Trump say that about him?
He maybe didn't know that he had done these things. I could say that about you.
Then why did he say on the younger side?
Parker, I could say Parker is an awesome guy, and then you could be
Yeah, but you wouldn't say he's a terrific guy. He likes younger women like I do. And then literally you knew, and then then I come out and I was like some fucking, all right, and you know me on a personal level, right? And then I came out and I was some fucking guy who ran islands. Yeah, that would be a fucking crazy statement to say.
But where is the source? Where did this come from?
Oh, it's a quote of him saying it. I can pull it up right now if you'd like me to, but it's literally him saying a quote.
And do you hear Trump's voice that's saying it?
I mean, you can see the quote from Trump, yes. This isn't disputed.
I really don't know about this, Parker. I'm telling you. I think we are going to regret our decision, Parker.
And what makes you think you're going to regret it?
We're going to regret our decision if we go through with this and we let them prosecute this guy. He is one of the best presidents we have. Our economy was at an all-time high.
Name one thing that you like that he did.
I liked how he was starting to build the wall. I like how he was starting to say no more illegal immigrants coming into the country, because I have nothing against illegal immigrants. Believe me. I mean, I'm not saying that. I do have something against.
I just got flagged for harassment and bullying. I don't know what I just did. So you think that he's better for the country as it relates to immigration, but he literally hired people who were undocumented. So why did he hire people? Why was that okay? Who were undocumented?
He doesn't do the hiring. He's the CEO.
He does.
So you mean to tell me that Trump actually does the interview and say you're hired, or he might say you're fired, and that was on the.
He did say you're fired.
He did say that.
Yeah, but I mean, we can point to these particular things. This is his business structure, and it's the Trump Resort. So their supervisors knew it, and that many employees there lack legal documents.
Okay. I think that's a crock of shit. Park. No, respectfully, I really believe it's a crock of shit. You know that they are coming after this guy with everything.
Well, I have a question. If you knew someone that was undocumented, would you tell the police on them?
If I knew that they were undocumented?
Yeah, would you call the police?
It depends on if they're my friends or not. If they're my friend, no. But if they're
Wait, why if they're
yes.
your friend would you not? Why if they're your friend would you not do that?
Because they are my friend. So no, I wouldn't.
So
call.
they committed a crime. Like if your friend murdered someone, would you do something?
I didn't know you said committed a crime. Yeah, of course. Anybody.
Wait. Coming to this country illegally is committing a crime, right?
Right. It is coming in here illegally.
But here's the way I view it. Right? Do you speed?
Oh, all the time. I love speeding. That's how I get to work so fast.
Well, that's a crime.
Do you speed?
Yeah.
Okay. See.
But do we care? No.
No, we
So
don't
why
care.
do we care specifically about this? If it's a non-violent immigrant coming to the country, why? Did he just get taken down for hate speech? That's so ridiculous, chat. He should not have been taken down. Like, there's nothing he said that should have got him taken down. Can we get an L TikTok, everyone? I'm so sick of TikTok. He literally did nothing. He literally was just existing. If you want to support me, Venmo, Cash App in the bio. Plus, you can sub if you haven't already, y'all. We got a few more people real quick. Yo, what's up? How old are you? We can probably do one more person, y'all. Again, if you do want to support me, always do make sure to follow me if you have not already, y'all. Let's try to get some follows, everyone. If we get like 200 more followers, I hit 500 for today, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, I'm 23.
For sure. Will you vote for Trump in 2024?
Please hear me out before you end me. I will not be voting for Trump, but I've been wondering, I've been watching your lives for like weeks now, and I've been wanting to ask, I'm confused as to why Trump was not impeached. Was he impeached or was he not impeached?
He was. It just didn't go through the Senate.
So I'm confused as to why he's allowed to be on the ballot. I don't understand.
Oh, I mean, there's nothing illegal about him being on the ballot. That's why.
I thought you weren't allowed to run if you were impeached.
Yeah, if it went through the Senate.
Okay. Thank you so much.
All right, for sure. Appreciate it.
I love you. Bye.
I love y'all too. Love everyone here too. All right, let's get this next person, y'all. Only send a guest request if you will vote for Trump in 2024, y'all. We're trying to get this next person up here real quick. Last person for today, y'all. If you want to support me, it's always Venmo, Cash App in the bio, everyone. Best way to support me. Did have a good live today, though. It was a fun live. I started a bit late, though, everyone. I wish I started a little bit earlier. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, let's show this next person, everyone. Please, again, everyone, only send a guest request if you will vote for Trump in 2024, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
34.
Are you going to vote for Trump in 2024?
No, I'm going to vote for myself.
All right. Only send a guest request if you will vote for Trump in 2024, everyone. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 24.
For sure. Are you going to vote for Trump in 2024?
I'm thinking about it, bro. Correct me if I'm wrong. You know, I know you fact check a lot of your stuff, and I just been following here and there, but there was a lot of talk just in this election that, you know, Trump was friends with Vladimir Putin. All of our
my view isn't that like Putin colluded with Trump to steal the 2016 election. That's not my view. There was no evidence to substantiate that idea. There was evidence that like Russia tried to intervene, but not that like they colluded with Trump. Harley, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much.
But yeah, you know, it kind of goes back to the war subject that our friend got taken down for. They said that it was hate speech or something. But
I don't think that was the reason, but sure.
But you know, there was a lot more of our enemies coming at us. I mean, we already owe China a lot of money. You know what I mean? And we got all these billions of dollars to get immigrants into the country, and nothing against immigrants, like our friend said.
I don't see how immigrants relate to the rest of the to Trump being president, but
I mean, I'm just saying, we have all these billions of dollars. Why?
He raised jobs. He opened up like.
Name one policy he did to do that.
Yeah, I mean, he raised minimum wage whenever he was in office.
No, he didn't.
Biden, yes,
He did.
Yes, he
Trump,
did.
Trump did not raise minimum wage. You want to bet? I can't hear you right now, but I'd love to bet on that. Noreen, thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much.
Yes, there's a website that literally says that.
You want to bet?
Yeah, honestly, I do.
How much? How much? How much do you want to bet?
Hold on, I'm gonna look this up and I'm gonna tell you.
Appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. Well, let's bet. Name a number.
I bet you $2.
That's it?
Yeah, right now.
Okay, well, you owe me $2. Venmo, Cash App in the bio. Because
All right,
federal
bro.
minimum wage was $7.25 before and after.
Really?
Yeah, it's still
After-
$7.25.
Okay, middle class family income increased nearly 6,000.
That's not minimum wage. That also isn't related to the president specifically.
Yeah, it is.
So how?
America
No, it's not.
gained
What policy did he pass to do that? What policy did he pass to do that?
How do all bills get passed though? Don't they have to pass through the
Congress
the
and then the president signs it.
Yeah,
Exactly.
exactly. So he
So
has
name
to-
one policy that he influenced to get passed that benefited the middle class.
Exactly though, but how did they
He
pass?
One policy.
increased nearly increased
Amanda,
the
thank you for the
income
$5.
nearly 6,000 more than 5 times the gains during.
Can you give me the policy
entire-
that he engaged in that did that?
Yeah, I have another question. Why do you believe that Biden will make a better president than Trump? And this is no hate. I'm not going against you or nothing.
I'll answer that, but what was the policy?
She's looking it up right now. Fact
Okay,
check.
for sure. Yeah, so why do I want to vote for Biden?
Yes, sir.
He's not a proven sexual abuser. He's not a proven fraudster. Thank you for the money gun. Thank you so much.
That we know of.
Appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much.
That
No,
we
he hasn't
know
been
of.
proven, right? So yeah, currently he has not been proven. He's also didn't put multiple Supreme Court justices in office with the explicit reason of overturning Roe versus Wade that led to tens of millions of women having restricted access to abortion in this country, plus 13-year-olds being forced to go through pregnancy. Right, he didn't pass a tax policy that gave money to rich people, like taking it from poor people. Thank you for the hanging lights. Thank you so much. He didn't advocate to take tens of millions of people off of healthcare. He didn't advocate for religious persecution, the banning and complete shutdown of all Muslims entering the country. He didn't willfully retain documents, share it to his friends, and then brag about the fact that he would have declassified it if he could have. He didn't ask for tens of thousands of votes, right? He didn't get me those 10,000 votes.
So, what is the difference between? I know we're not talking about Clinton right now, but what's the difference between Clinton and Biden and Trump? Because Clinton started the Mina cocaine operation. Sorry for the use of drug words, but the Mina cocaine operation, which
Yeah, you can't. You have to say C drug, by the way, just letting you know.
okay, the Mina C drug operation, which was in Arkansas, where I am from. And he polluted low-income housing neighborhoods with C drug all over the country.
Noreen, thank you for the $25 on Cash App. Thank you so much,
But what
Noreen.
I'm
W
saying
Noreen
is-
in the comment section. Thank you so much. Yeah,
What
so
I'm-
I disagree with federal policies like that. I don't see how that relates to Biden
But what I'm saying
or
is
Clinton, right? I don't support Clinton.
right. But what I'm saying is Trump isn't doing any of that. Whatever they say about the sexual offenses and all that, I'm not with all that. But we also have evidence of Biden smelling babies.
No, we don't. We have a video of him talking to his grandchildren, right? You're comparing that to Trump being a proven sexual abuser, or you're comparing that to Trump saying that he'll date a 10-year-old in 10 years. I can show you the video. Him saying it's okay to walk into changing rooms of little girls in Miss Teen USA because he owns the place. That's what he said. You think that is comparable?
Well, I mean, look at it. Whenever you go into a public place and somebody's in the bathroom, it doesn't matter if something, that's the boss.
No. This is no. That's not it. Miss Teen USA, right? These are changing rooms. All right, I'm talking the changing rooms of the people in Miss Teen USA, and they were naked in them, changing. He said it was justified for him to walk into them because he quote unquote owns the place. He said there's nothing they can do about it, so I can get away with it.
So what is the fact about that? What is the resource?
Trump said that himself.
Resource.
On news.
Yeah, Trump said that.
Resource.
You want me to pull it up?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'll pull it up right now. In the meantime, you can say something.
And then another thing, whenever what does the president do if he doesn't do economy and he's not, messing with the inflation? What exactly are you, what is his job then? If none of that comes from him, then what does he do for us then?
I'll explain things. He influences policies. So PACT Act, Inflation Reduction Act, the infrastructure bill, right? The $35 insulin cap, the plenty of things I can point to, right? And then the report here specifically is this. It's from The Hill. Trump walked into teen beauty pageant changing room. And then you can look at him specifically saying it. 4 of the 51 contestants, some of whom were young as 15 at the time, told the news outlet that Trump entered the changing room.
For what reason? Like, what was
The
even
Trump
happening for him to be in there?
Yeah, so Trump said it's because he quote unquote owned the place. He's inspecting it.
And that in that moment,
And then on a thing with Howard Stern in 2005, he admitted to going to these changing rooms. He said this is quote unquote what he said. Well, I'll tell you the funniest is that before a show, I'll go backstage and everyone's getting dressed and everything else. And no men are anywhere, right? And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant and therefore I'm inspecting it. He said, I'm inspecting because I want to make sure that everything is good. And he said, quote unquote, and you see these incredible looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that, he added.
That just doesn't, I know you have a good resource behind it, but
doesn't sound.
And then as he walked in, said, don't worry, ladies, I've seen it all before. Thank you for the boxing glove. Thank you so much.
Right, but what I'm saying is I just don't feel like...
Ivanka said, yes, he does this.
If he said that, why isn't he in prison or further?
Because he gets away with it.
But that's
So if he gets away with it,
So
what makes
how-
you think Biden doesn't?
how
again, you have no evidence to show me, whereas I have evidence.
There is evidence everywhere.
And that
of him
is?
having his
Where's the
hands
evidence?
on little girls' top
Show me the
area.
evidence.
What? Just go online, literally, just you personally. Get on your phone.
I know.
look it up.
I've literally searched these things up that you're referencing. Give me evidence of anything that's comparable. Memes are not evidence.
A picture with a grown man's hand on a little girl's breast is not evidence.
Oh my god, I watched this particular video. You have no evidence to say that he particularly did
It's
that.
not a particular video.
That is a
It's
little yes it is. It is a video. I watched
photos.
it.
I'm not talking about a video
Sure,
at all.
thank you so
I don't
much.
even know what video you're speaking of.
It's
I'm
literally
talking about
that's literally I've
photos.
seen that's from the photo
And
is
then-
from a video.
There's been females that's come out that's been around him, been in his presence, some in those photos stating that his hands were in places they shouldn't have been.
Show me. Give me one source that says that.
And not to mention that...
No. Don't go over that. Give me one source that says that.
Look it up. I keep
Don't say
saying
look it up. Go fucking look it up yourself and give me the source. You made the damn claim. Give me the source for the claim. I'm sick of this bullshit of you saying go fucking look it up. I'll tell you to go look up shit, right? And I'll just claim whatever the fuck I want.
If I go look it up, you won't be able to hear me.
Okay.
So-
I appreciate the boxing. Thank you so much. She has a second device, doesn't she?
We're about to see. Yeah. Well, why sit in silence?
Well, because you made a fucking wild claim, and I want to see evidence for that claim.
I mean, it's been all over the internet, everywhere.
Yeah,
I mean,
so then you should easily be able to find it.
Okay. No problem.
Okay, we'll sit here and wait.
Okay.
In the meantime, everyone, if you want to support me as always, Venmo, Cash App in the bio. This is the last conversation I'm having here. I only have a few more minutes before I have to get off tonight. I'll probably go for about 9 more minutes, y'all. Appreciate the good night. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. ML girl, thank you so much.
What are you wanting here? There's
The website.
photos everywhere.
The website.
Yeah, show me the photo in the title, and I'll look it up and I'll show the live right now. Poppy, thank you so much for the $3. Thank you so much on Venmo. Thank you. But yeah, give it a second, y'all. Keep tapping that screen as well. We'll give it a second, everyone. Do 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 do. It's all over the internet, apparently. Tracy, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. Yo, unoriginal username. Thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much.
AP News.
Jay, thank you for the
AP
subscription. Thank you so
News.
much. And what's the title?
What is the title?
It's going to be a fact check. Watch it. Savannah, thank you for the $7. Thank you so much, Savannah. What's the title?
Hold on.
AP News title what?
Biden accused of inappropriate touching.
And what does it say on the fact check?
2013, 2014, 2011, 2016, 2019. There's a long list of them.
And what does it say?
News.
You said, wait. So is this not from AP News?
It's AP News.
And also, you listed
What's the
all-
title? What's the title of it?
Inappropriate touching by Biden.
It says
So is it former staff? So there's one here saying photo of Biden was altered to suggest he touched a child inappropriately. So that's the claim you made earlier about the touching. AP News literally did something on that. Cassandra and Eddie, thank you for the $3. Thank you so much. And are you saying people who have given allegations of Biden doing things? There's 26 women that have claimed Trump has done things.
Okay, well, forget that one. Go to NBC News.
So different
Biden's
source.
touchiness out of nowhere.
That's a second source.
That's another source.
Wait,
that shows
Biden's touching this.
multiple,
Wait, so
not
what's the
just
title?
one.
What's the title?
Biden's touchiness out of nowhere.
Touching is
Touching
out
this.
of nowhere. Is this from which one?
NBC News.
NBC News.
I don't see what you're talking about. I'll look it up again with putting NBC
April
News.
24th, 2019 is when it was posted.
NBC News.
April 29th, 20.
I don't see what you're talking about. I looked it up and NBC News is not coming up with that title.
Send the link.
No, just tell me the title.
I just told you the time. I'm looking at it. April 24th, 2019, it was posted. Biden's touchiness out of nowhere. It says former
NBC
Vice
News.
President Joe Biden has been criticized for unwanted physical contact stemming from his tactical approach to politics. Revisit some of his past mock and swear.
Oh, do you mean like him? You mean him hugging Hillary Clinton for like 15 seconds?
Yeah.
No, him.
Yeah, come on, bro.
There's multiple. There, not just her. There's, him putting his hands on multiple females' breast. Right.
Yeah, that was a
there.
distorted video. The AP News had an article on that, and it showed that it was
We're not
literally
talking about AP News.
look. Photo of Biden was altered to suggest he was touching a child inappropriately.
That's not what I'm looking
Appreciate
at.
the ICU. Thank you so much.
That's not what she's looking at.
I
She's
keep
looking at.
repeating the same thing. I'm not looking at that.
Yeah. So which one are you looking at?
NBC News. It's not AP anything. It's
I literally looked that up
News.
specifically, and that title didn't come up.
.com. Look up April 24, 2019. Biden's touchiness out of nowhere.
April 20 what?
2019.
20 what? 2019?
2019. Yes.
20 what? 2019.
2019.
No,
Holy
what's
fuck!
20
April what? 2019.
24th.
Oh my god, bro.
I've repeated the same thing.
No,
like
you didn't. You
7
just kept saying
times.
2019, bro.
She said it 3 times before
Yeah,
you
she,
even asked.
again, that was. I asked specific 20 what?
When you were saying
2019.
AP over and over again, I kept saying no.
And then the title is Biden's what?
touchiness out of nowhere for the 9th time.
Yes, out of nowhere. Because again, I looked that up and I didn't see anything.
Not really sure who's slow in this situation because I know I'm not.
I literally, you want me to, okay. I literally looked this up. Nothing. Nothing.
I can drop a link in the comment. If you
I
do.
can't see it. I can't see it if you do.
Okay, well, I mean, I literally have the link right here and I'm looking at it. So, I mean, I don't know what's on your end and what's on my end. But let's move on from
Here,
that.
look, I'll literally show you. I'll literally show you me searching up. You see this?
Yeah, I see it.
I click search. Let me make sure it doesn't come up with fucking my address. Look.
Pornhub. No.
Where is it?
All I'm saying is she didn't make up the fucking.
I have no reason to make it up. I can see it. It's right in front of my eyes. I don't really know what you want me to say other than I guess your phone.
It would come up. It seriously would come up.
Okay.
It seriously probably would, but you're obviously not looking up.
But
show me on camera.
Give me just a second. My phone died.
Is it the video you're typing? Oh wait.
No.
Oh, is it the video? Because I have a video here I can click on. I have a YouTube video from NBC News. Is Joe Biden's touchiness out of touch? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's probably it.
That's probably gonna take you to the source I was at, but I read
It's just a 3-minute long video.
I read you the news article. I literally read it from word for
And
word.
it's him hugging someone. Look.
I'm telling you, I didn't watch a video. I read you the news article.
So there's no video, and the only ones that would come up are videos. Okay. I don't know what to tell you. You can send it to me and I'll look it up, but I don't see any of this. Yeah, apparently no one but you can find it. Hugs equal essay to these people, but not literally being held liable by a jury. So, for sexual abuse, you know? All right, well, you can send it to me. My DMs are open if you'd like to.
Okay, sounds
All right.
good.
Appreciate you coming up. All right, y'all. We're going to end it for tonight, everyone. We're going to end it for tonight. I do appreciate everyone who did come on today. Thank you so much, everyone. Follow me if you have not already, everyone. Is there someone I can hit with a raid real quick? I was thinking of, I think Tommy's live. We can hit Tommy with a raid. Let's hit Tommy with a raid, everyone. Yeah, think of the good night. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Look up my_dude, MY_DOODE, MY_DOODE. Spam Parker raid, spam love from Parker, everyone. MY_DOODE. MY_DOODE. Spam Parker raid, spam love from Parker, everyone. Again, MY_DOODE.
Andrew. Okay, shoulder right now, my shoulder right now. Next one, my 19. Ah, my Michelle, baby, order. Michelle, order car now. Thank my Michelle. 1, 2, go. Thank my friends, Michelle. Nice, clear, my Michelle. I send the 2 bracelets for you. Thank you, Sir Paul Jesse. This was in the 2 bracelets for you. Hope you love that, my dear. Hope you love that. Thank you, my dear. Michelle. 1, 2, go. Nice color. Okay, this was another. Really perfect. This one, my dear. Hold baby. 1, 2, go. Sick, my dear. Hope.